we are on a right path, I believe, because I hear there are a lot of new business models coming, a lot of companies are innovating, there are new technologies coming up. So I think India is set on a very right path. On one day, we would be producing a lot of sustainable, economical, and viable bioenergy. And as a country, all of us are very aware that how our energy needs are increasing day by day. And we being an agrarian nation, it's of prime importance to all of us is that we utilize our agriculture, our bioenergy, our biowaste very appropriately. A couple of weeks back, I was having a discussion with some of the German colleagues, and to their surprise, when I mentioned the number of cattle in Uttar Pradesh, they could not believe it. And I told them this is the number only in one state of India. And you imagine the amount of bioenergy in the various different mechanisms and through various different sources is available there in the country. So I think we are all sitting on the crux of that huge, immense potential. Our progress might have been slow. I won't even say it's slow because it's a very typical topic. It's a difficult topic. It's not as simple as putting up just solar panels and in like minutes or in months your project is ready. There are a lot of challenges because then somebody can debate that there are challenges in the solar sector also. We need to have silicon, we need to have modules which needs to be brought somewhere around the world. All of things are not there, but most of these technologies were pretty advanced and a lot of structuring is there. So I think what is currently most important for all of us as policymakers, as change enablers, to develop a complete ecosystem which can promote this bioenergy sector. And with this intent, we are very glad that we were awarded a study by MNRE and GIZ on the subject of green steam and heat, which will be we would be presenting our study results today. And here the main motive is to identify how important green steam or green heat is for the middle segment industries for the country. Because middle segment industries are the backbone of our country, like is the agriculture. Because as a country, our needs are very typical from the needs of some other nations, maybe in the West or some other places. So one thing which is very progressive which has been happening in our country is that we have stopped copying the models of several nations which were termed as a success story. And it gives us immense pleasure today when in our presentations, whenever we are talking, we are presenting case studies from our very own country. And when we talk about bioenergy, we have so many success stories which are already there and so new business models which are evolving day by day. So with with these thoughts, I would like to welcome you very heartily today, and I would expect that this is going to be a very good knowledge sharing session for all of us. We have very different set of speakers. We have policy makers, we have industry associations, we have IPA, we have a lot of industry people here. We have a presentation from the advisory boards as well. So I think we are going to have a very fruitful discussions, and a lot of different topics are going to be discussed throughout the panels. With this, I would like to invite from IPA to welcome our guests from MNRE, our Honorable Joint Secretary sir will be joining. So over to you, Gaurav, to take ahead with the session and welcoming MNRE and other partners. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning all. I will not take much time. Thanks a lot for coming over here. I would like to especially thank MNRE, especially Dr. Mishra, Meenaji, Jagdale Kasturi ma'am, and I think Vikram Bhai is not here. They were pivotal in order to really make this happen. Of course, thanks to Grant Cotton and GIC as well, and everyone over here whosoever is present. I think few of the people are also present virtually as well. So, I mean, why we are here? Let it be very clear. There has to be some motto, right? A goal without a plan is just a wish. It should not be a wish. We keep saying this, and that's why we are here. We talk about Samanvay, Samvad, and Samadhan, coordination, communication, and solution. Otherwise, this will not happen when we start working inside out. And that too in bioenergy, which has got so many dimensions. It's very tough to really define, because bioenergy is not only energy. Bioenergy is an emotion. It's about job. It's about women empowerment. It's about, I don't know, glycerin when you talk about biodiesel. It's about carbon when you talk about pyrolysis. When you talk about biogas, it's about fertilizer. So it's much more than energy, let it be very clear. It's about making India independent. If you see from the data perspective, I mean, theoretically we can have almost 60 million metric ton per year as far as the CBG potential which can be harnessed is concerned. And how much is India importing right now energy? I think it's around 23, 24 million metric ton per annum. So we can replace everything. But of course, there are a lot of challenges. And again, we are here in order to discuss those, in order to understand what can be done, and very important, what cannot be done. And that's why we need a team. So all the time we talk from the technical side, financial side, and social side. A lot of push is being given from the government side. I don't think that much more can be done. Of course, we can have a wish list. That is not an issue. We can keep asking, but entrepreneurs need to also do something. They also need to de-risk a lot of risk involved into it to make a very good business model. And I think this is where we are entering now. We have already entered, to be very honest. The Satat, Govardhan, a lot of other factors. For example, in UP you get additional subsidy, which is normally not the case. I'm telling you. Personally, I've spent a lot of time outside India, and normally when you talk about the push, you don't talk about any number of push. It's just one push which normally is being given. So I think we are very lucky. We are living in an era where we are talking about bioenergy the way it should be. It's not about academic, it's not this room. I want all of you to be enriched with knowledge, enriched with wisdom. So please be communicative, please raise your hand, ask question. Please feel free. We are not here just to have a unilateral dialogue or something. We want to hear from all sides, and that's why then only it will make sense. Otherwise, this will be again another conference, webinar, seminar, but it's a workshop, right? So let it be like this. Again, Samanvay, Samvad, and Samadhan. Hopefully, we'll have some points as far as the Samadhan is concerned. With this note, again, welcome you all, and I would like to invite Jagdali ji, whose name needs no introduction, to be honest. He was one of the guys I remember all the time available, especially for bioenergy. You can just give him a shout and he's there. At the very beginning, there were a lot of issues. For example, when you talk about fermented organic matter, this was not even recognized. Technical recognition happened from HCO side. Now even MBA is there. I mean, from MNRI side, you see a lot of things are already in place. So the whole ecosystem is now getting further pushed, and Jagdalisa was one of the factors to really make it happen. Laksh, are we ready to Jagdalisa? I think, can you just give him a shout? I think he's already there. So I will hand it over to Jagdalisa now, because he already confirmed about the entire. So, by the way, this is the Bioenergy Anthem. I don't know how many of you know. MNRE launched that in eBay. I was fortunate to be a part of it. Dr. Mishra, eBay team, they invited me as well. So I don't know how many of you know. If you don't know, you must know. Please like it, please distribute it, please let other know about it. That is one of the intention of that Bioenergy Anthem. Let me just knock.
Gaurav, you can hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, but I can't hear you, Gaurav.
Mic's up, say, I think.
Now you can give us the answer. Can you hear us, sir? Maybe I can talk. So can you hear us now? Okay. So we can start, sir. You're on screen now. Yeah, everything. You're on there. You're on here. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was told the program has started, so namaste to all of you. Good morning.
Morning.
And sorry, we are not able to be there in physical, but all my colleagues from MNRE, senior colleagues, senior officers, and those who are actually there will be meeting you, all of you. But good morning on behalf of Ministry of Environment and pleasure welcome you all on this fantastic morning here. I'm sure all the bioenergy enthusiasts who are participating in this gathering today, which is organized in collaboration with the Indian Biogas Association and GIZ, who are a part of the overall proceedings today. So it's fantastic to be there. Fantastic to be at least virtually. You're able to hear me. But I would have loved to be there. In fact, we were looking at such a kind of event to be organized in Gujarat since last several months. Unfortunately, things couldn't really materialize, but even though I was mentioning Global that we should go ahead and do this 22nd event, as it and important for all of us as energy experts to really dwell upon how progressing. In terms, actually, today's event is more important for us to look at because we are looking at that sector and that kind of technology which has immense importance in the Indian growth story. First upon the MSME sector, which I always believe has huge strength in putting to the India's economy and moving towards upwards in the ranking system, but as an overall growth opportunity, employment opportunity, this sector has really contribute in overall in all the fields, not only electricity and energy, but this sector plays an important role, and it has its inroads right from the rural, semi-rural, urban, semi-urban, and mostly the cosmo cities as well as we speak. From a MNRE perspective, just to take you through the 5-10 minutes that I have. You are seeing, you are following us the MNRE story for the last 3-4 decades, but of late in the last couple of years, all credit goes to you guys in terms of pushing all of us in the kind of ecosystem that further give emphasis on the bioenergy sector. We could come out with a much more larger scheme or program you can call which encompasses of biogas, compressed biogas, biomass, and as well as some kind of interventions in bringing the waste to energy into a larger domain, into a larger theme. So while the program was released in November of last year, we have since then got a huge opportunity, huge response, I can say. First of all, in the compressed biogas sector. Secondly, in the sector where actually the grassroots entrepreneurs are being born in terms of the pellets and briquette making industry. It is really thriving in some of the sectors of India, especially Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana. There we see a lot more response in biomass to pellet making industry. Probably the abundance of biomass, the abundance of the entrepreneur skills that these guys have, and also the marketplace, because you are closer to a market location where these biomass pellets are being utilized. But when we were discussing this, we also were looking at what more. Where is it these are the only niche applications, or can we really go in more and more in depth into the looking at biomass sector? And some of the guys which I saw are speaking, these are entrepreneurs who have come out and looking at for the last several years, which I know that they have looking at not only supply chain but also new applications. And while I was looking at what they are doing, they are bringing out new areas of interventions, probably replacing the conventional fuel to replace the conventional fuel into other sectors apart from electricity. While we were looking at electricity, the energy sector was very important. So there came, we can replace the conventional fuel in boilers for making heat, boilers for making steam. Then I think I see Ashish there who is looking into the small scale industry to produce cold storages, cold storage units from working on biomass. All these also made us a little more responsible in now focusing on the ecosystem that will further develop upon the energy requirements of the industry, energy requirements of an MSME industry. So that is where today's context also should be given a little more importance. When the era of green transition, green hydrogen, why not make it green heat, green steel? And that is why I would request all of you to focus more on this aspect today. Based on this stakeholder consultation, we will be able to bring in further interventions if required to make this particular source of heat and steam into a domain which gives you the kind of policy comfort, the regulatory comfort, which will also enable the marketplace to come in. While simultaneously, are always there, we keep doing that whether so biomass is available. Some of the ecosystems as well. It is not there where I require, and therefore we will also have how can we bridge the gap between the producer and the consumer, which is the responsible for all of, which is the link that we need to see how can we do that. And that also gives us an opportunity to have a huge industry that can be created for bringing the consumer close, the producer closer to the consumer, either way, it's a both-way process. And there also we see some good interventions in Maharashtra, especially. I saw that in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab is very at such an ecosystem, and that is the key marketplace we call it, where even today biomass, why not biomass will be looked at as a commodity which can be traded on an exchange, on a platform which gives a better value both to the producers and the consumer, which will give value as well as it will create a marketplace. So that is where I thought of bringing like-minded people together, spending a day in the beautiful city there, and look at amongst the brightest minds in the bioenergy sector, and come out by the end of the day. Some will say us that obviously we have done a little better, but there is always room for the best. And therefore, when we come out with 10 high-level bullet points, what further we can do in the regulatory domain, and obviously whatever regulatory domain allows us. So today's context, and I will appeal to all of you that when you end the day and when you have the concluding session, whereby please chalk down 10 high-level points, which you should share to the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the Bioenergy Division, that further what you have done is good, but this is what 10 other high-level points are there. And based on that, we will try and look at new concepts which can add to our circular economy efforts, which can add to our faster energy transition efforts, which can lead India to also adopt bioenergy sector beyond electricity, beyond liquid fuels, beyond gaseous fuels, and also look at other sectors. Now, I'm really looking at the report that is probably will be produced today in our presentation that is organized to look at what is that area, what is the marketplace for heat and steam, which can be produced by replacing conventional fuel with the good quality biomass that we have. So this is what I thought today I should. I would have loved to be there. Unfortunately, cannot. But this was yesterday midnight's dream that Gaurav told me that you at least virtually should be there, and so I said yes, why not? So all the best to all of you, and my colleague Dr. Gaurav is there, who will be with you throughout the day, and my colleague from Biogas, Mr. Meena, is there with you. So both of you, these officers will take you through MNRE's interventions, but you should push both of these guys to really now understand the requirements more into the sector and help you guys to bring it new ideas to the board. So, Gaurav, I would like to stop here, but I would there and all the colleagues there are very, very happy day today. Do share your feedback on all these sessions that you have. Ladies and gentlemen, pleasure and thank you for listening to me. Look forward to engaging discussions hereafter. Thank you.
He's not able to hear us.
So I think after this very charged up thought process from the man himself, and now it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the next flag bearer, I would say, from MNRE for bioenergy. And the kind of energy which Dr. Gaurav exudes and his passion for bioenergy, I think, is known for all of us. We must have interacted with him in past, and the kind of passion he brings for bioenergy is unparalleled. So over to you, Dr. Gaurav Mishra from MNRE, and his perspective and MNRE's perspective. We're very keen to hear from you, your perspective, and how the things are going to be charged up. Welcome, sir. Please come.
Thank you.
Jai Ho. I think that's the new age school mantra which has been given by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy for all the bioenergy experts and the complete fraternity like over here and across nation. So I'm Gaurav Mishra. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Although we were expecting more of the people here, but I'm hoping they will be joining, because Vadodara seems to be a little off track away from the metropolitan cities and all. But purposefully we thought of doing it here so that Vadodara also comes into the limelight for the bioenergy sector, because a lot of industrialists, a lot of the bioenergy experts, they are from Vadodara. Like people sitting over here, they are from Vadodara. Anyway, good morning everyone. I am Gaurav Mishra, and I am representing the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and I am leading bioenergy and waste energy segment at Ministry. And what I do is I quickly run through what the different kind of the policies and the different kind of action plan which the Ministry is having right now. And we would be more than happy to understand the kind of process the bioenergy experts throw over here so that we can take as mentioned by Dinesh Abdalaji, Joint Secretary. Correct. So once we sum up by the end of the evening, we would be more than happy to have at least 10 takeaways from this the workshop, so that it becomes our duty to take it to another level. If suppose if need we need to put in a lot of policy reforms, if that kind of efforts needs to be brought in, so we would be doing our work afterwards once we receive the inputs from all of you in that case. So I'll quickly run through about the National Bioenergy Program and the future which the ministry is running at. So this, I'll give you a brief about how I'll go through the numbers and all. So COP21 Paris Agreement, if you see, we talk about the reducing emission intensity of the GDP by 33 to 35% from 2005 levels by 2030. So that is the target which initially started driving all of us. And to achieve 40% of electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel sources by 2030. So that was the one. And COP26, the targets were revised to achieve 500 gigawatt of the installed electricity capacity by 2030. So I am very happy to share that the ministry is already in line with these achievements and all. And they are already, I'm sure before 2030, the ministry and all other associated industries and the departments of other ministries also, we will be achieving this target well before 2030 as well. And reducing the emission intensity of the GDP by less than 45%, because earlier we were talking about 30 to 25% by 26. In COP26, it was revised to 45%. That is the target which the ministry is focused right now. And as of now, the achievement, if you see, we have already touched about 186.26 gigawatt of non-fossil based installed capacity as of now, which is almost 44% of the total installed power capacity. And India's annual RE emission is exceeding that of coal power. In the last 7 years, if you can see very clearly, the RE capacity emission has increased 3 times and the solar by 17 times. So if you can see how the impetus on the renewable energy was given from the kind of a push was given from the ministry side. It started well in 2003 onwards, when the enactment of the Electricity Act was introduced, followed by the National Electricity Policy in 2005, and so on and so forth. National Solar Mission was introduced in 2010, and the first target was 175 gigawatt was given at 2020, which was followed by the different trajectories was given in different due course of a time. And a new RPO trajectory in COP26 and 2022, it was given. So you can see very clearly that how the different sectors of renewable energy is growing, like wind energy, biomass energy, small hydro, solar. Although it looks like the biomass is growing at a slower pace, but trust me, the kind of efforts which actually needs bringing the biomass energy in the mainstream, it's huge, because it needs a collective efforts of each and everyone in this segment actually. So you can see very clearly from the slide that the growth of renewables here, the installed capacity has grown over a period of a time along with the generation capacity, which has also grown. And this is some the numbers which will be an eye-opener for you, because I'm sure you all are aware of this, but how this the wind tariffs, the falling RE tariffs has moved from earlier 2010-11 onwards until now. So you can see very clearly the wind is somewhere in 2.9 rupees a unit, wherein the solar is somewhere around 2.3 to 2.5 rupees a unit. This is the current scenario as of now. And when we talk about the bioenergy per se, so there is different sectors, specifically when we talk about the CBG sector, which is a compressed biogas. So this is how the roadmap was introduced. The first standards of a biogas was introduced in 2013. Afterwards, 2014, Swachh Bharat Mission was launched, and integration of the bioenergy for the fuel for transportation was introduced in 2015. Similarly, on the different stage wises, year on year, the different targets were like initiated from the ministry side, different targets were initiated given by the government of India, so that this kind of a push from the ministry was also given so that this bioenergy can be brought in the mainstream. So that was the clear idea from the ministry that yes, the bioenergy, we cannot leave it as it is. We have to bring it into the mainstream, and it cannot be done without the collective effort of each and everyone who is sitting here and outside this area also. So now when you see 2022 and 23, a lot of launch of a bioenergy program was launched in 2022 November. And from that day onwards, like there was having, I'll talk a little more detail about the National Bioenergy Program, which was launched by Ministry. And in 2023, lot of different codes and the design construction was introduced. And now, as you see, under the bio-CBG sector, a lot of different policy reforms have been made by, for example, introducing the NDA for the biofertilizer section and all. Now, very recently, this the blending of the bio-CNG with the natural gas pipeline has also been introduced by the ministry. So, lot of inputs have been like currently everyone is like putting in so that it can be like brought up. So this is something which has a potential related to the sugar industry, because as of now, out of 10.8 gigawatt which has been like the total installed capacity under the bioenergy sector, around 7.8 gigawatt is something which has been like pitched under the sugar industry segment. So this is something which will good for you to understand. The surplus bagasse generated in the sugar mills is somewhere around like 82 million metric tons per annum, which has got a potential of around generating 12 to 13 gigawatts of power in that case on a yearly basis. Wherein as a byproduct, press mud is also generated from the sugar industries, which is somewhere, because if we are talking about the sugarcane crust, which is based on that, around 11 million metric tons of press mud is generated year on year basis, and which has got a CBG generation potential of around 0.5 million metric ton of CBG in that case. So if you can see here, the leading the states which has got a higher number of the sugar industries in that particular states is led by the Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, and even the Gujarat also. There are a lot of sugar industries which are generating CBG as well. So if we talk about the contribution of the sugar industry in the circular bioeconomy, yes, it can talk about the sugarcane, it talks about the press mud, bio-CNG, biomanure, and the sustainable agriculture, increased crops or sugar production and all. And as on the right side, I have already mentioned, this is the actual the numbers which can be generated from the sugar industries. And we were like few weeks back, I was with the National Sugar Industry institute in Kanpur. We were talking, like we were trying to discuss more on how sugar industry can be like revived in a way, like if because apart from power generation or co-generation activities, whether it can get into hydrogen production also, because there is a lot of apart from this bagasse, the press mud, through biogas route, the hydrogen production is also one of a possibility which sugar industries needs to take care of things actually. So this is the MNRE support to the sugar industry. If you see year on year, like because kind of a number of projects which the ministry has supported, the number of projects as of now is around 68 to 70. The projects, out of which the total CFA release is somewhere in around touching 100 CR. So total biogas, the gas-based power capacity commission is like 1669 megawatt. Biopower in sugar industry, I can give a quick skip. So if you can see, this is a little old number which talks about 7.5 gigawatt, but it has somewhere around almost closer to 8 gigawatt and all. So this is the achievement in the biomass power sector. So capacity addition in bioenergy sector has reached more than 10 gigawatt. This is around 10.8 gigawatt as of now. Largest contributor is the gas-based power projects. In-house availability of feedstock and captive consumption of power is there, and better IRR without even financial support. So this is something because ministry, the kind of a CFA what we are talking about, it is, please understand, this is CFAs are initially just to catalyze or just to like bring the things under one. It's kind of a hand-holding from the ministry, so that once the sector comes at one level, so I think all the sectors has got their own IRR and a better value proposition which they can pass on to the society in that case. So I'll now talk about a little bit about the National Bioenergy Program. So this was introduced by all the guidelines for the CFA to the bioenergy projects such as the non-biogas based power projects. Bio-CNG, biogas plants was this was introduced in the last year, November 2022, and this is still the financial year 25-26. And the Sadat program initiative is also in parallel working with by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas for the promoting the CBG as an alternative and affordable clean fuel for the transportation sector. So major policies of the bioenergy sector, this is something which is actually going ahead with right now, the green hydrogen mission, so which has already been launched very recently, and the national policy on biofuels, which targets about 20% ethanol blending by 25-26, and Samart mission, which under the Ministry of Power, they are talking about blending 5 to 10% of the densified fuel, which is the pellets or the briquettes into the coal power plants, thermal power plants. And the power generated from co-firing of biomass in the thermal power plants is also eligible for meeting the RPOs of any particular states as well. So this is the crux of the bioenergy program what we are talking about. So this was initiated in 2021 and it will last till 25-26. It is the total budget outlay is around for 17 and 15 crores for it has been divided into phases as of now. The first phase with a budget outlay of 858 crores is currently going on, and it has got three different segments. One is the waste to energy program, wherein the budget which has been allocated is around 600 crores, which talks about supporting around 100 bio-CNG plants across India. Then biomass program with a budget outlay of 158 crores. It talks about supporting around 125 pellets or briquettes plants with 3 tons per hour capacity plant size and all. And then we have a biogas program which talks about with a budget outlay of 100 crores. It focuses on supporting around 83 lakhs or around more than 80,000 small and medium capacity biogas plants across the nation. So this is how it has been designed so that we can provide the best kind of policy support and the kind of monetary support in terms of central financial assistance. And the features for this is the National Bioenergy Program, because we wanted to make it as convenient as possible for the fraternity here. So the features, it talks about the online submission of the application, so no need for a hard copy for this. You can simply log into the Bioenergy portal and you can apply for this online, minimal documentation, and even the self-funded projects are also eligible for the CFA. Advanced CFA for bank finance bio-CNG projects under Sadat program has been initiated. 20% higher CFA has been introduced specifically for the special category states and the Paushalas and all, which we are talking about the northeastern region, Sikkim, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, Lakshadweep, and Andaman, Nicobar Islands. If anyone who wanted to set up the projects in these kind of states, so they are eligible for 20% higher CFA from the ministry. And CFA for small and medium gas size biogas plants has increased, and MSW to power projects are now supported by the MOA. That is one area which we need to understand, because that MSW we are not covering from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. It has been their MOA, which is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. They are handling any projects on the CBG from the MSW, they are taking care of that. So this is the CFA patterns under the waste to energy program. Biogas generation, if we are talking about almost like 0.25, this is a crores per 12,000 cubic meter per day. Bio-CNG generation, if we are talking about, we are supporting up to like 4 crores per 4,800 kg per day kind of a Bio-CNG projects. If it is a new biogas plant, someone is setting a new biogas plant, we are supporting up to like 4 crores of per project. And wherein if suppose if anyone who is already having an existing biogas plant is wanting to upgrade it, we are supporting up to a maximum of 3 crores per such kind of a project. If biogas which is been used for the power generation, so it has got a different line of CFA, we are supporting up to like 0.75 crores per megawatt of for the new biogas plants, wherein up to 0.5 crores per megawatt for existing biogas plants we are talking about. Similarly, on the power based on the bio and agro industrial waste, if we are talking about, this talks about 0.4 crores per megawatt. This is around 40 lakhs of per megawatt we are talking about. And even the biomass gasifiers, if anyone who is setting up a biomass gasifiers in the industries or for any thermal application or power generation application, they can avail the CFA from the ministry in that case. So this is the CFA patterns for the biomass program. If we talk about for the briquette and pellet manufacturing plants, we are talking about supporting around 9 lakhs per plant, which is of PPH we are talking about. If and the maximum capacity like that we are providing up to 45 lakhs per project. If anyone who wanted to set up 3 ton per hour kind of a briquetting or pelletizing plant, so around 27 lakhs kind of a support will be extended from the ministry side.
YouTube don't allow me to.
Wherein for the non-biogas cogeneration projects, this is also in the similar tune.
I don't think it will.
To like 40 lakhs per megawatt is
Doesn't allow me.
the kind of a support which we are providing.
Allowing me.
And with the maximum cap of like 5 crores per project, that is the maximum CFA which has been like initiated from the ministry side. And the CFA pattern in the biogas program, although like I have listed here, but we have a team from the ministry, Mr. Bina. He will be talking more on the different policies and the action taken by the ministry on the biogas sector, maybe the post-run section. We will be talking more on this part. So this was all about the kind of the policies or the reforms or kind of a CFA program which the ministry is running as of now. And more importantly, why? Because specifically when we come to the green scheme or green heat kind of a concept, this was something which was like inculcated in the thought process of the ministry people some time back, because we understood the importance of, because apart from supporting only for the power generation kind of activities from the ministry side, we understood very clearly that lot of such kind of a small and medium scale industries who are running on the fossil fuel also requires this kind of financial support from a good source to meet or to replace or introduce renewable energy options into their existing systems. Because so in that way, the bioenergy which we feel has got a huge potential, be it from the densified fuel, be it from the biomass gasifier, or kind of the solid fuel introduction in these kind of the boilers or the pellet based applications and all. So we wanted to understand what kind of are the pain points of these industries. Also, my team from the done fabulous work for on preparing this kind of a report, which he will be sharing length. But as mentioned earlier, even by Dinesh Jagdaleji, our Joint Secretary at MNRE, we would be more than happy to understand what are the 10 at least the kind of a set of issues which needs to be handled or addressed by the ministry, and we would be more than happy to take your voice and your concerns to the much higher ups, and we'll try to come up with some kind of a policies or the support system, and we would be more than happy to handhold all the industries so that this bioenergy as an concept or as an the process can be brought into the mainstream of the national level renewable energy segment. Thank you all. I'm here for any questions, if any. I'm available here. And if anyone has any questions or anything related with the ministry or specifically for bioenergy side, I will be more than happy to answer them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through the journey of MNRE and also enlightening most of us on the programs and the key initiatives. I think this is very important for industry players, for associations, and all of us who are in the sector to know what are the incentives and the programs which are being run by the central government. And similar kind of support could then be asked in the states where we are putting up our projects, like you mentioned. In the state of Uttar Pradesh, there are additional benefits which are also available for the CPG plants, which is, I think, a very welcome step. And other states can also look into it if the possibilities do exist. But yes, I would like to congratulate the ministry and give my immense appreciation with all these kind of initiatives which have been coming up from the years, and now we see a very concerted effort across the bioenergy segments which is happening, and I'm sure with all these efforts the sector will grow with leaps and bounds, and we would meet the targets as we have set for ourselves. So moving on to, as Gaurav sir also mentioned, that we have been doing a feasibility study on a mandate of green steam and green heat. So this is a study which we started doing a couple of months back, wherein we have been interacting with a lot of industries, and I know there are people in this room also we have interacted and we have taken their inputs from. The premise of the study was to identify and understand that what is the need of, first of all, green steam or green heat as a concept. As Jagdale sir also mentioned in his keynote address, that today when we are talking about green hydrogen, we are talking about so many innovative concepts, and even green hydrogen is talked of being promoted and produced from bioenergy. So bioenergy requirement, looking from a lens broader than electricity, has become more important. And now when we start talking at the policymaker levels, we do believe and we understand that it's the right time when we start looking at the overall energy consumption pattern. And we just do not have a very myopic view of electricity. Many a times, because I personally come from the electricity background and have been doing work in the renewable energy sector, we all tend to shift only towards electricity and we tend to ignore the overall energy part. In past, when I was doing a couple of studies wherein we were doing some state energy action plans and roadmaps, it was very, very difficult initially, because at the end of every time or every discussion, we would tend and shift into the electricity part. But when we look from a city level or a district level or a village level, even at a state level and country level as a whole, we have to look into the overall energy consumption pattern. And therein, I think MSMEs are playing a very, very important role, because they are one of the major energy consumers of our country. So there are a number of low carbon technologies which are there, and different factors and parameters do exist on how these would be important in making an important case for the clean energy or bioenergy for the state. Looking from the angle of biomass availability. So we recently, in the previous discussions, we tried to understand that there are so many policies and programs available, but is there sufficient biomass available? I think most of us agree to it, and there are MNRE reports, and according to which we have an estimated surplus of more than 200 million metric tons, which is a humongous amount of biomass which is there available in our country. And this biomass is, we are talking only about the surplus biomass which is available. And this biomass is after when we are producing electricity, after we are putting conventional uses of the biomass, and this biomass numbers consist of all the forms of bioenergy which MNRE studies. So there are various state policies, MNRE policies. I will not cover these because sir has already spoken and Meenaji will be discussing more about it, all these schemes. I will come to the value proposition. So as it's a very important factor that industrial sector in India is consuming over 50% of the total energy source. And the energy source, if you see from this graph, industry is around 56% of the energy consumers. Again, we are not talking about electricity, we are talking about the energy, overall energy. It also includes the liquid form of energy, the solid form of energy, and also electricity because it's again an important form of energy. And when we go that a significant amount, around you see 39.8% and 35% comes from coal and oil products, which all of us know that our country does not have a lot of sources for that. So we have to find out a case where it's for bioenergy. So integrating biomass into the existing conventional fuel boiler systems, it presents a very strong case, and I don't need to push this idea at least in this room because I know that most of you come from this sector and all of us are on the same page when we say that this is very important. But again, how it is important, looking from the country's perspective or the business perspective, it is de-risking of the existing business dependencies on the other fuels. It is easy integration and retrofitting options. Then there have been recent surge in prices, and a political event happens and the prices go haywire. We recently saw that there were geopolitical issues which started happening. There was one geopolitical issue which changed the overall pattern of consumption of energy for Europe. Same could have been a case with any part of the country. So it becomes now, as we are moving in a kind of world, it becomes more and more important for us to have more and more self-dependence. Self-dependence is a very, very innovative and a novel thought, but it's not easy. But at least whatever resources we have, that level, maybe 10% or 20%, if we say that we can meet 20% of our energy needs through biomass, at least we should be able to achieve not 20, at least 15% or 18% or whatever numbers are feasible. So that's why self-reliance becomes more and more important, and it gives a very brilliant case for industries to pick up and utilize more and more bioenergy segment. The good part is the gross calorific value of most of the sources or the formats of the bioenergy are almost similar to are comparable to the low-grade coal. And in our country, in most of the industries, even not talking just about the MSMEs, but even in the large-scale industries, we are using low-grade coals. I was very recently supporting one of a large conglomerates, and they were importing a low-grade coal from a Southeast Asian country, and they engaged us to find out bioenergy options which can be integrated so that they do not need to depend on the import of that low-grade coal. One thing we are importing, and second thing we are also importing a low-grade coal. To commence with that, there is ample amount of bioenergy available. Yes, there are issues. Yes, there are supply chain challenges, but those can be sorted out. So that gives also a green image for most of the companies. So what we tried to do here was to find out the potential MSME clusters for the biomass utilization. In our study, we have gone through a lot of secondary research and reports which were already available. There is an Unnati portal, there is a Samiksha portal, there are already Government of India studies being supported by many organizations, and based on that, we could find out that MSME sector is a very heterogeneous sector. A lot of MSME people would be here present. The needs and the structure of MSME by definition is very different from a large scale industry, and the patterns are very different. And when we started doing study, we were surprised, and sometimes we have to go back and check on our numbers because we could not believe that there are so many MSMEs and so many different types of clusters which are existing in the country. So MSMEs are accounting to 1/4 of the total industrial energy consumption, which is, I think, one of the very big factors or the big contributors of energy. So, and at the same time, MSMEs are very important for the country because they are engaged in manufacturing, they are engaged in the production activities, and about 33% of the manufacturing output of the country is coming from MSMEs, and it is contributing more than 28% of GDP. So that's the importance of MSMEs. When a segment or a sector is so important and it's such a huge energy guzzler or has a need for that energy, so it becomes even more important to look from a lens or a broader lens to see that where this energy is coming from. So MSMEs in India are about 83 million and they are consuming around 80 million tons of oil equivalent of energy in financial year 21. And their energies were categorized on less than 5%, 5 to 10% of consumption and more than 10%, and then we termed it as they are either major energy intensive MSMEs, then they are cottage or artisan MSMEs, there are brick MSMEs, untapped MSMEs. So all these things we try to understand, and as I mentioned, there are 1,000 MSMEs clusters. First, when I saw this number and I again go back, I tried to check from multiple sources whether that so many MSMEs do exist, but yes, there are so many MSMEs. That's why MSME is contributing more than 28% of the GDP of the country, which is coming from the industrial sources. So the top, we could not in the short span of time go to the 1,000 clusters. We have to find out the sources where we can identify and which will be the more representative version of all these sectors. So we selected around 15 MSME sectors based on their energy intensity. And these are like textiles, chemical, pharma, ceramic, foundry, engineering and the others. And if we also try to map that what is an approximate number of units in most of these sectors. So these 15 key MSME clusters we have find out and number of units which were there, and you could see their energy consumption. It's huge. And all of this, when we sum up and we will share the detailed report, and there are annexures that you can go through it. The overall energy which has been consumed is around 80 million metric tons, which is a huge amount of energy. So then we went next step. We tried to see that what is this energy and where this energy is coming from. So MSMEs are primarily using two sources of energy. One is thermal energy, and they have a steam requirement, and then there is an electrical energy. So each sector's energy depends upon the types of the processes and equipments that they are using. The energy needs are, as I mentioned, categorized into electrical and thermal energy. And among the energy intensive MSMEs, thermal energy amounts to 60%. More than half, like the major share is the thermal energy and not electricity, which again pushed me to the thought and I again tried to visualize and discuss with some of the industry experts that is this a right number or not. Then to our surprise, when we reached out to the MSME ministries and other reports which were available, we could find out yes, these numbers are correct, and we are always focusing on electricity. And by a subject, I think it's more viable when we talk about the energy and just the thermal energy or the steam requirements, and not just focusing on the electricity. Electricity can be one part, and I think the mistake which we as a country have been doing for very long was all of our focus was only on the electricity. But I'm very glad now ministry, MNRE and other ministries have also come up with a very suitable policies which have started promoting thermal energy, not only in MSMEs but even in the smaller segment of industry. So we try to see that what is the share of, and you can see like steam re-rolling, 61% is the thermal energy, and in paper industry 85% is the thermal energy. So that is the need of the source of thermal energy which is required. Then we went the next step. How we tried to do was to develop a criteria for identification of the select clusters which have thermal energy options, so that when we go to these clusters, we talk to people, we do more detailed study about these clusters, that we are on the right path. Then we shortlisted the sectors that have thermal applications. These were a couple of sectors which we shortlisted. They were textile, food processing, tea, foundry, forging, rubber, plastic and others. Then we shortlisted the sectors with low, medium and high grade. We just tried to bifurcate them and the potential for the technology which is being used. then the boilers are there, then there are thermopacks, all these technologies were taken up. Then potential clusters with different sectoral and regional mix. We also tried to identify that we should have different regions so that it does not become a only concerted effort, say in the state of Gujarat. State of Gujarat is always at the forefront of energy, and when I was doing one of the past studies also on the pellets and briquettes, and I tell it to every state where I go, I tell them that you should see the model and the business how Gujaratis are operating in, and we always complain in the north that we have so much bioenergy available, so much potential available, but it is not put to use. When first time I started looking at the clusters in the Surat and other areas, that how bio business was being taken up, particularly talking from the pellets and briquettes, and which I will come to the point here as well in the later part of my slide. So we prioritize the clusters. Among the 15 most energy intensive, 7 require low to medium grade heat, which were like the perfect fit which we could find out. Then we also identify the top 5 sectors where steam were being used, and we try to focus on these sectors. Doing the study, going into the analysis, so we have come up with a very bulky report, and it would be very soon launched by MNRE, and you all would be able to go through more of the data points. But here I would like to showcase some key results, like how we did the technical assessment. So here first part of our job was done to find out and see at the problem statement. The problem statement was that there is a heat requirement. Now find out whether that heat can be converted to green heat or green steam. Because when this study was going, it was just a thought that we should have a green steam or a green heat, like there is going to be a green hydrogen. So it was to see and analyze whether the viability exists or not. So we did the resource availability and suitability assessment. We did look at the boiler technologies, which are the different fuel feeding system. What are the conversion technologies? Whether the conversion technologies are compatible or not. Because in theory we can have a lot of concepts that when we started having these discussions, some thoughts would come that 100% of the green steam and green heat should be there, which is not practically possible. So when we went ahead and we saw and we spoke to a lot of experts like you and people who are operating in industries, that what is that viable number? What is that viable opportunity which is there? Some sectors definitely 100% we could achieve, but in most of the sectors, what we have found out, a number of around 20% which is very viable can be done. Then we also looked at the energy content and the efficiencies, the infrastructure and retrofitting. Retrofitting, I think, is one of the most important parameters, because it's very easy to say and impose on the MSMEs that from tomorrow or 6 months down the line you start procuring all your green steam or green heat, or at least government will come up with a mandate and say that you have to procure say 5%, 10%, 20% or maybe 50%, as the case also happened in the large boilers. So 2 years back, Ministry of Power, they issued one of the obligation to large thermal plants that 5% of their fuel consumption should be bio, should come from the clean energy, and then it opened up plethora of opportunities, at the same time plethora of problems or challenges, I would say. Initially when this came up, lot of large thermal players would come up to us and ask us as consultants and advisors and help them identify that whether it can be done technically. Then once it was found out that yes, it can be done technically, then the most important case was whether that biomass is available, whether those pellets or briquettes are available in the country. Yes, they are available, but the question is whether those pellets and briquettes are available in that vicinity of the plant. It will not make sense if you are sourcing a large, say a thermal plant is sourcing biomass, briquettes or pellets at 1,000 or 1,500 kilometers away, and it can become possible in the current scenarios. And when we were doing those kind of studies, a lot of additional costs were applicable, and that's why the players then again engaged with industry advisors to go to the regulatory commissions and ask or request the regulatory commissions that these things could be shifted a year on year, maybe to the next year when the sector was more ready. So then what we tried to do was to identify different set of parameters which we utilized for the technical assessment. we looked at the overall fleet demand. We looked at the consumption of the fuel, cost of the fuel consumption, which is, I think, all of us have a very important aspect at the 2 points. One is the technology and other is the cost. And third thing, whether we have that source of the fuel which will be available or not. Because you can be very happy with the low cost fuel. At the end of the day, 6 months down the line, you will be facing challenges of fuel availability. No business person would like to get into that kind of sector. So that is very important. Gross calorific value, more or less, it was between 3,000 to 4,000 kilocals to strengthen the business case for adoption of the biomass and the process and temperature ranges, which we also looked at from the point when we were selecting these MSMEs. And then whether the successful historical deployments are there in the country or not. And I won't say to our surprise, but yes, there are numerous case studies which are available, and many of the people are there in this room who would be sharing their success stories also as we move ahead with this conference. And we learned from their knowledge. We tried to understand that what success stories were there. So this is just a snapshot we are trying to give here, that how we try to look at the industry level analysis, assessing the feasibility of biomass, say in the textile industry. So we looked at the overall their steam boilers, what processes they were running, what is the fuel consumption trend which was there, what are the energy statistics of the overall sector, and at the end whether the gross calorific values of the fuel were pertinent or not. And then the most important part also was looked at the cost, which was viable in all of the cases. So it's a very simple math when we look at if there is a diesel consumption which is happening and we start using biomass in any form, it is more viable. It's just a no-brainer for that value. And then similarly we did for pulp and paper industry. So we will be sharing these data, and likewise we did for all the 15 sectors. This is just a snapshot which we are trying to showcase here. And from this, the technical assessment in like these 5 sectors, top 5 sectors, we could find out that what type of boiler was there, what type of fuel was used, whether that gross calorific value was comparable or not. And at the end, I think most important thing was what level of comfort industry was able to take up for the biomass blending. So what we could find out that most of the industries are comfortable up to 20%, and we also looked from the technical point of view that as we start going beyond 20%, there are challenges, and there were case studies also which suggested that if you are retrofitting, this is particularly from the case of retrofitting, because you can't go away with large kind of investments which have already been there. I compare this with the large thermal plants which are existing in our country. So if somebody at COP or any other platform tells us that, okay, you stop all your thermal plants, it's not possible. It's not possible. Let's be practical, because a lot of investments, crores and millions and billions of rupees and dollars have gone into it. Similarly, a lot of investments have been done by the industry players. It can't go away overnight. Yes, the new investments, the new technologies have to be more viable options. But then we tried to also look at what were the modifications in the boilers which were there, and whether there were challenges or not. Because talking just about the rosy pictures that this is viable is not going to serve the case. We have to also look at the challenges. So definitely boiler modifications was a possibility. There were a lot of options. There were costs involved. There were challenges. The high cost of reconfiguration or retrofitting, frequent maintenance, maintenance required every week in case of manual feeding, which we have seen in a couple of cases, and it replaces retrofit and other system in 5 to 7 years. So here we've tried to find out some numbers. So this is based on the mathematics and the data which we gathered from numerous industry sources without naming any industry, but this is a broad number which we could understand that if we were retrofitting, say, a single fuel boiler, largely the boiler range in across these clusters were operating in the range of 3 to 10 tons per hour kind of thing. So tentative cost is around 50 lakhs to 3 crores, and additional retrofitting cost is 50 lakhs to 1 crores, which can even go higher. And when in the case of multi-fuel it's even higher, multi-fuel system. So it's not a small cost. And this gives a case which I think we were debating with MNRE when we started to do this study, and MNRE also tried to was looking at this very important number, this is a draft number, and since we are gathering more inputs, we will be finalizing it soon. So now we know that there is a need to provide certain incentives. So MNRE or any other policy body, anybody cannot just mandate the industries to start using it. At the same time, you have to come in a program mode. You have to provide certain fiscal incentives. You have to provide certain subsidies. If as a country we want this kind of a concept of a green steam or green hide to see the light of the day, we have to bring it in a manner. One case I think from our study was very clear that subsidy is required, financial incentives are required. We are still working out and finding out the number that what should be that amount of subsidy. One case could be very easily that whatever is the retrofitting cost should be there. But I think that is also not viable. We have to look for more innovative kind of options, more financially viable options therein. We have started interacting with the likes of IRIDA, we have started interacting with the likes of NABARD, and the agencies who are providing the line of credits. And there have been very successful line of credits for renewable energy by IRIDA, NABARD, and there have been line of credits from World Bank, KFW, GIZ, JICA, and lot of other institutions. And this is one sector which is seeing a lot of interest, not only currently in India but globally, I would say. So a lot of interest from the financial fraternity is also there. So yes, subsidy numbers will come up. Now another very important angle which during this study which we analyzed, and this was a offshoot I would say of our study, was to see whether converting biomass to pellets is really possible or is it happening. Therein, the best case studies I could see only from the state of Gujarat, and wherever other states which we have found out, we were only we saw a lot of challenges. But in the state of Gujarat, to my surprise, there were the least number of challenges which were quoted by the people, and people were very happily doing business, and they have been doing it for very long time. So, but to our surprise, that as policymakers, and which is very helpful when we presented this to MNRE also, to them and policymakers to look at it, that we have nearly 250 pellet manufacturers which we could find out broadly in the country, and more than 1100 retail manufacturers. There are 20 plus pellet manufacturers, pellet equipment manufacturers, which is very important, because at a point when we are mandating large thermal plants to utilize pellet, and we are thinking to mandate MSMEs to use the pellets, do we even have that kind of facility which is available? But there are only 20 plus pellet manufacturers. There could be more numbers based on our study and estimation which was there. And the current biomass pellet manufacturing capacity, which we could broadly find out, is around 2.38 million metric tons per annum, which is abysmally low. And I think our need is 100 times. And there are 800 plus biomass aggregators, which I believe there would be even more number of biomass aggregators, because this is one segment which is very disintegrated, and there are a lot of different players which are there at the state level. But annual pellet manufacturing capacity, we try to go back into the numbers, the key states which we saw, but at the end we could even find out there are only 2.5, or let's be little more generous, add another 0.5 which we might have missed and which were not there on radar, so it could be 3 million metric tons. You see the gap. There is a biomass supply in the industries, and there is a bioenergy potential and demand. So demand is definitely there, but supply is not there. So, but why the supply is not there? So we tried talking to a lot of people and tried to find out, and this is one of the case studies which we could find out, that typical off-takers for these pellets are having chemical, pharmaceutical, bioprocessing, and some of the large companies, bigger companies, they have been sourcing pellets, not starting just 2 years back, 3 years back. Last 10 years they have been using this. So this is a very, very proven case of biomass pellets or bioenergy in any form being suitably utilized for producing energy. So pellet manufacturers have a typical production capacity, largely we could see between 1,000 to 3,000 million metric tons per month. And to our surprise, pellet manufacturers from Karnataka are even sending pellets to the north. So, and a lot of people in Karnataka are providing in Goa, in the central part of the country. From Gujarat it is going there. While in one part of the country, particularly in the eastern part, we could see there were very less number of pellet manufacturing capability was there, but a lot of biomass is lying there. which is being thrown away at just dirt cheap prices when it is the off-peak season. So certainly these are the challenges which are there in the sector, and before policy makers like MNRE and others should come up with such kind of programs, I think these kind of reports are very important because they give us a mirror to see that yes, there are challenges and we have to solve these challenges, and these drawbacks have to be overcome, and then only we can come up with certain policy mandates. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. Like we all know that there is a very limited success in the large power plant case where 5% and 7% mandates have been announced. The regulatory commission state by state, they have been deferring it. Year on year they are deferring. It's because there are challenges are there, and then there are cost implications also. So we have to, as industry, as association, as the policy makers, we have to together find out how this can be done, because this is truly a business case. Then we also try to see that there are which are the technologies which are available, and this would be shared available. But yeah, so indicative costs are there. We have ring die pelleting machine, we have V pulley, we have flat die, hybrid machines. So there are different machines which are there, and there are costs. So and in a typical pellet equipment manufacturing also, we try to find out all these costs, because we wanted to capture this in our report so that same could be very well integrated when we present our case, and so that there are no mistakes. Mistakes can be there, but at least we wanted to be very fair from a point that we do not show only the rosy picture to the policy makers. We also showcase that there are challenges which do exist. So, couple of key takeaways from the pellet manufacturers. Again, focus here was Gujarat. Industries as food processing are there, have been using pellets for a lot of reasons. The people told us that there are 50% advance payment, there were payment issues, the cost of biomass suddenly increases year on year, so there is no pattern. It's very difficult to map these pricing. I think it's very difficult for biomass at a grassroots level cost pricing to be mapped when even we compare with the oil prices globally, which is very well set pattern. There are Bloomberg tools, and you could know that yes, these kind of analysis and global factors could impact it. Here, a very local factor at a village level can impact the prices, and hence the overall viability of a project. So briquettes machines are being modified, can be modified. Then there are people who are importing pellet machineries also. Then torrefication is a process we all are aware about, but it's a costly process. So definitely subsidy mechanisms or support mechanisms needs to be provided if we want to promote these kind of technologies. So overall, we try to look at it from a very larger picture that this is the kind of availability there. So here in our study, a lot of focus was on the solid form of biomass which we have there. Other speakers who would be speaking next would also be talking about gasification, because it's again a very important aspect of the biomass energy. And certain recommendations which we have given as a draft to MNRE are on the operational cost and fuel cost, which are the major challenges for MSMEs. Industries switching to multi-fuel based boilers, fuel feeding systems like manual fired or reciprocating gates. Then there is a blending in the existing boilers, which is not possible technologically in all the areas. And one thing which we were very clear, 100% blending is not possible. So we are giving a number of say 20%. Then industries are already doing built on operate systems for the steam and heat, which could be promoted at much larger level. Such programs could be designed, CFAs could be designed, supporting policies for co-firing needs to be there. By using the biomass, the storage, I think I missed before mentioning this, storage is one of the very key important issues. So storage has to be sorted. Industries like food processing, they are using steam boilers for their steam requirement. Then there are footwear industries. So financial viability is definitely there, which is required. And these are some of the recommendations which so far in the draft format which we have provided. MNRE and others at the central level are definitely thinking from a point that there should be a biomass deployment obligation, which can definitely promote green steam and green heat. It's a new business. I see it as a new business which is going to happen, and it will give a lot of impetus to already existing players in the boiler industry, in the pellet industry, in the overall supply chain. But yes, it has to be very scientifically drafted, and these technologies and the overall supply chain needs to be looked at. Then there is a very strong need and case for the exchange and trading platform which MNRE is already working on. Then innovative community boilers kind of things, promoting industrial policies to promote biomass usages, financial incentives or subsidies for the steam applications has to be there. And there is a very strong case and need for the credit linked capital subsidy for MSMEs. There has to be a standardization. One thing which we find out in our study that there is very less standardization. When we moved from north to south, east to west, talking about two different players, so there is absolutely mismatch in the standardization existing. This is more of a locally generated market, which is fine. But at a certain level, when we are looking at as this sector to grow, some level of standardization is definitely needs to be there. At least supply agreement should be very fine. It should be refined. And when we have foreign investors also coming up and showing a lot of interest, we have to have these kind of things. And awareness creation. This room is very aware, full of awareness, knowledge is there, but not many other people. When we talk about even at the states when we start discussing, and this is about the people who have been into this kind of industry, they would not acknowledge that yes, biomass is that big a potential and biomass is that important. So all these things have to be there. So that's all from my side, and I would be very happy to discuss offline also and take further questions in the next sessions as we come. So in the interest of time, thank you very much, and I would like to now invite the next speaker, Mr. Ranganathan from Biotherm Industries. He would present an innovative case on the gasification, what business he is doing and what kind of potential. So a little different perspective from what we have been doing. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm going to give slightly a different perspective to biomass emission. And we're talking about green heat and carbon capture. So just not only it is going to replace fossil fuel, this technology, but it is also going to capture carbon and sequester it for very long periods. So this got two sides. So we have these challenges that we are facing. Humanity itself, global warming, soil acidification, loss of soil organic carbon, loss of tree cover, safely replacement of fossil fuel, lower agricultural income. So there is one technology which can address all these needs. The forecasted effects of global warming is that we're going to have increasingly rapid sea level rise, increased frequency of floods and droughts, accelerated extinction of plants and animal species. And we are seeing all these things happening. And climate change caused by global warming will affect the health of millions of people by increasing suffering and deaths from heat waves, floods, storms, fires, and drought. I am from the south. I come from Chennai basically, and I'm operating from Bangalore. And just last week, we had such a huge human suffering happening because of floods, and it has been attributed to global warming. So, reversing global warming, is it possible? Yes, to a great extent. We can capture carbon dioxide by growing plants. Plants take in carbon dioxide, give out oxygen. and store the carbon and convert this woody biomass to energy to replace fossil fuel. And we get clean energy, and in the process of biomass gasification, we get carbon as a byproduct. It's a very unique. And this carbon can be sequestered in the soil for hundreds and thousands of years. See, we have national objectives. We can clean the outside forests in India. It's a very recent program started by the government of India. We are expecting to have something like 30% tree cover, whereas India has only about 20% tree cover. So government of India wants trees outside forests. So we have a program called TOFFEE, which is being supported by USA. Then we have National Mission for Green India. We have National Action Plan on climate change, National Policy on Biofuel to reduce import of petroleum products. We have National Mission on Natural Farming, Pradhan Mantri Yojana. We have so many programs. So this particular technology is perfectly in alignment with all these programs that we are working. Expectations
वही क्या है सर आ रहा है क्लीन आ रहा है
replace fossil
इसमें ऐसा दिख रहा है बट
improve agricultural production, improve soil quality, provide large-scale employment, capture international carbon, sequester carbon for thousands of years, improve the prosperity of industry. Are all these objectives possible? Yes, with this one simple technology, we have been able to achieve all these things. What is biomass gasification? I think most of us know what biomass gasification is. It is basically a process where biomass is converted to producer gas. And this producer gas is very clean, and we can operate engines, and we can also use it for thermal applications. Why gasification of biomass? It is because small decentralized units are possible. We can have very small units. It is very cost effective. Cost effective in the sense that both capital cost as well as running cost is very, very low. It's round the clock energy generation system. We can, because the biomass has the energy and we're just converting it, to useful gas. So this round the clock generation is possible. It's expandable. And cogeneration, trigeneration are possible with this technology. And then this is most important thing is it's carbon negative. Biomass gasification is the only carbon negative technology in the entire gamut of energy. And biomass gasification does not pollute, it does not generate any pollutants. Producer gas, which is the main product, can replace fossil fuels such as coal, diesel, pipe natural gas, compressed natural gas, LPG, and furnace oil. These are all expensive fuel, which is being used in industry in large scale. All this can be replaced by biomass. So by using this technology, we are elevating the level of biomass to that of LPG and CNG. How much of wood is required to replace these expensive fossil fuels? We require only 3.5 kilograms of biomass to replace 1 liter of diesel. We require about 4 kilograms to replace 1 kilogram of LPG. And 3 kilograms of biomass to replace 1 kilogram of fuel. And furnace oil is also about 3 kgs. The footprint of these systems are very small. The quality of gas is very good. The water usage is near zero. The water treatment that is required is very, very small. Internal power consumption is very, very less. The operational maintenance is very simple. And the carbon particulate matter, which is the biggest challenge that this technology has faced, has been reduced considerably. The calorific value of the gas, equivalent to 1 kilogram of biomass, is close to about 3,000 to 3,200 kilograms. It means that we are talking about energy efficiency of about 75%, in addition to the carbon that we are producing as a byproduct, which has normally about 10 to 15% of the energy. So the overall energy that is lost in converting biomass to produce a gas is hardly about 10 to 15%. turn down ratio of 3:1. It means that these plants can be operated at 33% capacity. So, without losing efficiency. And the heating values are very high. The biochar production, 10% of the weight to the biomass that is being used can be converted to biochar. So here, we are converting biomass to two products, or I would say three products. One is producer gas or syngas, the other is biochar, and there is some excess heat that is also produced. So typically the gasification scheme is like this. Establish plantations, biomass plantations, extract the biomass, use it in the gasifier and convert it to produce gas. The byproduct of biochar goes back to the field and it is sequestered in the soil for thousands of years. The gas is cleaned and cooled, can be combusted either inside the engine to generate power or it can be combusted outside for heat energy. And in the process of generating power, we also get a lot of heat. So that heat can be converted to refrigeration and it can be used for thermal application. So this entire process is a tri-generation process, a closed loop system, and a carbon negative system, which is highly efficient. And see, we have two uses of biomass when it goes through the gasification process. One is the immediate benefit that we get, which is energy. And the second is we are storing the biochar for improving agriculture, for increasing our soil organic carbon, for greenhouse gas reduction. So this has got both short-term as well as long-term benefits. Biochar has been included by IPCC in a special report published on 8 October 2018 as a negative emission technology. So by this, the biomass gasification which produces biochar also becomes a negative emission technology. This is the only negative emission technology that we have in the entire gamut of energy generation systems. Biochar is like a type of charcoal, but with very high porosity. 1 gram of this biochar has a surface area of about 600 square meters. It can hold 6 times its weight water. It can hold 6 times its weight. And it is used basically for soil improvement, for carbon sequestration, and agricultural use. They are all linked to each other. So when you use this for increasing your soil carbon, automatically your agricultural yields increase. Automatically your water holding capacity of the soil increases. Automatically your requirement of fertilizers come down. And this biochar is stored in soil for hundreds and thousands of years. A research report published by Indian Institute of Horticultural Research. And we have used biochar here to see what is the effect of it on the plant, the yield in grapes. Grape is a very valuable crop. So we wanted to see as to how it is going to increase the yield in grapes. It increased, when we applied biochar, it increased the chlorophyll content of the leaf, the leaf area increased, the total shoot length increased, the incremental distance increased, the cane diameter increased, and the berry size increased. And the yield increased by close to about 10%. 1 acre of grape will give a revenue of anywhere between 10 to 15 lakh rupees for the grape farmer. So if you're talking about a 10% increase, for a grape farmer, it is a big amount. It's about 1.5 lakh rupees a year for a very small cost. Not only that, the total soluble sugars decrease, the acidity decrease, the anthocyanins, which is responsible for the color, increase, the color intensity increase, and and the print increased. So the fruit was very beautiful to look at, very tasty, less star. And not only that, the biochar helped reduce the physiological loss in the fruit. In the sense that if you keep the grape for some time, it shrinks. So that loss reduced by 28%. And the rotten and fallen fruits reduced by about 23%. So overall it was good for the farmer, the soil, and the consumer. And scientists have explored the use of biochar. This was done by work was done by Indian Institute of Food Science and Technology. They have seen doubling of biomass when we applied biochar in the soil. So biomass production itself can be increased by applying biochar. Our objectives have been to establish biomass plantation, establish biomass gasification plants for power generation for thermal application. So these are gasifiers that we have manufactured, designed, manufactured, and exported to Japan. This is a biomass gasification plant that we have set up in North Karnataka, in a place called Bioenergy. It's a 2 megawatt power plant. So we have established about 500 acres of biomass plantation. And the biomass plantations, these are called energy crops. And they have been, the energy crops have been grown on wasteland, land which cannot be used for regular agriculture. Here the soil pH was close to about 10, and no other food crop would grow here. So we established these plantations. This is a bamboo plantation we established. You can see the barren land was converted to a forest in a matter of about 2 years. This is a power plant. This is a dam where we are using the radiant heat and converting it to refrigeration. These are gasifiers, these are engines for power generation. This is the quality of gas. This is the quality of gas. Absolutely clean. No trace of tar, particulate matter. This is a small gasifier that we have set up in an aluminum die casting plant inside the factory. Here we are using the biomass gasifier for aluminium die. This is the aluminium die casting unit. This is a mother furnace. And this is a plant, the footprint is about 200 square feet. And this is able to replace about 50 liters of diesel per hour, about 1,000 liters of diesel per day is being replaced by this plant. A very clean operation. And the footprint is hardly 400 square feet. temperature of the furnace required is about 800 to 900 degrees Celsius. So biomass is converted to producer gas, we are operating a furnace, and from the furnace, the molten metal is transferred to a ladder, and from there it goes to the holding furnace. And this is the quality of gas. Inside the factory, we are operating a gasifier, very clean gas, no. The other industry where we have employed this system is tea industry. Tea is currently using coal, PNG, LPG and diesel as a fuel to drive it. About 83% of the tea comes from northeastern region, and where these fuel are being used, all fossil fuels, and expensive. So to convert, to make 1 kilogram of made tea, normally requires about 14 rupees to 30 rupees is the fuel cost. And when you use biomass, it is only about 5 rupees. So the savings is anywhere between 83% to 58%, depending on what fuel you are using. So it's highly efficient, proven, and very cost effective. So the aluminum die casting industry is a very fit case. Here green heat can be used, and we are replacing PNG, LPG, diesel, furnace oil, and electricity for melting aluminum. And these are people with whom we are in touch, and we have shown a lot of interest in this technology. The current cost of melting aluminum varies between 4 rupees 50 paisa to 6 rupees 80 paisa per kilogram, and it can be reduced anywhere between 44% to 62% using biomass. The technologies are very proven. And if you see the cost benefit analysis of a 500 kg per hour biomass gasifier employed in an aluminum die casting industry, we are able to replace close to 7 crore rupee worth LPG with about 2.88 crores worth biomass. The benefit could be as high as 4.4 crore rupees only for saving the energy cost. In addition to that, the farmers, they get another 86 lakh rupees as profit from growing energy crops. And then you have the biochar, it has a value in agriculture, and that can fetch us about 36 lakh rupees. And then there is a carbon credit. Biochar has the highest carbon credit among all the other things. So you get close to about $100 per carbon credit when you bury biochar. So that could translate to about 86 lakh rupees. The total benefit could be about 6.5 crore rupees for an investment of about 1 crore rupees. And these are the gasifiers that are being installed in various industries. We have gasifiers for power generation, for replacing LPG in various factories in the artillery. We have gasifiers for replacing diesel in toys and engineering factories. Gasifier for replacing diesel in a toy factory, for replacing diesel in a die casting factory, for replacing diesel in hot water generation, replacing LPG in a rotomolding factory, who are manufacturing water tanks. So we have 2 gasifiers that are being operated in Japan, and we are also using this gasifier for tea drying in Assam. So we have in all about 10 plants operating in India and about 2 in Japan. Thank you.
gasifiers have been in vogue for quite a few years.
Right.
Commercial gas, as you know, was in cities even in Bombay long ago. But one of the issues which people have faced as customers is this problem of tar.
Can you hear me?
And how does that get solved? Because
So some of these installations, we've been operating this gasifier on round-the-clock basis for more than 3 years. Like there is a factory where I'm replacing about 1,000 liters of diesel per day for the last maybe 1,000 days. More than 1 million liters of diesel I think. It's an industrial setup. So, and it is running on a round-the-clock basis, continuously. We are not facing a problem. And that is because of the technology that we have adopted. As I mentioned in my presentation, the tar and particulate matter in our gasifier, what we have designed and what we are using, is extremely low. It's extremely low, and that is seen from the quality of gas, the image I showed, which is blue in color. So if you have a blue colored gas, that means that there is no particulate matter in that. The combustion is complete 100% and there is no tar. So even if there are traces of tar or particulate matter, the color would change to yellow.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan, for your presentation. And I think something new and innovative business model he is working on, and not only just in theory, but also with a couple of installations in the different parts of the country and with proven good results. And the kind of payback you are showing, I think it's very, it gives all of us a kind of a thought that yes, this should be taken up and taken up very seriously. So a lot of learnings I think from this session. Now we move to the next session where we will talk about the value proposition of biomass. And as a first speaker, I would be inviting Colonel Rohit Dev, who does not need any introduction. He is currently the advisor for biomass supply chain.
You're saying something I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, he is joining us online. Yes. Can I ask him to start? Okay.
Namaste, everybody. My apologies for not being here because I had a leave in today in Delhi with some company I'm assisting. So I will just not take much of your time. I've been asked by Gauravji to focus on some key aspects of supply chain management in terms of the various end usages which we are envisaging in our energy transition. So we will just discuss that. I will limit myself to a few pointers and would immediately queries. Post that if we have anything to ideate or discuss, happy to discuss individually with any company or any association which is there. At the outset, thank you to MNRE, GIC and Indian Biogas Association for this and pertinent sort of a summit meet, and in that also being able to identify the various usage for the energy segment in terms of the upstream, per se and the midstream. So without let me just give to enter energy transition of our country stated until 2070. We have our own commitments to meet the aspirations of our citizens and the industry in terms of the domestic and the industrial use of energy. We have been able to evolve in parts, not fully, some components of the energy transition roadmap, and we are going ahead with that. So just to give a broad example of the biofuel segment, what is currently doable, scalable is in the compressed biogas segment, which has got enough in the midstream. The downstream is very well guaranteed by the government of the day, and also the upstream part challenges remain as with any other biofuels segment. The E2G dream is also seeing a push for the last maybe 5 and 6 years, and while we have a few plants of the Indian OMCs coming up, it still needs to SAS and due to the CORSIA norms, and also India has dived into the green hydrogen business as well. So trying to create economies of scale and things like that. I very much appreciate the challenges. There are materialistic challenges of availability of critical earth material, and there are other challenges as well. So coming down to the energy segment as such, my first recommendation for the forum is that we should be able to speak in voice and be able to get the energy sector in our country in the union list of business in the parliament and this. Unfortunately, there are segments of our industry which are into concurrent list, state and center. And while that is the case, it does not augur well for a scale or for a long term goal. Because by any FI from abroad to invest in India, it does not augur well for even give the moral support to the technology players to have POTs and collaborations. It has got its own set of, because land remains an issue, the ancillaries used in terms of electricity availability, water, things like that, have also got an impact. So the first recommendation is that, and we can again on this more at the forum level and give our recommendations to the different ministries in the government of India. I'm aware MNRE is doing, and Shri Jagdale would be part of this, kind of ideation. So let's take this ahead. The second part is that for nearly about 1.5 to 2 decades, when we were in the first revolution in the biogas segment, we failed. So let's acknowledge we failed. All our power plants working on biomass and NPS, and we could not achieve the goal we had stated. But today, there is a problem. The problem is not the dream we have for energy transition, biofuels, and how each ministry is trying to assess this drive. The problem at the macro level, if you can bear what I'm saying, is that we want to retard or the migration from the rural belt to the urban centers of our country. In that, we need to focus on development of the rural segment itself. So all to come around the ecosystem of the rural belt itself. India does not want a shortfall of food segment or any other segment that will not be cultivated in India itself. So I think that's the biggest challenge. So the 8-10 ministries together are trying to think about it today has to be centered around the rural belt. So you will have to think, even from the ministries not in the energy segment, for example, health, for example, education, all such ministries have to focus on the rural belt. So there has to be a cog in the wheel where all these spokes can join the hub and the wheel can run, collectively. So I think that sort of a bioeconomy, circular economy at the rural level is key. The third is about the availability, which is a sustainable supply chain of biomass. This is something, and I've been talking to all industries in India and globally. Everybody feels that the upstream problem which the country faces is the most in-the-face kind of a problem which needs to be addressed. People are going to set up small plants for briquetting, requiring 10,000 tons to 40,000 tons depending on the output they have planned. People are going to put biofuel plants which needs from 40 to 60,000 tons for a CBG to maybe a 2 lakh, 3 lakh tons for a SAF or E2G plant. And then there are people who are running small-scale entrepreneurial drives because they are making clothing, shoes, particle boards, furniture, crockery, or whatever kind of packaging from the same biomass. They are also of 5, 10,000 So while biomass in the 11 crops which the MSMEs in the dietetic report, I think there are more crops. So somewhere around 238, 250 what the government estimates say of biomass, which is actually a potential of 750 million metric tons, actually 3 times more, is the current scale at which India can look at for utilization. Now the problem is, this commodity 7 years back was a commodity which was available, but the industry was paid to utilize. As we have transitioned and the push both by MNRE, MOPNG to be in particular, and also in the offering is going to be MOCA, we will find that there a scarcity of this commodity in a regional or a localized space in the country itself. For example, if you're going to go into other states, and I'm just taking a name, so don't mind me taking a name, because Punjab was off the block by allocating 20 CGI, compressed biogas plants in 20 different localities. Slowly you enter the locality, CBG plant. There's also briquetting plants coming up. Similarly, say to talk about Batenda, there's a plant in the offing which talks about a plant coming to Panipat. So let's go to Panipat. And if some entrepreneur wants to come and establish some low utilization plants like briquetting plants or any tree plant there, eat into the 5 months. So command zoning for both this and also the energy plantation, because much of we talk in biofuels is also today hinging on how we drive the energy plantation in our country to sustain high yield crops which are going to help us for that particular biofuel production. So I think this is the next key of how we zone and put the command zones in place. The next and the most important is how we carry the stakeholder called the farmer in the game. We all talk in very nice forums. We go to COP and we talk about best practices, inculcation. We have made the GBA, where we have started with the best practice sharing as the model to be. We will talk about propriety. We will talk about collaborative effort for development of technology and production lines in India, up to the Atmanirbhar Bharat. But the problem in all this is not that it can't happen. It has to happen. It will happen. But the challenge is that we are not still thinking. Very thinkers at the level of investors, at the level of project developers are thinking, A, how to carry the key stakeholder called the farmer in the entire value chain, and B, how to mitigate challenges of sustainable supply chain in the industry. So there are the two factors that people are looking very critically, but not putting their skin in the game. So I would say that the model with to work is not a triple B model in this business. It's not a shoe making business or a glass making business anymore. It's in which the rural development has to be the key. So the farmer, which is the 4th P in the 4P model, this is a triple P you say called 4P, and farmer is the 4th P or the first P, whichever way you put in, has to have his stake in the game. To give you a very layman example, you take from the farmer Prali. When I say Prali or biomass, it is agnostic to any feedstock and pan-India basis, not limited to a particular region. If you take it from him, say at 2 rupees today, to make a particular product, say called want to make a briquette or a pellet today to supply to either NTPC or any private player, you can do that, and then you are living a risk. The risk is I can go to the same farmer tomorrow. And since I want to make furniture for IKEA, I can tell him, okay, I will take it at 4 rupees. Because I can afford to make a particle board, make a nice furniture out of it, or crash it and make a furniture, mold it and send it abroad for sales which are permitted, or sell it in India at a premium cost which people are paying for. So you will find there is a diverse procurement price and there can be no single price. The government can put an MSP on a food grade. The government will be very wary of to put the price at fixed price, and at the top line for the biomass for a farmer. We are governed by certain laws in our country that we can't do it actually. So why we that thing to happen? So what we do is you are creating a contingency. So what I am saying is, for example, in the E2G stream, for example, or SF stream, you would have multiple intermediaries and multiple derivative products that are coming out of the entire value chain, and which goes to manufacture or help assist manufacture of use the niche products. See the profit gains. It's not the E to G fuel itself, but in the value chain you have produced more chemicals and more products which have grown and produced more different divergent products and more value in terms of value they are higher. How about when you make a killing by selling all these midstream products and the final stream product, you plow back a profit of that earning 0.25, 0.1, 1%, whatever you can do, back to the community, back to the farmer. So my idea is that you may get the prali at 2 rupees, but you may actually be able to give him 3 to 4 rupees more at the end of a E2G process or a SF process. Maybe you can give him about a rupee and a half more at the end of a CBG project, and maybe you can give him 50 paisa more at the cost of briquetting or pelleting project. So we can do the financial modeling. But if that is the game, then what you do is you get the farmer as a stakeholder. The next point is about ownership, and it is very critical. I have met a team number of project developers in the last 5-7 years, and their problem has been that they want to buy the biomass as if they were in a marketplace. Let me give you 2 suggestions. If you gradually start with 10%, 30%, 50%, depending on the capex capability, how capital you are, and if you actually own the equipment, and if you actually buy the land for creating this warehousing, for the depots for biomass aggregation, don't want to go into the model of wind energy of Jaisalmer. You want to remain in the future and own these assets. You will find that when you add up this cost over a 20, 30, 15 year tenure of the project, it actually becomes a little more viable in terms of getting your cost of the biomass itself down, right? So I've done a project. We can share probably personally if you want to connect with me how this can be done. The next issue is about how the government is to curate the financial schemes. Much has been done. I'm not saying nothing has been done. Much has been done, especially in the last 3.5 to 4 years, and especially with the focus of people from the private sector who went as joint secretaries into the 2 or 3 critical ministries. They have done a great job in trying to push the narrative for this energy transition. But the problem is still not solved. So what we need to do is try to get the skin in the game of the state government and the central government. A is policy initiation. So if you see agricultural infra fund or any other grant or scheme under that, you can cover the from farm to factory, but in parts. It's in parts. It's not a cohesive one value chain of financial funding or investment or debt or equity raise, which takes care of the entire value chain, either going towards briquetting, pelleting, or going towards biofuels or going to any other end use. It's not there. It's in parts. And the problem is the mid-level or the lower income level farmers are not able to get the benefits directly. So what's happening is companies are pitching up from top as an intermediary. I can call them middlemen, kind of a concept in the food grain cycle. And they are the ones who are taking the margins and taking everything else in the game. So farmer is left out. So you need to enable the upstream by enable the farmer through these grants and schemes which are stitched. It can be in a cooperative model, it can be in an individual basis model, and then aligned with that, aspects of credit rating and collateral damage guarantees and collateral guarantees has to be relooked for the upstream. It is not like the same for the midstream. To the midstream player who is a global OMC or a big ticket cash-rich company, you can talk your terms. But to curate and drive the upstream, you can't have the same norms, so this requires a rethink in the financial realm. The second is, what can you give free? You want the biofuel drive to come, so obviously land is a key component. So how about the state or the center together pitching in and saying, okay, take this wasted land, this country not cultivable, give it to any dimension, give it to farmers, cooperatives, big industries, whatever you want to do. But give it to them for the energy plantation. Give it to them to set up the plant which are large scale, where you want the plant and the supply chain to be co-located. And that is how you will be able to put the skin in the game and say this lease for 99 years, 35 years, whatever years you want to do as per the life of the project, and you can take it on. So that plus the ancillaries at what cost, water, the electricity, and what, and the ease of doing through a single window, each state being agnostic to the each state cannot define its own terms and conditions, right? So that has to be also the norm. I'm not too sure how much I've spoken, but somebody like Gaurav, if I have to stop somewhere, please raise your hand and I will then conclude. The next point thereafter is how to do the skill development part in the upskill, and that is very, very important. We have a plethora of segments where the biomass will go for the end use. I have initiated into three categories. One is incineration, boilers, one is biofuel, and third is any other ancillary talked about initially. Now, in all of this, you will find that there is a very, very important detailing to be done in terms of how to package this entire thing into skill sets and training development centers of excellence, not from the point of view of only training, but center of excellence for even agricultural production, how to get the yields high, in terms of harvest, do it better for efficiencies, then the logistics part. So in the logistic domain, and most of you work in the rural segment, in the segment, you will find that in the logistic part, we have absolute structure. So we are going by mandi norms, transportation, we have special delivery vehicles from farm to the warehousing of trolleys, and we don't know how to do it beyond 4 or 5 major companies in India, but their skills are limited. They cannot. Policy is coming down, right? It's coming down, it's going to affect every industry in the country. So we need to channelize that policy into the domain economy. So all these threats are coming down as well. So I think there is much to be done. I think, so I think my time is broken up. So just give me about 10 seconds more. And in this 10 seconds, I only want to tell you is that we have come a long way with a failure a decade and a half back. We're today upbeat about what we want to achieve and let it put up. There's each kind of segment, whether you want to see an sort of like the membrane, you want to see the technology, they are all made of very, important rare earth materials which are not found in India. So India has to also drive green hydrogen and things like, we are thinking about it, biofuels. From that perspective, that what is in India, can technology be evolved around that? Or how do we then partner with other countries today to be able to see that availability of the critical metal or mineral is not, causing a negative consequence. So I think there are many things and messages to discuss. I will not take more time. I'm here for if you have to, ideate on what I've said or ask me any queries or questions. If we have to take it ahead individually through the, Indian Biogas Association, we can meet anytime. And I'm based out of Delhi, and Gaurav has all my coordinates. So thank you very much for patient listening. Jai. If they are going to take 5 minutes to stop, then I will understand that we are through. So whichever way correct, because I can't hear anything.
Thank you, Colonel Dev, for his, as always, very charged up comments, and when he takes up, he starts speaking, we will take all policymakers, everybody, financiers, bankers on board, but I think that is what is needed when we want to intend in a positive manner to do something good for the sector. So moving on to the next speaker, I would now like to invite Mr. Yogesh Damle, Director, NF Solutions. He would be talking about the value proposition, and they have been doing pretty good work on the biomass steam boiler side. And I would also take this opportunity to thank Yogesh ji for being a very active member in part of our study, because whenever we were in doubt, we would go back to him and ask for whether these results are right or not, and he connected us with many MSMEs as well. So thank you, sir, for your inputs throughout, and we look forward to your guidance as we move ahead. Please, sir, for your presentation.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to speak over here. So actually, Vinit has covered many of my points when we talk about biomass as a fuel. The one important point which Vinit has already covered in his report, that if you see the industry, the process industry, they require a lot of energy for their processes. And what we see, this lot of energy they require in terms of heating and cooling applications. So we take any example of process industry, we see they require heating and cooling application. For that they require energy. Now this energy they get, if we go some few years back, few decades back, we see that energy was coming from basically from coal, which is a fossil fuel. The another source was, for example, the furnace oil, and then natural gas, this kind of fuels were there. But all these are fossil fuels. Now, since a few years, we started seeing that change, and what we see, the industry is getting this energy from biomasses. Now, the beauty of biomasses is it's a kind of, or we can say almost, carbon neutral cycle. So during its growth, the plant, I'm not talking about wood, but I'm talking about the particular biomass at agrowaste. So they, during their growth, they take energy from sun, so it's a photosynthesis process, and they take basically a carbon dioxide from the nature for their own growth. Now, why we grow this particular agrowaste? This is for our consumption, for grains, for some for other many applications. Now, whatever waste get out of this, it got a very huge energy. It has already taken carbon dioxide from the nature, and now this biomass, which is having energy, is available for us for the industrial use. And now these biomasses are being used by many industries for their process applications, to generate steam, to heat thermal oil, to heat hot water. These are the typical medias which any industry require for their process applications. So I will straight away go to numbers where we can see how this biomass can be very useful for a process industry. Just click on it. It's an Excel file. Control, or you can open the Excel file. Control, or there's Excel file in the folder. That folder. Now, whenever these industries try to switch over from their conventional fuels, basically furnace oil, coal, or natural gas, these are the three major fossil fuels in industry use. When they switch over from these fuels to biomasses, how it helps to them, that is, I just want to show in the Excel file. Not able to? Just take it down. The whole page. So I've just taken up one example. If you see a typical process industry, what they do, they use boilers. So I'm just taking one media, that is a steam, and the industry has different capacity boilers. So I've just taken one average capacity, that's a 10 ton or 10,000 kgs per hour steam. Any industry required. Now if you see, I don't know whether you are able to see the numbers or not. If you see the industry which is using say, natural gas and furnace oil, and if you go down, just go down. It's okay. It's okay. So the first column, the E column, it is about biomasses. The F and G, F column is for furnace oil, G column for natural gas, and then the H column for Indonesian coal. Generally, the industry prefer to use Indonesian coal rather than Indian coal for their, there are reasons for that. Now you see just a 10-ton boiler, which was say being used on the furnace oil. If it is switched over to the biomasses, so you can see the F column, wherein you can see almost 2,300 lakhs of rupees they can save if they just switch over to biomasses. The G column again for natural gas. If they switch over from natural gas to biomass as a fuel, you can see they are almost saving 2,400 lakhs per annum, which is not applicable in Indonesian coal case because there was a time almost a year and 2 years back when the Indonesian coal prices were gone up, and that time biomass was very attractive. But right now it is not. But as far as coal is concerned, the real gain comes in not in terms of money, but in terms of environment. So you can see when we use coal as a fuel, so we can see the CO2 generation from coal because it is not a carbon neutral fuel. So it is almost 23,000 tons of CO2 a 10-ton boiler when using Indonesian coal as a fuel generates. But that is not applicable in a biomass fuel because it's almost, I will not say 100%, but almost a carbon neutral cycle. So that many carbon, that many CO2, tons of CO2 can be saved if we go for biomasses. For furnace oil and natural gas, you can see the both benefits, the financial benefit and the environmental benefit. So this is the value proposition biomass can give to industry, the process industries. There are some examples I would like to give you. It was the year 2008, and the MNC company, its name is PepsiCo. Earlier they were using in their processes, furnace oil as a fuel. In 2008, they first thought about to convert to biomass. Now, converting to biomass from furnace oil, converting from natural gas to biomass is not an easy task. First thing, there has to be a very great awareness among the industries or the process user when he is switching over from furnace oil to natural gas and furnace oil to biomasses. It's not a very easy task. Okay, financially it's very attractive, but when we think about the process, because any process industry owner is more and more worried about his own process, about his product. Okay, that should be produced in a sustainable manner. So he's not much worried about what is the utility like steel, how it is coming, what value saving he is getting, because his stake is in his products. So generally people don't switch over from these fossil fuels to biomasses so easily. But in 2008, they thought about to switch over. Now when they thought about to switch over in their Kolkata plant, because there was a rice husk abundantly available. So they thought about to switch over from furnace oil to rice husk. But rice husk, biomasses, now there are challenges which we will speak when we go ahead in the presentation. So one of the challenges in the biomass is it's a solid fuel. Okay, it's a dusty fuel. So whenever we talk about a process plant like Pepsi, which is a food industry, it is not not so easy for them to switch over to this dusty fuel right from furnace oil, which is not so dusty. It's a very kind of, we say, clean fuel when we talk about the environment, the bottom environment or the ground reality. Now, but somehow they took the decision, they switch over to biomass, which is a rice husk, and somehow they gone for a good technology, so which took care of which took care of their the cleanliness issue, and they found a success. Financially, it was just 6-7 months payback period. Environmentally, it's a carbon neutral cycle. When we talk about the company like PepsiCo, they are very keen on environmental aspects. When they saw they are saving so many CO2s, so they got two benefits. One is financial, the second one is the environmental. And after that, there was no stopping for them. For all the 13 installations which came up in next 10 years, 12 years, they straight away went to biomass fired boilers. So this is one typical example. There are examples like the MNCs, Coca-Cola, HUL, all of their plants, they are working with biomasses. Yes, there are some exceptions, there are some reasons for that. This is about MNCs. If we talk about MSMEs, there are typical many customers. I will take just one example, which is a Jalgaon-based, very small oil industry. What they are doing, they have a very small boiler, just 2-ton boiler, and one thermal oil heater, just 1 lakh kilocalorie. And what they are using biomasses instead of the. Now, when we talk about in the just earlier side, what we saw, this steam cost, because many industries see this utility in terms of steam cost. So what they generally the steam cost they get out of furnace oil and natural gas almost more than 3 rupees, 3 rupees to 5 rupees. Now when they switch out to biomasses, that cost typically goes to 1 rupees to 2 rupees in between. Okay, but generally typically it is like very close to 1 to 1.5 rupees. So this Jalgaon based customer, what he is doing, there is abundantly available this corn cobs and the corn stock. So he just getting that biomasses and using in his process industry. It's a very small customer, I will say small scale industry customer, but he is also getting that benefit. He is getting the steam at the cost of just 1 rupees and 25 paisa instead of 3 rupees, 4 rupees. So this is a value proposition industry get from biomasses. When we talk about small scale industry, he is not much worried about CO2. He does, maybe the case, maybe he don't understand that CO2 things, but he understands the money things and which benefit a biogas gives to him. That's the first part about financial aspect, the value proposition biogas can give to industry. The second value proposition, I will not say only to industry but to all of us, that is in terms of CO2. The third proposition, value proposition which biomass gives, it's basically employment. So we see the employment, when we talk about say furnace oil and natural gas, there is absolutely, I will say, on the ground very in the industry or on a say generation part, there is no as such any employment generation. But when we go to a biomass as a fuel, we see a lot of employment at the farming side, in the aggregation side, and where biomass is used in the industry, there also requires a lot of manpower. Okay. Whatever values, the steam cost we saw, it already includes that labor cost as well. But it ultimately generates employment at every level. The third value proposition which I see, it's an income to farmers. So the biomass or agro waste is basically produced at the farmer level, and when industry use it instead of furnace oil, instead of natural gas, instead of coal, so automatically that money percolates to the producer, that is farmer. Nowadays it's not a, I will not say it's a big amount, but in coming days it will become a very big amount. The the fourth one, that is when we don't use this biomass and agro waste for the things like this. Okay, there will be a small usage that is basically cattle feed, but it's a very small thing. Nowadays, cattle are getting reduced and reduced. So where this agro waste and farm waste will go, if it is not used in the industry, so it has to be burned because farmer want to clear his land for the next cultivation. So the absolute or the what is the easy way to get rid of this agro waste is nothing but just burning in the farm, and that is not a good way to burn in the farm. Just in a scientific way, we can talk when we burn biomass in a boiler. So we burn it in a very effective way, and that way. In a biomass or in any fuel, the energy is produced by carbon, basically a carbon. Now, when carbon is properly burned in a boiler, it becomes CO2, carbon dioxide, and in that process, it releases almost 8,000 kilocalorie energy per kg of carbon. But when it is burned in a farm, so it is not burned in a very scientific or in an efficient way. That per se it generates more and more carbon monoxide. Now when carbon monoxide is done, it's basically forget about energy because it's just 2000. But important is carbon monoxide is very hazardous to a nature. So we can imagine if it is burned in a farm, what can be the problem? But when it is burned in an industry in a proper way, it doesn't create that big problem. And while we're using in the industry, it's going to produce the energy. If not, it was supposed to be from furnace oil, natural gas, or coal, which are basically what we can say. It's not a carbon neutral fuel. The next slide. I think these are only 2 slides. Yeah. So that's all from my side. I just tried to give you numbers wherein how biomass can transmit a value proposition to industry in terms of financial aspects, how it can give a value proposition to us as a human being, and a financial support to the producers like farmers. Thank you very much. Yes, they can be. Yeah, actually, there was one separate session for that, wherein I was supposed to talk on that part. That's a separate thing. When we talk about transition from say furnace oil, coal, or natural gas to biomass, so it's not a smooth transition, just like as it is. But the good part of the whole game is for industry, capex doesn't matter much. It's a very small amount. The main thing is OPEX, and in OPEX, the main cost is of fuel. It's a very huge cost. So when they make a transition from this furnace oil, natural gas to biomasses, they're going to get a lot of benefit out of OPEX. Okay, but it's not as just simple. You go there and just change a switch and you change from this to this. Okay. Any industry, when it is running with furnace oil or natural gas, they got a certain setup of boiler. Okay. A thumb rule is it cannot be used for biomasses. Okay. Whenever they even want to switch over from natural gas to biogas, there are certain aspects which has to be looked by an expert, a boiler expert. There are solutions. Okay. Even a natural gas fired boiler can be switched over to biomass. Possible, okay, but that industry owner has to decide whether he has to switch over from natural gas fired boiler to biomass fired boiler or not, because he has to see the efficiency, because 1 kg of biomasses produces particular kgs of steam. When that switch over happens, it cannot produce that efficiently. But if it is a completely new setup, a new capex, it's very easy because it will run efficiently and he will get that value very quickly. So anyway, that is a separate topic when we talk about retrofits and new installations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yogesh sir, for sharing your perspective and also showing us on the cost parameters that how effective it is. And I think as the day goes ahead, we are all getting convinced that this is the business case and which we all need to and start implementing if not done already. So moving on, and they are doing quite a lot of innovative work on the biogas side. So over to you, sir, for sharing your perspective.
Hello everyone. Thank you MNRE, GIZ and IIT for giving us the opportunity. As we are running a bit short of time, lacking behind the time, I will skip few slides and move forward. So the major intention for this presentation is how innovative technologies will help to harness the potential in green hydrogen, biomethane, all those targets. So I think we are aware about this, how much biomass is available, what are the potential and how we can get utilized for the green energy. So there are various ways to harness this potential through, say, for example, Bioenergy or Gasification, and various technologies are available. So to get this either biomethane, biodiesel or green hydrogen, all this can be possible to get from this biomass. Now coming to what exactly Evonik will offer in this segment. So Evonik is basically a German company, leading specialty chemical company, operating into various domains. So we have products into specialty additives, nutrition and care, and smart material. So membrane is one of the products which is coming from high performance polymer, and that is especially for the gas separation application, whether it's a natural gas or a process gas or syngas, all those things. So these products have been manufactured in Austria. We have a strong R&D team in Mark, Germany. So these are the two platforms basically where we are looking for. So hollow fiber membrane technology, that is especially for gas application, whereas flat sheet membrane, that is targeting for the natural gas or vapor recovery, all those things. So as a chemical company, we start our own monomer manufacturing, converting to polymer, then hollow fiber, and membrane cartridge. Then we integrate along with our OEM partner, they will make the systems. So we have entire control over this. And the beauty is that we can produce the polymer which are either highly selective or highly capacitive, and the blending will help to reduce the entire OpEx. So these are the major target areas: green for biogas, noble for syngas application, H2CO ratio adjustment or hydrogen recovery unit we can do. Nitrogen for onboard OB application, onboard inert gas generation, either in fighter jets or all those things. And we have natural gas purification, NGP. This is a long journey we have started from 2011 and achieved a milestone of more than 1,000 plants for this Cyclone green membrane in biogas application. So entire product range has been developed across over a period of time, and we are establishing our new technology, AEM, for the green hydrogen application also. So this is the basic principle how the hollow fiber membrane works. Basically, the feed gas is coming from one end and under the pressure, and there are two ports where we can get this permeate, which is the gases which are permeating faster. They are fast moving and they will get out, whereas the gases which are slow moving will be retained. So this is the hollow fiber membrane. So how it looks, these are basically a bundle of hollow fiber that have been integrated together, and it's a containerized system. You can put it and it can be, little space is required. So this is very simple, as we like to harness the potential in bioenergy crop, biomass. You can look at digestion part. After digestion, the purification can be done, and bio-LNG or bio-CNG, gas grid injection, all those things can be possible. So there are some in prejudices about the membrane technology because it's a new technology to the Indian market, I can say, not to the Europe or US. So there may be something that what is the lifetime, whether it is sensitive. All this will come into mind when anybody selects. So what we can say that we can expect a lifetime of more than 10 years based on the data which we have generated. So it's one of the reliable technology. More than 1,000 plants are already running. Best optimum when we look at the capex and opex, that is one of the area. Also the sensitivity. Yes, there is a sensitivity, but that can be reduced. So that can be eliminated by proper pre-treatment, and that is the expertise of our OEM. They will do that, whether it's H2S removal or particulate matter, that can be done prior to entering into the membrane. So whether it is for scale, small scale or like that, already more than 6,000 NMQ plants are running per hour. So it can be optimized and it can work for all the segments. So this is how the plant looks exactly. So this is the first plant which is placed at UK, Pune. So that was running from 2011 without any failure, and it is still in operation for biomethane application, and it's a 3-stage gas to grid injection. So if looking at the green electricity with our water electrolysis with a EM membrane, we can produce the green hydrogen. Second is from biomass or waste. This can be done after cracking or gasification. Then hydrogen recovery can be done from the sea along with CO2. And then H2CO2 separation done with PSA. So you can recover the green hydrogen in this way. And third, this is how the composition after gasification it contains of butane, methane, nitrogen, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and there are various stages like partial condensation, liquid butane, whereas in our Purament VOC the separation will take place, and Citron Noble will help to separate out H2 and CO2. And further H2CO2 can be separated with the PSA. And the third one is harnessing the potential from biogas. After purification, you can either go for the liquefaction to get the bioenergy or compression to get the bio-CNG. And after steam reforming, the green hydrogen can also be produced. These are various ways that are. So although it's a green technology, easy to operate, easy to scale up, no chemical use, no wastewater, best price performance across all the members. High methane yield can be achieved, more than 99%. Easily can also be adjusted according to the need and easy to scale up. I think related to advantages in biomass energy, we all aware that it's a good source of energy. Already there is a lot of potential availability of the biomass. We have to harness that. It's a recycling of the wastewater, reduces the pollution. Also, this is in alignment with what government is thinking, Swachh Bharat Mission. So I think this is one of the good examples we can say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing this innovative technology and also being on time. So since we are running a little late, so not taking much of the time, I will now like to invite 3 speakers in the panel. Mr. Deepak Gadia, so if you can come on the stage. Mr. Srinivas Kasula, CEO Arca Brensted, and Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee, Director Indian Biogas Association. So I'll hand over to Abhijit to have a short question answer round here, just knowing the perspective. And I'll just request Abhijit if we can wrap this up in next 30 minutes so that we are not very far from our lunch.
Hi. So once again, good afternoon everyone. I think we are already kind of thinking towards the lunch here, right? So I will keep this session very short, and so my name is Vijay and I'm the Director of Operations at Indian Biogas Association. So along with me, we have Peter Pai, who is a well-known figure, right? So his contributions, especially in the field of solar and other renewables, is immensely known, right? And then we have also got Srinivas, Director, Arca Prinsec. So he will be sharing his thoughts on the technological part. So without much ado, I don't want to set a background here because we have got a plan, right? And I want it to be more interactive. So this being the last session, I would like to have more questions from you. So with that, I would like to ask Deepak Bhai to share his thoughts. Yeah, straight away.
Thank you, Abhijit. First of all, of course, my big thanks to IEA and MNRE and all the organizers for this great event and opportunity to share with you our work on biogas and also solar. So before I talk, I would just like to talk to you, introduce to you a new technology which is going to be a game changer in hybridization. It's more like a vision we are talking about. And for those of you who are coming tomorrow to Munisa Ashram, you'll be able to see and visualize what we are talking about. So can you hit that PowerPoint quickly? Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, so Munisa Ashram, you will see tomorrow we were perhaps the first in India to develop a biogas bottling where we compress biogas. It was a small pilot plant of 430 cubic meter where we developed a technology for biogas upgradation and bottling. Next. Next, please. Yeah. Can you go back a bit? There is a photograph of Kavish. Can you go back? I will see photograph. Next time. Yeah. Next. Can you take a next? Okay, yeah. So basically, we had the biogas, and biogas is of course been working very satisfactorily. But the challenge we faced as a Munisa Ashram was the availability of biomass. And then we were trying to see, find out how can we do hybridization. And we were lucky that we have been able to identify a technology called Big Dish, technology from an Australian company called Sunrise CSP. And this is the world's first solar concentrator that has been installed, which is the world's biggest and first in the world and also the most efficient. And what we plan to do is we plan to actually hybridize solar and biogas. So luckily the topic is green heat, green steam. So this project is installed to produce steam at present, and the steam goes to the hospital for sterilization, cooking, for running laundry and for hot water. Next. So these are the specifications. Next. So there are many different ways of using solar concentrators, but this is the most efficient. I've been in this field for 35 years, and all the systems. Next. So this was the world's largest cooking system which we had done at Shirdi and Tirupati temple, which cooked 50,000 meals to 30,000 meals per day. So solar steam or green steam was not new, but the idea is now how can we take it to industry level, because it was good for temples, it was good for heating applications when you have a terrace. But the industry requires a technology where you require less space, low in cost and low in maintenance. So that's why next the big data technology is coming to picture. Next. Okay. Whenever you talk of kitchen, you also have a lot of kitchen waste. So this is a biogas we have installed from a company, MSC Bioenergy. My colleague Viral is going to talk about it. So this was a Tata for the IT company. So we thought that whenever you cook for large numbers, your kitchen, so why can't we do hybrid? So that's how hybridization started. Next. And tomorrow you will see, so what we are now doing is we are, and I'm proud and happy that IBA had published an article in the magazine last week or last month, where they talked of this vision where we are going to go for solar system to do air conditioning. At the same time, we hybridize with biogas so that we can do 24/7 hybrid. So normally when we talk of biogas, we always think of fuel as for cooking or for driving vehicles, what government is promoting. But now we are trying to talk of use of biogas for heating and cooling applications. So this is going to be the world's largest solar air conditioning plant or solar biogas plant, where we produce steam during the day with solar
and then during night we produce steam with biogas. So we don't require cleaning, we don't require bottling, and directly the biogas can be used. The challenge was how do we get so much biomass? Luckily we have a 1,000-acre organic farm, so we'll be able to produce our own energy crop, and of course we will be taking the kitchen waste from all the hotels here, which we are already taking for our present plant. And this is how the world's first biogas hybridization plant for 1,000 acres is coming up. So I'm glad that tomorrow there is an opportunity for you all to come and see the system. And this is the vision, is how can we use biogas and energize our industry. And I'm convinced that though I made my name and money in solar, I'm convinced that biogas is the future, because it's a technology which helps directly at the grassroots level. We are taking care of the waste, we are getting energy, and we are getting organic fertilizer. And hybridizing solar energy will make it more carbon neutral. And this is the vision with which we would like to share the experience, and then this gives us the opportunity to talk to you and share with you the same. Next. At Bioenergy Workshop, we have also, along with Breadstick, installed India's first high-tech biogas lab funded by CED to find out what is the biogas potential. Because in India, what is lacking is the data. If we just design the biogas plant based on some estimates and say, okay, we require this type of digester, we do not know what is the real size that is required. So with biogas potential, where we can actually find out in the raw material what is biogas potential, we can design biogas plants in size, in operation, efficiency and cost. So I was lucky to be the founding chairman of Indian Biogas Association. And I'm glad to see that IB has now taken it to the next level, the Gaurav and the whole team. And we are all together, and I think we should all see not each other as a competitor but as a complementary to each other, because I think there is space for each of us as a manufacturer, as a supplier, as a technology developer. So look forward to your visit tomorrow, and today evening my colleague Biogas is going to talk about Bioenergy Workshop and about his capacity building program we are doing in biogas. So thank you.
Thanks, Deepak Bhai. So those were really instrumental words from Deepak Bhai with the happenings that is there in the Bioenergy Workshop. So we are anyways visiting there tomorrow. So we'll pick more insights once we visit there. Now we also have Srinivas with us. So he has been a phenomenal kind of figure with respect to whatever we see, the fundamentals of biogas that we see today. So in fact, a lot of the new technologies that are there in place were kind of brought in by and adopted by Srinivas. So let's hear out from Srinivas that what exactly technical innovations have been in place and how we are going to see the future of biogas.
Thank you, Abhijit. And as rightly mentioned by Deepak Bhai and Mr. Vineet, that standardization is a must and data monitoring is a must, which is what the industry is lacking. Though Indian biogas sector is looking very promising under strong government backing as well as the growing applications. No doubt there are a number of feedstocks. We talk about different feedstocks generating biogas, different feedstocks behaving differently at different locations. But one needs to understand that when we are talking about any raw material or any feedstock, it is not the same everywhere. Like pressmud, I personally been working with pressmud almost from 2007 onwards. Still, pressmud behaves differently at different locations. It is not a standard thumb rule that pressmud will give you 80 cubic meters or 100 cubic meters of biogas. When you take pressmud from Uttar Pradesh, northern part of the Uttar Pradesh, then the gas potential is completely different compared to what you are getting in Maharashtra. At the end of the day, everything depends on the total solids, volatile solids. Yes, again, the efficiency of the sugar industry who is extracting the sugars depends on that. So one has to look into the process optimization as well as the real-time data monitoring, which is lacking in the industry. Right now, everybody is talking about mega projects, large-scale projects, yes. But the backbone of these projects, one needs to understand that unless you have data monitoring system, process optimization, as well as the laboratory equipment in place to understand that whatever is being done or whatever is installed is working on the correct level, yes. Only then the people can talk about IRRs. Unless that, what I personally see in the industry is nobody talks about technology. Everybody is talking about the Excel sheets and the IRR and the payback. Everybody feels that technology is established and is already seen its days, but yes, that is correct, but it has to be dependent on the real-time data monitoring system, which is a must. I don't want to take much of the time over here, but I just want to show you a 5 minutes video which will answer most of your questions about the data monitoring system. So I think that's when you start.
is a versatile instrument that lets you perform multiple types of different tests. Examples of these are biodegradability and compostability analysis of different materials, in vitro digestibility of animal feed, and greenhouse gas emissions. Gas endeavor consists of 3 parts. An incubation unit where the process takes place, a gas removal unit where parts of produced gas is removed, and the detection unit where gas is recorded and processed. Let's have a closer look at the incubation unit first. It consists of 15 standard bottles in which the ingredient of the experiment are added. Each bottle are connected to an agitator that ensures a well-mixed content. Set the direction of the mixing. For sensitive samples, a shaking water bath is also available. Set your desired incubation temperature with a thermostatic water bath. On top of the incubation bottles, tubes are easily connected to transport the gas to the other parts of the instrument. The next part of the instrument is the gas removal unit. Here there are 2 options, ex situ and in situ. For the ex situ version, the gas removal bottle is placed outside the instrument. When gas is transported and led through it, a part of the gas, typically carbon dioxide, is trapped by the solution inside. In the in situ version, the gas removal part is mounted on top of the bottle instead, creating a head space between the gas removal unit and the incubation bottle. Let's have a look at some graphic of how it works. Inside the bottle, oxygen and the studied sample is converted into carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is then absorbed by sodium hydroxide solution in the gas removal unit. The loss of gas leads to an underpressure that in turn sucks oxygen gas from an oxygen source. The last part of the gas endeavor is the detection unit. It is here where the gas is recorded and processed. The detection unit consists of 15 flow cell units that comes in either 2 or 9 milliliter resolution. Temperature and pressure are recorded for each measurement and used to present the gas volume in standardized conditions. The flow cell unit's enclosed design ensures that even soluble gases can be measured with high accuracy. The instrument runs completely independently with all the data stored locally, meaning there is no need to have a computer connected to it nor install any software. To access and control the instrument, use any web browser you have installed. Simple and efficient. Follow the experiment in interactive graphs and download and export your results as Excel reports. This endeavor can be accessed from anywhere you have an internet connection. So whether you're on the run, at the office, or at home, you can always follow your experiments. We at BPC Instruments are fully committed to offer you the best experience you have with your instrument. Whether you have questions on usage, setup, or run into problems, our customer support team will be happy to assist you. BPC Instrument analytical systems have been sold and validated by labs and researchers worldwide. More efficient, reliable, high-quality research and analysis leading to significant reductions in time consumption and labor requirements.
Yeah, thank you, Laksh. And my whole idea was to shoot the video just to get and feel that how they took us almost close to 2 years, 2.5 years to convince the established companies. Now you name the large biogas plants like Verbio, IRN, Praj, Reliance, IOCL. All these companies have, not only one but several of these type of equipment on their plants. So without this, now at least the large scale projects, people have understood that unless they run the test on the laboratory equipment, nothing will work at the large scale. So whether it is CSTR, plug flow, mesophilic, thermophilic, irrespective of that, we can optimize and we can install these plants at your site where you can have a real-time data monitoring of the large scale plants as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Srinivas. So,
Hello. Yeah. So, thank you. I think I can only again validate what he says. It's good, but not only good for industries who are going to have the big biogas plant, but it's also important. And that's why in this, we also have installed in our Malaysia ashram. For small industry who cannot afford to install such a very equipment, it costs few lakhs rupees, more than 50 lakhs I think. So we have offering a services where small companies can send a sample to us and we can test it, and we have got with us Vanita Prasad and her husband who also do that type of test. So I think in India what we need to do is capacity building. So you'll be hearing from the afternoon about this capacity. How can we support small industries who cannot afford to have these labs? But at the same time, we have now people who can import labs and install for large projects. So I think it's very important that we know the raw material, biological potential, and then get online data.
So, really, the video spoke a volume about what exactly is in store. So, in fact, control and monitoring and control of data in plant is going to be one of the things that is going to catch up as the industry grows. And in fact, in the MNRE's subsidy scheme also, they are bringing the SCADA data acquisition. So that is also going to drive the so-called in-house monitoring of data, lab analysis. So such kind of instruments has got a long role to play in going forward. So my whole idea in this particular is because we are running short of time, so I will just run you through a few of the slides, and I will give you a new perspective with respect to how a financer or say a banking or financial institutions, what's their perspective, because we as a technocrat, we as academic institutes or as a business organization, we have got our own say or own way to look into the industry. But from financiers perspective, because by the virtue of Indian Biogas Association being in touch with several financiers, we in fact organized a training for the credit officers as well just last month, right, and it was organized by World Bank. So we got to know what they feel about the industry. So a little bit on that, maybe for 5 minutes I will quickly run through and then we will go into questions from you. So maybe, yeah. So their take, of course, many of you already might be knowing that as well. So if you see the Satats right now, what the outcome of the Satat, we have almost 50 odd plants located across the country. So one of the things that the financiers thinks about that which state should we set up the CBG plant? Can be set up in the eastern parts of India, western parts of India. So this gives the kind of proven track record for them that there are already some kind of plants under Satat 50 of them which are operating at a commercial scale, right? So this gives a good boost for them. And then looking about the futuristic scenario, they are also aware about the active LOIs which are right now there in place, almost 2,000 odd active LOIs. This number ran into almost 4,000 a few months back. But then they did a bit of pressing, the oil marketing companies who are the serious players, and they trim it down to around 2,000 odd LOIs. And this is how the scenario is going to look like in at least the mid-term, I say 4 to 5 years down the line scenario. So you see quite a bit of dots spread across in India. This is what gives a good kick to the banking officials that there is a lot of potential in the sector and it's going to materialize, right? So up till now, the thing has been like the conundrum of the biogas or the CBG industry was, it was like a chicken egg kind of scenario, that what happens first? A mature industry develops and then the investment ropes in, or the other way around, that first the investment comes in and then the mature industry develops. But now scenario has changed at least in the last 3-4 years since the onset of the, I should say, the Satab scheme, and particularly the mandates that is being given by the government to the oil marketing companies, that they need to come up with their plants, show a proven track record for the other industry players to kind of jump into the bandwagon. So that is going to set the trend, and alongside that, I believe there are few other things also that I will come up maybe in subsequent slides. Of course, this is what the banking officials know about. There is plethora of initiatives floating around, right? Different ministries with the different schemes, be it the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, MNRE of course is the key coordinating ministry, and then we have Ministry of Agriculture and Fertilizer coming up with their schemes on the marketing development assistance on manure, right? Governance scheme under the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. They are all aware of that. And these are some of the green shoots that is already there with so many initiatives. So this is quite kind of giving them a promising kind of regimen going ahead. You see, particularly if I have to, oh, the pointer is not working. So of late, there has been a blending norm that has kept in. So going forward in the next, say, 3 years to 2028 onwards, 5% blending, and it is going to be in a gradual manner. We start with 1%, then 3%, and going forward we'll be having 5% blending norm into the CNG, right? So that is going to give the market, the end market of CBG production a big boost. Because up till now, we have been more focused on the decentralized model, right? You produce the biogas, fill into cascades, use it into the CNG outlets, dispensing outlets, or maybe bring it to the industry. But then now, if you can insert it into the gas grid, nothing like it. So you can have the earlier map that I showcased to you, where all the plots across the country were spread. That is going to be more effective or materialize when such kind of blending norms are met, and when the pipeline infrastructure that is already there in India can be more levered upon. So this is what is giving a positive sentiments for the financiers, all of these policies that is there, right? And if you go to a financer, typically they will be thinking on the lines of whether a given feedstock is potent enough to produce biogas. So that is something, as you can see, maybe whether the feedstock is good enough for producing the biogas, and whether that feedstock is meeting the various parameters, whether it is available to us at the right quantity, right price, right quality, right? So all of that kind of goes into the equation. Likewise, the various techniques which are there in the biogas industry. I know that most of you might already be knowing about it. They are quite bullish about knowing what kind of treatment technology or other dilution technology or upgradation technology fits in for a given kind of feedstock, right, or a given scenario. So this is something that they are quite kind of keen to learn upon. And one of the things that has come up is World Bank. They, in collaboration with a few of the consulting organizations and also Indian Biogas Association, we have developed a technology mapping kit. So which gives a fair bit of idea that for a given feedstock, what kind of technique fits into what kind of technology. So, so these are some of the things that has come up, and this has been spread across. This particular toolkit has been passed across all the commercial banks, and now they have got a little bit of awareness of regarding arriving at a particular technology being fitment to a given scenario. So all those are also which is in happening. So this different techniques, typically what happens is different techniques will have different capex and opex related to it, right? And ultimately the cost of the plant kind of depends on this. So once this mapping is done, once a credit officer, whenever an application comes to him, once they evaluate that, so with the help of this technology they are kind of aware that, or they can make a conscious decision regarding what kind of capex and opex could be linked to a given project. So that is giving some kind of assurance, right? Going forward, they also have a fair bit of understanding with respect to the economy of scale, that the more the scale of a plant, the higher the, or lower the specific cost, right, per unit cost of production. and they have a fair bit of idea about the capex spread as well. So if we talk about a particular capex, how it is spread across the various components, for example, let's say the feeding system or the digester technology, how much of it goes into the civil and construction work, right? So on the right hand side, you can see the pie chart. So these are all some of the ideas or some of the notions that we have picked up upon interaction with the freight officers. Just wanted to give you a perspective that how they kind of look into the industry as such, right? So this is how, for a typical plant, they have a notion, and they are also aware of the fact that many of these cost components might vary a bit depending upon the kind of scenario, kind of feedstock, kind of local area that we are working upon. For example, let's say the feeding system, typically say 7 to 10% of the overall cost. But then if you are looking at harder to integrate feedstock like agro residues, this cost component will definitely go high. Likewise, if you have an MSW based project, CBG project, so there will be some kind of sorting requirement if the feedstock coming in is not sorted or segregated at the source level. So that will kind of ramp up the cost a bit. So they are also aware of this, right? And going forward, also they have a fair idea regarding the OPEX part of it, that for per kg of CBG being produced, how much each of the components kind of have a contribution. So they know that the cost of feedstock plays a very important role there. So a huge chunk of the cost of CBG that comes out. You can see on the left hand side, you have given a spread of around 40 to 70 rupees per kg. That's the cost of production, right? If you can see the spread or the breakup of this cost, they know a significant cost is attached to the procurement of the feedstock. And we heard Colonel Rohit Dev earlier in one of the sessions addressing that how you need to address all of the issues across the value chain. It's not only the middle part of it where the plant is being set, it is also on the downstream and more importantly on the upstream part of it, where farmers need to be kind of made inclusive in this entire process. The margin somehow is kind of, we are all stuck about the IRR of the plant, so the margin is kind of being considered in the middle part of the value chain, but more importantly on the upstream part of it will also make sense. The cost of feedstock, and then we have the operation cost ranging from 20 to 32. So the huge variation depending again upon, and also from the compression charges. So higher the compression charges, if you are filling into cascade, you will be definitely in the higher range of the operational cost, around 30 rupees range. If you kind of compress it to a lower pressure, or inverse it to the gas stream, right? Significantly lower pressure you have to compress it to, you will be at the lower end. These are some of the things, and typical sensitivity analysis, like you can run financial models and you can pick a lot of insights from the financial models. So they are all aware of it. They have been working on different projects, different reports, and they are all aware of how the financial model works. But the crucial part of it is that you need to have a long-term agreement for the feedstock, long-term agreement for the offtake, and the recent lending norms that has come up, that is giving the right kind of signal to the bankers. And in fact, the various bigger players, the conglomerates jumping into the bandwagon, like the Reliance, Adani, so and setting up a higher number of plants. So that is going to increase the proven number of cases, and the ecosystem will become more robust. Not only at the midstream part, also in the upstream as well as the downstream part. The ecosystem gets more robust, and the financing becomes more easier that way. So just wanted to share some of the loan schemes of Canara Bank. In fact, right now, all the commercial banks, you name it, Canara, Bank of Baroda, SBI, all of them have got a specific loan scheme carved out for CBD sector. So that's really appreciated. We have come a long way from where we were maybe 3 years, 4 years before, right? So this is one of the typical loan schemes that Canara Bank has come up with, right? So of course, there will be funding, relatively better off funding such kind of projects, happier funding such kind of projects, which has got an offtake agreement with the oil marketing companies. So that gives comfort to them, that the offtake part of it is quite assured, right? And the nature of the loan would be term loan or working capital loan, right? Quantum is up to 100 crores. So they are looking at the higher scale projects, right? So more the scale of the project, the specific cost of it kind of comes down, and there is more assurance of those projects being profitable on a higher scale basis. That is the loan margin. Equity margin, they talk about 15 to 25%. So they are willing to extend loan up to 85% of the total project cost. But then, yeah, there are terms and conditions to that, but they will be comfortable somewhere around funding 70% of the loan or the project cost in the form of loan. The rate of interest, of course, it depends on various factors, but to simply put it, it varies on the marginal cost of lending rate, right? And right now it is kind of linked to the repo rate. So they will have a typical matrix and they will put some premium on top of it depending upon the credibility of the borrower, and they will arrive at the loan rates for that. So that varies. There is no fixed kind of loan rate they offer to all the borrowers. It depends upon the credibility of the borrower. And then, of course, all the bankers, they will be needing some kind of security, and that's where one of the innovative scheme that is coming up from World Bank, wherein they are needing a credit enhancement. So any borrower goes to the bank would like to have more security. The more the security, the more comfortable the bank is. So now, in order to get out of this conundrum, World Bank has recently declared or published that they will be coming with almost $200 million of credit enhancement scheme. What that does is, if you reach out to the bank, ask for loan, the banker won't be directly asking you in form of mortgage or in form of additional collaterals. What they do is, they reach out to World Bank. Of course, this will be facilitated through SIGBI. So they give a bank guarantee on the borrowers, on the borrower. So additional security requirements is kind of overruled with this kind of credit enhancement scheme. And $200 million what they have parked initially, that will be good enough to kind of fund around 200 to almost 250 projects. So, and once the economy or once the industry picks up, I think there will be more proven track records, and the bankers will be kind of more keen to fund such kind of projects. But the best part of it is, as I said earlier, all the banks, you name it, and they have got a policy loan scheme in place for the CBD projects. So that's what I thought of sharing with you from a financiers perspective, because we keep interacting with a lot of financiers and how they look into the industry. So a lot of positives, and we need to build it on from here onwards. So few questions if you have, the panelists.
Where can we get this presentation?
I think there will be a mechanism to kind of share with the participants. Yeah. So you will have a hand in these presentations. So ma'am, this was from the financiers' perspective, what the financiers think, right? And of course, the inoculum part of it, if it is a innovative kind of inoculum, I don't think the financiers would have kind of factored those kind of innovative inoculum, but the microbiology part of it in the OpEx, they have definitely considered. But if you're talking about the innovative inoculum, I think the financiers might not have considered that. But this was more from a financiers perspective that I wanted to portray that. Right. So thanks for your inputs here. Srinivas, would you like to add something to it?
Yes, but if you see that most of the projects are considering the enzymes or microbial inoculum cost, which would be hardly bare minimum if you talk in terms of large scale plants. Small scale plants, yes, it would be really difficult for them to accommodate the same. But large scale plants, people have already considered the same.
Any more questions? Yeah, please. Yeah. So maybe I try to answer that. Maybe Deepak, I would like to add to it. So typically with the schemes that are in place, I think you're talking about the capital subsidy from MNRE, right? So in the earlier version of the scheme, it was kind of back-ended subsidy, but now MNRE has provision for a rationing of that subsidy, that along the progress of the project, they will be releasing it in tranches. So that kind of helps. So it is not all back-ended now. But having said that, I think the loan part of it can be secured from the bank. So as I said, around 70% of it. The 30% still has to be put in form of equity by the investors, right? So that is definitely to be there. And along with that, I think as the capex subsidy flows in, I think that will have a role to play. And all the other subsidies or all the other incentives that are in place, I think in form of the marketing development assistance for selling the organic manure, that comes once the plant is in operation. So I think for the capex part of it, capex subsidy part of it, I think initial equity has to be brought in by the investors. On that, I think Deepak Bhai can answer it.
I will try to answer it as a manufacturer perspective because I'm also the chairman of a company called Bioenergy. So the subsidy again varies for different sizes of project. And normally it's up to you as a person who wants to install a system. Saying you go to the manufacturer, negotiate with them, and say, look, I want to go for this system. Give me your cost, and who bears the risk? I have to pay up the upfront money and then wait for a subsidy. Or are you willing to include it in the price? So I think it's a negotiation between you and the supplier that can be established. And of course, it all depends on the terms of payment. For example, if you are giving me money enough to keep on going, then I don't mind reducing the cost and wait for a subsidy. And if you say, no, I will not give you upfront investment cost, then of course I will say that I want a subsidy to be taken care by you.
Hope it answers. Yeah.
Just a word of caution for me is I'm very happy that today we are talking of green heat and green steam and not just of CPG, compressed biogas, because lately we have seen the whole India is talking of CPG, and it's the biggest advantage what we thought was that okay, if we are able to get an assured market, then the industry is sure you have to just bring a raw material, the technology will really have not much challenges. I think the technology is about logistics, how do you get raw material? And then once you have raw material, the technology will take care of producing biogas, and then you have an assured buyer of biogas. But now all the certain scheme projects which have, and many have signed is LOIs, but not many have come up because there is a small asterisk, like in bank, it is a small number, the Indian oil companies will buy at 55 rupees, but subject to them able to be sold. So the whole bankability is a challenge. Now, if you look at the plant, invest 50, 100 crore rupees, and then if they do not buy because they are not able to sell, where do you go? So I think it's very important that people also have alternative, that in case you are not able to sell it to the Indian oil company, then they don't take it at 55 rupees, where do we go? So have a tie-up with local industries so that you can sell it to them, local hotels, they can buy to them. And now the CBG offers up the opportunity where you can directly go for green steel, for process industries, for heating and cooling. And what I will show you tomorrow is that it's very unique, and now we can use the heat for cooling without going to the electrical by going to the vent chamber. So I think this multiple use of biogas is going to actually make our project more viable and more manageable.
Okay, so I think anyways we'll be all there and we can join for lunch then, and we'll be around anyways, and we have a second round of sessions as well after the lunch. A lot of interesting thoughts shared there as well. So let's break for lunch and then we return back around in an hour time. 2:15, right? So we are already kind of 30 minutes over the time. So let's break for lunch then. Thank you everybody. Right, so a sincere request to all that we can wrap our lunch within time, yeah. So we will start at 2:15. Thank you.
This is Dr. Rahul Jain from CSR. The presentation was very comprehensive and I really liked it. Very transparent and so we are a think tank. So we would love to cover this and down to that's okay. We could meet and yes. Same. Hi, I'm Vinny. You're not from Army? I'm from Grand. That's it. तो बंद ही कर देता
let's try to finish it. They should have, because they also need, because it was more. Rohit and Gaurav, they keep मैं बोला कि आप वही सिक्स आना था कि मैंने मना कर दिया, बोले मना कर दिया yes sir six I was just telling him कि अरे आप six आपने आपको मना कर दिया
कोई थोड़ी ले जाएगा फोन भी तो रखा है मैंने
चलो ले आया अरे एक बैठ के खा लो यार सुनने के बाद में लग रहा है कि रिपोर्ट आपके आदमी अच्छा करते हैं खट करनी पड़ेगी बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा हो गया पेंसिल आ
इसको ना आगे आगे सेट कर। नहीं से भाई कहाँ भी नहीं होगा।
Great. Actually, senior I met that was only, but we want to do what you are doing. So we need your help there. Siemens is not able to do that because they don't do small turbines. They do here on off. They said that we have a base load. They say. And then from put it from Germany and I mean it's very expensive. तो 3 दिन मिलेगा तो करते हैं
इनको जानते हो संजय पटेल कौन है? लाइव चल रहा है संजय पटेल। बैग लगा होगा देखो लिखा होगा। कल के साइट विजिट पूछना पड़ेगा
किसे पूछना पड़ेगा?
ज्योति मैम से।
नहीं ज्योति के पास नहीं है। आपने बोला बाहर
नहीं ऑनलाइन लिंक डाल रखा था ना।
ऑनलाइन कब?
हमने जो वही वर्कशॉप का उसमें लाइव चल रहा है थोड़ा सा।
सर आपके साथ में अकेले लंच हो गया सर? अच्छा लीजिए सर बिल्कुल सर यस सर यस सर। नहीं बैठा
बिल्कुल सर, सबको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
Hello. Yeah. Other countries, they are making large sites, but not most people are working as to rise very your company is based on
गोली मैडम का आज भी फोन आया था, जरा गोली मैडम का आप दस बजे 10 साढ़े
5
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Please be seated. Dr. Kasturi is already here, so we'll start in a while now.
आप लोगों का बिजनेस मॉडल जानना है मुझे। आपसे मुलाकात नहीं Yes, sir. मैं पहले थर्मैक्स में था। आने का तब सोलर वाली बात, सोलर वाली बात, वो अभी पूना यूनिवर्सिटी में किरण देशपांडे के हैं। मैं लगा दिया आपने वोल्टास का वैम। कब किया आप? चल रहा है अभी आप चार्ज किया, आप ले नहीं रहे हेड्स ऑप्शन बेस न्यू लीफ का मैं उस डायरेक्ट में।
अरे तो भी स्टार्ट होगा तो चुप हो जाएंगे ना, फिर उसमें क्या है?
मैं नोएडा
नहीं हो रहा, लैंडस्केप में नहीं हो रहा, वो प्रॉब्लम यही तो है।
आप लोग ऑर्डर देने वाले थे।
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start with our next session, but maybe under 2 minutes we have for settling down, right, and then we commence. Hi, good afternoon everyone once again. So, I believe you had a proper lunch and now we are ready to settle down, right? So, request all to kind of settle down. Yeah, so let's get started. So, my name is Vijit Mukherjee. I'm the Director of Operations at Indian Biogas Association, and I formally welcome you back for this post-lunch session, right? So, this is going to be an interesting one as well. We already have JS from MNRE, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture online, right? So without pause, I think we will straight away go to hear out from her. So, yeah, over to ma'am.
चार्जर आपके पास है? अच्छा लगा भी दिया, क्या कम हो गया था? हाँ 37 के आसपास था।
Hello? 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 Just started. Very good afternoon to all. Hope I am audible. Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. It is my pleasure to be part of this national workshop on bioenergy, which is organized by MNRE along with GIZ and Indian Biogas Association. Very important that this workshop is focused on promotion of heat, including the National Bioenergy Program, which will increase in Gasification as a sustainable bioenergy solutions. Of course, this initiative is well aligned with the Indian government commitment promoting green energy and achieving its renewable energy targets. I am happy to note that that besides there are more than 18 agencies, both government and non-government agencies have been associated with this. So very pleased to and very happy to note this. As you are aware, it is important to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors like steel, cement and other industries which use coal, fossil fuel for generation of heat steam applications. Hence, using biomass as a fuel boiler has a lower environmental impact compared to coal. Furthermore, it also serves as an ideal renewable energy coal and seeking clean for boilers, retrofitting options for conventional boilers, and multi-fuel based boilers have also incentivized industries to adopt biomass as a fuel. As India is progressing of clean energy transition and a net zero future, the one of all three priorities to focus on enhancing the share of modern bioenergy in our energy mix. The modern bioenergy in the form of heat and electricity forms the largest renewable energy source globally, comprising almost 55% of all renewable energy and over 6% of global energy supply, which is reported by IEA in 2020 report. India too has a large potential for bioenergy. Our ministry, MNRE, has estimated the current availability of biomass in India at about 750 million metric tons per year, and of which 230 million tons is surplus. So there is a huge potential. The surplus biomass can be processed to generate compressed biogas, bio-CNG, or it can be converted to almost 28 gigawatt of power capacity and pellets through pellets and briquette manufacturing and industrial usages. In addition, India has 14 gigawatt of potential of biogas-based cogeneration capacity. The modern biofuels such as pellets, briquettes and bio-CNG are capable of replacing fossil fuels such as fuel gas and help build further energy independence while providing low carbon and sustainable fuels. These fuels can be crucial in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors such as transport, industry, and help meet India's long-term low-emission development strategy that is called LPLEDS, which is the initiative of the Ministry of Environment and Forest Technology. The small-scale biogas has an important role to play in taking the clean energy transition, enabling citizens up sustainable, that is with new and improved biogas technologies and business models, it is becoming easier than ever to adopt these systems, not just in the rural communities, but in urban setting as well. The bioenergy systems also employ a large number of people throughout the value chain. Since a large quantum of biomass feedstock exists in rural and agriculture areas, there is a large potential of biomass feedstock exists in rural and agriculture areas. Large potential for skill development, employment in the rural bioenergy value chain. Hence, scaling up bioenergy markets can help foster increased opportunities for entrepreneurship, job creation, as well as innovation. This becomes important as India's energy transition also needs to be a just and equitable transition where all sections of the society are benefited. The modern bioenergy applications have the potential to institute a circular economy approach. Bioenergy sector offers solutions where materials and resources are used cyclically, such that they are regenerative and waste is utilized for creating further value-added products and services. In fact, today I got the opportunity to attend the workshop on cactus, where even there is a potential for the dry and semi-arid areas the cactus is grown, which can also be included as part of biomass, which has a low consumption of water and many environmental benefits are there. For example, also by utilizing waste streams such as agriculture residues for production of biogas and biomanure, we can convert crop residues to useful fuel for cooking or transportation, and at the same time maintain such solutions and making them accessible and affordable India is committed to fostering global cooperation on research, knowledge sharing, and joint development and demonstration of new and efficient technologies. I am sure all these morning sessions we are already talked about the green, and also from these various deliberations we'll get, I'm sure we'll get a glimpse of importance of bioenergy for making the industry sector green. This has huge socio-economic benefits that bioenergy solutions have to offer to the country, our people, our farming communities, women and our young generations. These benefits reinforce our focus on accelerating the development, deployment of bioenergy solutions and on the necessary enabling environments such that these benefits can be fully realized. I am sure all the stakeholders together will deliberate on the future technology advancements and existing challenges in the bioenergy sector in order to push the biomass-based green steam and green in the form of green steam and green heat. With this, I once again welcome you all and thank you for giving me an opportunity. Morning, I could not attend due to some other commitments, but I am hopeful that all these deliberations would be helpful, and we look forward to recommendations coming out of these deliberations. Thank you once again. Thank you all. I will log off. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. So although ma'am can't hear us, so those were really inspirational words from ma'am. She provided a gist of the work domain that MRR is into, and that gives a real trust to all of us to kind of move on for our next session. So the next session is titled as Importance of Policies like National Bioenergy Program for Successful On-Ground Implementation of Bioenergy. So even before we move on to that session, let me just set the background a bit first. I know we had quite some sessions in the beginning as well, in the pre-lunch period as well. But then just to set the background a bit before we move and hear on to our speakers. So we all are aware of the efforts that is being put in towards the climate change mitigation right now, right? At national as well as the international level. So we all are aware of that. And in fact, the recent outcomes, say in the COP28 Dubai, in that in form of the launch of the loss and damage fund, that was one of the main things that happened out there. And also in form of, say, the justified phasing down of the fossil fuels. So these are some of the outcomes that gives us the real insinuation or indication that it is becoming more and more inevitable for us to adopt this cleaner energy or renewable energy into the overall energy mix. So that's a no-brainer right now. And in that sense, if we have to see CBG is the lowest hanging fruit. And to become the lowest hanging fruit or the fuel of choice that right now it is, right, with all the fundamentals in place, we are now ready to kind of shoot off. And for that to happen, in the yesteryears, in the last 1 decade or so, the various ministries which are there, relevant ministries which are there in the ecosystem, they had got a greater role to play in terms of the robust policy and the regulatory framework that we kind of see now. So let's hear it out from our next session, it's directly from MNRE in terms of what policies were there in place, how the policies are kind of envisaged going forward. So we have with us for the next, as a next speaker, Mr. S.R. Meena, who is Scientist D at MNRE. So we'll be glad to hear out from Mr. Meena. Please.
Good afternoon. It was the day of September 2020 when we are sitting in the hall of Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure. We have a lot of proposals and hope that we will be able to continue the scheme. And suddenly the Finance Secretary T. Somnathan sir asked, one side we have a lot of waste and lot of benefits, other side, but where is the economics? Tell me economics, I will continue the scheme. Most of people are well aware that we have more than 1 year gap in the scheme continuation. So that was learning lesson for, at least for me. We should have such kind of, data in hand, experience, replies, so that we cannot, हमारी ट्रेन में एक ब्रेक ना लगे. Right from standardization, training. I know the benefits of organic farming, but the cost is very have matter for, not for me, I think most of the people. So such ideology govern for not only renewable energy, for any kind of solution or scheme or program or products. सर आज सुबह से हम सुन रहे हैं, तो हम उस स्टेज से गुजर रहे हैं कि हमारे पास में मोर देन 3 to 4 decades एक्सपीरियंस होल्डर है. मतलब एक तरफ एक्सपीरियंस होल्डर एक्सपीरियंस है और दूसरी तरफ हम जैसे यंग शक्ति, तो पावर और एनर्जेटिक यूथ है. तो उन दोनों का एक कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए. अदरवाइज उस एक्सपीरियंस को गेन करने के लिए हमें फिर से 3-4 डिकेड्स लगेगा, और कभी स्कीम ब्रेक आएगा, कभी मार्केट गायब होगा. अभी कोई नहीं पूछता कि बायोगैस की टेक्नोलॉजी, वेयर इज द बायोगैस टेक्नोलॉजी. ऑल आर आस्किंग वेयर इज द मार्केट. We have agriculture infrastructure fund and scheme and beautiful guidelines, but practically I observe that so many developers face the problem that banks are not supporting our project because they know some market or some revenue, or in business term you can better understand. So we have to have some micro, short term, medium term, long term our action plan. जब एक एक्शन प्लान होगा तो हम आई थिंक हमारी जर्नी को फास्ट कर सकेंगे. अदरवाइज कोई भी आएगा, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन प्रॉब्लम आए, बहुत सारे इश्यूज आएंगे, और वो हमारी जो पूरी ओवरऑल जर्नी है वो डिले हो जाएगा. और बायो एनर्जी लाइक ए बिग एलिफेंट, तो इसमें हमें सुबह से जैसे मैं सुन रहा था, हमें बहुत सारा होमवर्क, आई थिंक मेरे लिए बहुत एक होमवर्क मिला है. जब हम स्कीम लेके आते हैं, व्हेन वी मतलब आई थिंक 5 ईयर बाद में एक स्कीम में कुछ चेंज अपग्रेडेशन आता है. यहाँ तो दुनिया हर दिन बदल रही है. 5 साल बाद में स्कीम का होना न होना एक सोच के देखिए उसमें कितना जरूरत है. तो इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस जो है मैक्रो लेवल पर, माइक्रो लेवल पर, वो हमें सर्च आउट करने पड़ेंगे. अदरवाइज हम कहीं न कहीं अपने जो प्राइम ऑब्जेक्टिव है और उन सब से कहीं न कहीं थोड़ा सा डेविएट हो जाएंगे, भटकेंगे. ट्रेनर को भी ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत है. अभी काउडन एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल, जो मतलब उसमें कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है. ओनली 5%, नॉट मोर देन 5% काउडन इज बीइंग ट्रीटेड, एंड वी आर द लार्जेस्ट एनिमल population in our country. We have lot of factor or blah blah things available, but 5% से ज्यादा काउडन का ट्रीटमेंट नहीं हो रहा. दिस रिक्वायर अवेयरनेस, ट्रेनिंग, सोशल एडॉप्शन. एमपी का सर एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल लीजिए. एक बायोगैस बेनिफिशियरी अपनी बेटी की शादी में एक बायोगैस प्लांट गिफ्ट करता है. तो उस तरह के वो इनिशिएटिव और सोशल उस टेक्नोलॉजी का एक अडॉप्शन एक कॉमन लाइफ में वो बहुत मायने रखता है. तो ऐसी चीजों को भी हमें मतलब लेफ्ट आउट छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए. रीजन स्पेसिफिक, सीजन स्पेसिफिक, बिकॉज हमें बायो एनर्जी की बात करते हैं तो एक सिंगल फ्लावर या इवन ए बुके नहीं, वी नीड ए गार्डन ऑफ सॉल्यूशन. एक फ्लावर या एक सिंगल सॉल्यूशन हमारा मास्टर सॉल्यूशन, मास्टर की नहीं हो सकता. ये आपने भी सर अच्छी तरह महसूस किया होगा. देयर इज नो डाउट कोई फंड क्रंच, कोई फंड की कमी नहीं है. एक तरफ हम फंड स्कीम लेके बैठे हैं, बहुत सारी स्कीम मिनिस्ट्री, और दूसरी तरफ बहुत सारी डिमांड और वो है. तो ये गैप कहाँ आ रहा है, किस तरह से गैप आ रहा है? हर दिन हम एक जंग लड़ते हैं कि आज हमारे इतने फाइनेंशियल टारगेट अचीव करेंगे. एक परसेप्शन बना हुआ है कि मिनिस्ट्री से प्रोजेक्ट क्यों नहीं मिलता, या किस तरह से कहाँ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है. तो ये जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रेटेजी और इश्यूज हैं, इन पे भी बहुत हमें एक्सरसाइज करनी पड़ेगी। और हर किसी प्रोडक्ट को जिसके तेरे कस्टमर इज गॉड, स्टार रेटिंग, मतलब स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इज इशू। सर हर कदम कदम पे हमें अब क्वांटिटी के साथ में क्वालिटी को मेंटेन करना होगा। क्वालिटी इन सर्विस, क्वालिटी इन प्रोडक्ट, टाइम डिलीवरी। तो मैं कह रहा था कि जब हम पॉलिसी लेके आते हैं ऐसा लगता है दिस इज द बेस्ट वर्जन, लेकिन रियली आज मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि हमें 5 साल में नहीं, आई थिंक हमें हर 1 साल में जो भी बेस्ट इनोवेशन और रिक्वायरमेंट है वो हमें ऐड करना चाहिए। आई हैव वन प्रेजेंटेशन, बट प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ में यही लग रहा है कि वी हैव टू रीथिंक, एंड एवरी टेक्नोलॉजिकल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रेटेजी यूजर्स को सेंटर पर रख के हमें ये सब चेंज करना पड़ेगा। सर
वहीं पे होगा सर।
सर बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स अवेलेबल है, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं हमारे जो फिगर्स हैं वो भी कम होते जा रहे हैं। एक छोटा सा मैं हिंदी वाली 2 लाइन बोलूंगा कि एक आदमी को बोला था कि भाई आपको ये 10 ट्रीज पूरे दिन में काटने हैं, आपको 1000 रुपये रिन्यूमरेशन मिलेगा। दूसरे दिन 1000 नहीं, आपको 20 ट्री काटने हैं, डबल आपका वेजेस मिलेंगे, लेकिन वो नहीं काट पाता। तीसरे दिन दोनों डबल हो जाते हैं और उसका रिवार्ड, लेकिन वो अपनी जो एक्स खिलाड़ी है उस पर वो धार लगाना भूल जाता है। बस उसको टारगेट दिखाई देता है, लेकिन अपनी कहीं कहीं स्ट्रेटेजी को वो इंप्रूव नहीं करता। तो इस तरह के मेरे एंगल से अगर मैं देखूं सर, जो माइनर चेंजेस हैं, करेक्शंस हैं, उनको हमें पहले इंप्रूव और सुधार करना पड़ेगा। नहीं तो कोई भी टी सोमनाथन के जैसे हमारी स्कीम को, हमारे प्रोग्राम को, हमारे जो टारगेट्स हैं उनको ब्रेक लगा देगा। अभी हमारा बायोगैस स्कीम 1981 से चल रहा है। स्मॉल बायोगैस जो MNRE का एक बहुत पुराना एक ब्रांड नेम है, और उसको हमने बहुत सारे मॉडिफिकेशंस किए हैं। पहले 1 से 6 क्यूबिक, 1 to 6 क्यूबिक का था, उसको फिर 25 लेके गए। अभी हम उसको थर्मल और पावर दोनों को रखते हुए वी इन्वॉल्व बोथ कंपोनेंट एंड द इंक्रीज साइज द स्कीम हैज बीन लार्ज अप टू 2500 cubic meter biogas plant. We have additional subsidy, but nobody is using that bigger size project. We have not received any proposal from Goshala. Nowadays the living pattern is changed. RWA, so many RWA are developing around the पूरे हिंदुस्तान में RWA concept आ गई। तो उनके लिए कोई proposal, because they are also generating a lot of waste, सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर रेजिड्यूज में फोकस नहीं करना पड़ेगा। तो इस तरह के हमारे पास न्यू फीचर्स हमने ऐड किए हैं, चाहे वो सब्सिडी की बात है। एक छोटा सा एक एग्जांपल लूं कि जो सब्सिडी प्लस एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव चार्जेस जिस इंप्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी के थ्रू प्रपोजल आता था वो कंबाइन जाते थे। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव, बिकॉज फॉर एग्जांपल इन गुजरात एनर्जी डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी और एनी स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट have lot of administrative issues, तो उनके स्मॉल फ्रेगमेंट ऑफ सब्सिडी की वजह से बेनिफिशियरी जिन्होंने टाइम पे प्रोजेक्ट लगा दिया, सब कुछ उसको टाइम पे नहीं मिला, फिर चाहे सब्सिडी कम हो ज्यादा हो कोई मैटर नहीं रखते। तो अभी हमने दोनों को अलग कर दिया, सब्सिडी पहले टाइम पे मिलेगी, स्टेट इशू है वो सेपरेटली डील होंगे। तो इस तरह के माइनर चेंजेस भी हमने किए हैं। और जहां तक बात आती है स्मॉल बायोगैस की, उसमें हमने अब फ्लेक्सी बायोगैस प्लांट डिजाइन को भी कंसीडर किया है, और उसको भी मतलब फॉर एग्जांपल जो फर्स्ट टाइम जिन्होंने अप्रूवल लिया था who has taken 10-year टाइम ड्यूरेशन, अब हमने उसको पूरा एक साइंटिफिक वे में कर दिया और 2 साल में अप्रूवल, और नेक्स्ट जो कॉल होगा वो बेस्ट वर्जन होगा। अगर किसी डेवलपर ने एग्जिस्टिंग प्लांट लगा रखे तो उनके परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ड हम अप्रूवल भी दे सकते हैं। तो इस तरह के फास्ट जो प्रोसेस है उनको भी हम अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं। तो न्यू डिजाइन भी हमने डाले, बायोगैस सिलरी फिल्टर यूनिट है उस पर भी एडिशनल सब्सिडी दिया है, उसको भी अप्रूवल दिया है। पहले ओनली हर स्टेट में एक ही एजेंसी होती थी, अब हर स्टेट में हमने मल्टीपल मिनिमम 4 to 5 एजेंसीज आर अवेलेबल। एक काम नहीं करेगा दूसरा करेगा, दूसरा नहीं तो तीसरा करेगा, मतलब फास्ट स्पीड से काम हो सकता है। राइट फ्रॉम 1 cubic meter to 2500 cubic meter plants biogas. So we have lot of potential. These are the subsidy, or I am skipping this. We have training component, so many components. We have biogas development training centers. So it is time to extend their services. इनको अभी हमें जैसे कि आज एक नया एक असाइनमेंट और चैप्टर ऐड हुआ है ग्रीन हीट और स्टीम वाला, तो आई थिंक इनको पता ही नहीं है अभी, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी को तो ये फिल्टर है, दीज आर द फिल्टर इन द ऑफ द स्कीम। तो इनको भी जब तक ये इसको अडॉप्ट नहीं करेंगे, अवेयरनेस नहीं करेंगे, तो डायरेक्टली कोई MNRE का हर किसी स्टेट और यूजर तक नहीं जा सकता, हर कोई यूजर मिनिस्ट्री तक नहीं जा सकता। तो ट्रेनिंग हो, चाहे स्पेसिफिकेशन हो, और चाहे इकोनॉमिक बेस्ड उनका जो सॉल्यूशन है, चाहे प्रोडक्ट का स्टार रेटिंग मैकेनिज्म है, चाहे माइलस्टोन सेट करना है, ये सारे सॉल्यूशन हमें एक सिस्टमेटिक वे में होना चाहिए। और फ्लोर इज नाउ ओपन। MNRE में हम नॉट एज ए इंस्पेक्टर कि हम प्रोजेक्ट को आउट करने बैठे, हम प्रोजेक्ट को इन करने बैठे हैं, और जितने भी हर्डल्स हैं जहां भी लगता है और वो हमने ऐड किया है। और आप में से इस बात को महसूस भी कर रहे होंगे कि, लेकिन फिर भी जैसे बताया ना, एलिफेंट बहुत बिग एलिफेंट है बायोएनर्जी, अभी भी कहीं न कहीं हमें सारे पैरामीटर्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए लेके जाना है। और मीडियम साइज बायोगैस प्लांट जो है, पावर जनरेशन और थर्मल एप्लीकेशन, इसको मैं बहुत मतलब एक प्रमोट करता हूं कि गौशाला के पास जाइए, पोल्ट्री फार्म, डेयरी फार्म, फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स, इसमें प्रपोजल बहुत कम आते हैं, समझ में नहीं आता कहाँ कमी है, क्या मतलब फैक्टर छूट रहा है। तो इसमें जो भी बेस्ट पॉसिबल हमें लग रहा है, आज सब अगर MNRE की सारी स्कीम देखें तो इन टर्म ऑफ परसेंटेज मैक्सिमम सब्सिडी बायोगैस स्कीम में, इन परसेंटेज टोटल अगर देखा जाए तो इस तरह का हमने जो 50 किलोवाट तक का तो कोई DPR की जरूरत नहीं है। और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का जो मेरे को एक मोटी सी भाषा में समझ में आया है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इज नॉट गीगावाट ही नहीं है, किलोवाट भी रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है। तो छोटे वाले प्रोजेक्ट जो है इस पे सर फोकस कीजिए, और डिसेंट्रलाइज एप्लीकेशन, जो डिसेंट्रलाइज रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एप्लीकेशन है, उस कॉन्सेप्ट कहीं कहीं मिस हो रही है, वो गीगावाट के चक्कर में किलोवाट में भी मिस कर रहे हैं। मतलब काउंटर 5% अभी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, वो 95 कब आएगा, कब होगा, कैसे होगा? क्या उसके लिए कोई स्कीम मिस हो रहा है? इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्ट, टेक्नोलॉजी पार्ट, एडॉप्शन, कौन सा ऐसा फैक्टर है जो उस 5 आज भी वो 5% पे अटका पड़ा है? और एनिमल सेंसस कहते हैं वी आर द लार्जेस्ट पोल्ट्री पॉपुलेशन, एनिमल पॉपुलेशन। पैटर्न चेंज हुआ है, एनिमल नंबर ऑफ एनिमल कम नहीं हुए हैं, ओनली पैटर्न चेंज हुआ है। अभी कोई स्पीकर कह रहा था कि एनिमल पॉपुलेशन लेसर, कम और कम हो रही है, कम नहीं हो रही है, पैटर्न चेंज हो रहा है। तो कहीं भी कुछ भी कम नहीं है, पर फिर भी मेरे समझ से बाहर है कि ये स्कीम अभी फुल टेक ऑफ पूरी स्पीड पे क्यों नहीं पहुंच पाई, कहाँ कमी रह गई। तो आई थिंक वी हैव टू रीथिंक अबाउट आवर स्कीम, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रेटेजी, यूजर एडॉप्शन। फंड की कोई कमी नहीं है, अच्छे टारगेट्स हैं। we have a lot of smart tools like Biogas portal है, help desk है, सब कुछ है. What benefits you know? We have multiple this survey also. That पूरा मतलब 1 रुपए इन्वेस्टमेंट से 7 रुपीज रिटर्न होता है इन लॉन्ग टर्म 10 ईयर टाइम में. 1 करोड़ गवर्नमेंट का सब्सिडी इन्वेस्ट से 10 ईयर डाउन द पीरियड 67 करोड़ के बेनिफिट होते हैं, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट. हेल्थ, एनवायरमेंट, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, गैस, एवरीथिंग इन स्मॉल बायोगैस. और अगर पता नहीं इसमें है कि नहीं है, ये मैं जैसे बता रहा था कि हमने नए डिजाइन भी दिए हैं. बायोगैस सेलुलर फिल्टर यूनिट का भी अप्रूवल दिया है कि उससे थोड़ा प्लांट इकोनॉमिक्स इंप्रूव हो. और आज 1 घंटे में प्लांट इंस्टॉलेशन हो जाता है. तो इस तरह के इनपुट बहुत है, लेकिन एक जो बड़ी बात हुई है कि काउडर आज 5% ट्रीटमेंट पे है, वो 90% ट्रीटमेंट कैसे होगा? खाड़ी देश से ऑयल आकर हमारे गांव की किसी मोटरसाइकिल में जा सकता है, तो वो गोबर है, काउडर है, वो एक बायोगैस प्लांट तक क्यों नहीं जा सकता? ये एक मेरे लिए अभी रहस्य वाली बात है कि आप देखिए जो पेट्रोल डीजल कहाँ नहीं पहुंच रहा है. ये तो हमारी रोने वाली बात है कि कलेक्शन नहीं होता, फीड स्टॉक नहीं है, वो नहीं है. पर देखो जो उस स्टोरी को हमें रेप्लिकेट करना होगा बायो एनर्जी में. और हमें जो एक एग्जांपल, एक फीड स्टॉक एग्जांपल दिया है, काउडंग 5% ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है. इसको R&D वाले ज्यादा बेटर 5 से 6 होगा, इससे ज्यादा नहीं हुआ होगा. तो इस तरह के कुछ छोटी छोटी बातें हैं, उन पे हम एक्शन प्लान, हमारी जो गलतियां हैं उनको लेकर हम चलेंगे, सुधारेंगे, तो बहुत कुछ हो जाएगा. सर इस तरह की बातें हैं. रीजन स्पेसिफिक मॉडिफिकेशन चाहिए, सीजन स्पेसिफिक मॉडिफिकेशन चाहिए, और बहुत सारे जैसे ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, वी ऑल लव ऑर्गेनिक फूड, लेकिन कॉस्ट इज ए. तो इस तरह की छोटे छोटे होमवर्क लेके आप बताइए सर. MNRE हो चाहे MOPNG हो, कोई सी मिनिस्ट्री हो, डिपार्टमेंट हो, एक बार बार हम कहते हैं ना, दस्तक देते रहेंगे तो दीवारों में दरवाजे बन जाएंगे. मैं कई बार सुनता हूँ कि मैंने अपना अच्छा प्रपोजल दिया था, लेकिन क्या पता, कोई बात नहीं. लेकिन मैं पूरा विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूँ सर, आज MNRE में इतना अच्छा एक माहौल है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी को भी समझते हैं, इकोनॉमिक्स को भी मतलब लाइक करते हैं. तो कोई भी आइडियाज हो, अगर वो आइडिया डुएबल है, प्रैक्टिकल है, तो फ्लोर इज ओपन, स्वागत करते हैं. वो आइडियाज आने चाहिए. बस ये स्मार्ट वर्ड्स के साथ में सर, कोई भी क्वेश्चन हो किसी भी तरह का, वेलकम, स्वागत है. और कुछ होमवर्क ऐसा दीजिए जिसको ले जाकर रात दिन नींद उठ जाए, और MNRE का कोई भी मिनिस्ट्री हो, आपको लगता है कहीं सॉल्यूशन है और आप वहां तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहे, तो ब्रिज का काम हम करेंगे सर. थैंक यू सो मच. सर हाँ, क्वेश्चन बिल्कुल सर.
आपने जो बताया सब सब्सिडी के बारे में, और जानकारी तो दे रहे हैं हम लोगों को बायोमास के अवेयरनेस की. अब ये क्या है, बायोमास एज कंपोनेंट की बात हो रही है, आज पहली बार एप्लीकेशन की बात हो रही है कि हीटिंग में कर सकते हैं. बॉयलर की इतनी अच्छी जानकारी दी. और आपने देखा होगा सुबह जगदाली जी ने एक थोड़ा रेफरेंस दिया था कोल्ड स्टोर का. अभी कूलिंग लोगों के दिमाग में नहीं आया, या ठंडक बहुत लगती है सुबह से. तो बायोमास से ठंडी भी होती है, ये बताने की जरूरत है. और जस्ट बड़ौदा में जो रहते हैं, एक दिन बताना चाहूँगा कि आप एक ज़माने में 8-10 साल पहले हर एक होटल में गैस फायर्ड, नेचुरल गैस फायर्ड चिलर्स लगे थे, इंक्लूडिंग सूर्या पैलेस. ये तो नया बन गया है, पुराना सूर्या. बट इसी तरह से भी बायोमास को अप्लाई करके कूलिंग के भी प्रयास बड़े चालू है डायरेक्ट. उसके लिए थर्मली एक्टिवेटेड टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे वैन आप लिख रहे हैं, जैसे एडॉप्शन, जैसे कोल्ड स्टोर में भी. और उसके लिए क्या है, अभी जैसे गवर्नमेंट के स्कीम में अभी आपने देखा, आपने ये छोटे बायोगैस की बात की, यहाँ सिस्टम ऑफ बायो के भी लोग हैं, काफ़ी आप उसको दे रहे हैं. लेकिन उसी तरह ये जो कोल्ड स्टोर को बढ़ावा देना है, उसके लिए टेस्टिंग जो एक शब्द आता है लोगों के लिए कि भाई अप्रूवल, वैसे कोई एजेंसी है ही नहीं। मैं 8-10 दिन से हम लोग काफ़ी ट्राई कर रहे हैं, मैंने भी लिखा हुआ है आपको कितने लोगों का, आज मैंने गौरव जी को मिला पता। तो ये जो सुविधा चाहिए लोगों के लिए कि भाई ये एक अप्रूव्ड प्रोडक्ट है एमएनआरई का, जो बायोमास से चल रहा है, जैसे अभी आपने सिस्टम में करके रखा है, वेयर नो ऑल सबसे एवरीथिंग इज लाइंड अप। बट ये जो इंडस्ट्री जैसे अवेयरनेस ही नहीं है कि टेक्नोलॉजी से जल्द हो सकता है। जैसे मैंने आपको बोला गैस से कूलिंग होता है, किसी को मालूम नहीं, लेकिन ये जो बायोमास से हम जो बात कर रहे हैं, वो जो हम आज बायोएनर्जी का प्रोग्राम है इसलिए बायोमास की बात कर रहा हूँ, उसके फैसिलिटेशन के लिए अभी मैं, जैसे आपने बोला नाइस मालूम है हमें कि भाई नाइस में भी वो सोलर एनर्जी का है, वो बायोएनर्जी क्या करेगा। तो हमने बोला, हमको किसी ने बोला कपूरथला जाओ, कपूरथला वाले के बाद सचिन के बाद करते वो भी मतलब कुछ ऐसा कोई सोचा नहीं
सर।
टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए आप हमें फैसिलिटेट करिए, क्योंकि आपने बिल्कुल हमको वार्म वेलकम दिया है कि भाई आप क्वेश्चन पूछिए तो हम पूछ रहे हैं इसके लिए, और आप फैसिलिटेट करिए।
सर इस पे काफ़ी काम हो रहा है अभी। टेस्टिंग और क्वालिटी कंट्रोल के लिए एमएनआरई में भी एक डिवीजन क्रिएट हुआ है। पहले टेस्टिंग और क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन पे कहीं से कोई वर्ड उठ के कभी सुन लिया तो सुन लिया, अदरवाइज कोई डिस्कशन नहीं होता था। आज की डेट में एमएनआरई में एक सेपरेट डिवीजन बना है और वो सारे जितने भी प्रोडक्ट हैं इस पे वो है टेक्नोलॉजी, उन पे काम चल रहा है। बीआईएस के साथ में मिलकर बहुत सारे R&D और जो इंडस्ट्री पीपल है उनके साथ में मिलकर, और इसमें हम पूरा एक रोड पिक्चर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। और जो हमारे तीनों R&D विंग है, निबे और नाइस, सोलर, विंड और बायो के, इन सबको इस दिशा में काम दिया जा रहा है। लेकिन ये है कि अब उसमें एक आपके पास जो एक्सपीरियंस है उसको अगर हम जल्दी उसको यूटिलाइज कर पाएंगे तो बेटर है कि हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेज में जल्दी ला सकेंगे। सर इस पे क्वालिटी कंट्रोल पे काम हो रहा है और डॉक्टर A.K. त्रिपाठी हेड कर रहे हैं। बिल्कुल सर इस तरह के सॉल्यूशंस हैं। हमने BIS से बोला कि डिमांड बेस्ड प्रपोजल आएंगे तो हम उनका भी टेस्टिंग करेंगे, और ज़्यादा डिमांड आएगी तो वहाँ हम एक सेंटर क्रिएट कर देंगे। तो इस तरह डायलॉग एस्टेब्लिश हो रहा है। तो या क्वालिटी कंट्रोल और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन में काम हो रहा है सर। तो मैं तो कहूँ सर आपके पास जो भी आइडिया है, जो भी प्रोडक्ट का स्पेसिफिकेशन आप चाहते हैं और दिमाग में, प्लीज एमएनआरई को दीजिए और हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं सर।
थैंक यू।
यस सर। या
Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for all the information. As we know that the farm residues भारत के अंदर जो प्रोड्यूस होता है वो कुछ लिमिटेड 10 डिजाइन या 50 टाइप्स है, लाइक paddy straw, whatever these types of varieties there. So why not the government of India and the MNRE take the initiative and create bacteria culture for individual products, which can be given to all these institutes and the individual plant owners for generation of biogas, which can be helpful at every stage. Because currently the main problem is the culture which can digest the different residues. So this is my first point. And the second point is you said that only the 5% dung is being processed. I think the main reason is before 5 years I analyzed whether I can put up a biogas plant by procuring dung from individual household, but then at last I found that the energy which I will invest in collection of the dung will be more than what I get in return by processing the dungs. So here one of the suggestions can be we should give the incentives to the villages where we have the community gausalas, where the individual can put their cows and buffaloes in their community center, and so we have a great center where we can collect all these residues and process as one location, and we can get better returns. Thank you.
जहाँ तक जो माइक्रोब्स और कल्चर की बात कर रहे हैं, एक्चुअली बायोगैस में टेक्नोलॉजी काफ़ी मैच्योर है। हमारे इंडिया में अच्छे जितने टेम्परेचर और वो सब पैरामीटर्स अवेलेबल है। आई थिंक हमें नया टेक्नोलॉजी, गुड मैच्योर टेक्नोलॉजी पे बात आती नहीं है। आज से 20 साल पहले ये क्वेश्चन आता था कि वेयर इज द टेक्नोलॉजी, बट अभी भी कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी तो क्वाइट मैच्योर है, मतलब एक सेटिस्फैक्ट्री लेवल पे पहुंच गई बायोगैस में। इफ आई एम रॉन्ग प्लीज करेक्ट मी। अब तो ये है कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी, मार्केट और बिजनेस वो अब स्मार्ट मैनेजमेंट स्ट्रेटेजी है, दैट इज अ बिग क्वेश्चन।
उस पर हमें फोकस करने की जरूरत है। टेक्नोलॉजी में माइक्रोब्स और स्ट्रेन्स, आई थिंक वो बहुत पीछे रह गया, उसकी कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है सर। बायोगैस परफेक्टली बनता है। आपका जो मैनेज पूरा जो बायोगैस प्लांट को रन राउंड द ईयर चलाने के लिए स्ट्रेटेजी जो है, दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। वी हैव टू रीथिंक अबाउट आवर स्ट्रेटेजी और मैनेजरियल प्रैक्टिस। और दूसरा क्वेश्चन आपका था कि क्या था दूसरा क्वेश्चन? हाँ सर, प्रैक्टिकल ये बात है कि फार्मर इंडिविजुअल हाउस होल्ड अपने गोबर को कोई नहीं देगा, ये प्रैक्टिकल फैक्ट है, ये प्रैक्टिकल फैक्ट है। और आज की डेट में गांवों में देखो इतना मतलब लिविंग एक डेंस पॉपुलेशन नहीं रहता, क्योंकि सबके पास कम्युनिटी है, रोड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, सब अपने अपने खेत पे फार्म कॉन्सेप्ट आने लग गई। तो कम्युनिटी तो कुछ लेवल पे पंजाब और महाराष्ट्र में जहाँ पे मतलब एक गांव जैसा है। अब फॉर एग्जांपल राजस्थान में मैं देखता हूँ, अब गांव में सिर्फ 2 लोग रहते हैं, या तो जिनके पास खेत नहीं है या फिर सारे जॉब करते हैं, वही गांव में रुके हुए हैं, अदरवाइज सब अपने फार्म पे चले गए। तो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे बायोगैस हो, चाहे कम्युनिटी कुकिंग, बहुत पहले एक सोलर कम्युनिटी कुकिंग मैकेनिज्म था, ये सारे डिफंक्ट और प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है। तो आप सोच के देखिए कि वही लगता है ना कि आपने गोबर कम दिया, मैंने उसने ज्यादा दिया, मेरे को गैस कम मिला। उस लेवल पे कम्युनिटी लेवल पे बायोगैस प्रैक्टिकली बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग और सीरियस इशू है। इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे बायोगैस, स्मॉल बायोगैस, हाँ गौशाला में आप देख सकते हैं, बिकॉज उनका माइंडसेट एक ही है, बस काऊ है, सेवा हो रही है। वो आपको वाटर स्पेस दे सकते हैं, आपका स्मार्ट बिजनेस कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आई है। और उनको अभी फॉर एग्जांपल राजस्थान में गंगानगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक एग्जांपल है, वहाँ एक बड़ी गौशाला के साथ में एक आप जैसे डेवलपर गए, उन्होंने बोला या तो बिजनेस का 35% ले लीजिए या फिर 24 लाख रुपीज आपको एनुअल और 10% इंक्रीमेंट के साथ लॉन्गर, और हमें बस आप स्पेस दीजिए, गोबर और वाटर, 3 चीज दीजिए, हम आपको ये बेनिफिट्स देंगे। और तो एक तरफ टेक्नोलॉजी लेके बैठा है, दूसरी तरफ फीड स्टॉक है, मार्केट है। तो ये तो कॉम्बिनेशन स्ट्रेटेजी आपको बनानी है कि 2500 गौशाला की लिस्ट है सर मेरे पास में, और जो भी कोई विजिट होता है मैं यही कहता हूँ, टेक इट आउट। और 2500 गौशाला, रजिस्टर्ड गौशाला, और एनिमल सेंटर अनदर 5000। तो इनका अगर 1% में भी जहां सारे पैरामीटर सुटेबली एक डुएबल मॉडल में फिट हो रहे हैं, तो 2500 का 1% भी बहुत होता है। तो वहां से शुरुआत कीजिए, तो बैंक को भी कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा कि यस नाउ आई कैन पुट माई मनी। भाई एक रात में बैंक को कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आएगा कि मैं अपना लोन दे दूं और मेरा मतलब उसका जो रिटर्न है होगा कि नहीं होगा। तो एक लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस अटेन करने के लिए थोड़ा सा हमें 5, 50 फिर 5000 की बात करनी चाहिए। आई थिंक स्मार्ट पीपल अंडरस्टैंड हो गए होंगे कि ये 5, 50 और 5000 का एग्जाम्पल क्यों दे रहा हूँ। तो इस तरह से आप वो गौशाला में अभी मेरे पास में मीडियम साइज के ओनली 50 प्रपोजल आए हैं, बिकॉज गौशाला अभी मेरे पास नहीं आएगा और आप टेक्नोलॉजी लेके बैठे हैं, कोई मार्केट लेके बैठा है। तो ये एक कॉम्बिनेशन आपको स्मार्ट कॉम्बिनेशन बैठाना होगा तीनों फैक्टर्स का, और ये हो सकता है। Any more question, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Meena ji. That was really an inspirational and speech that was coming out of heart. So, real thanks for that. He gave us a comprehensive idea about the policies and schemes that are in MNRE, right? And more importantly, it's quite pleasing to see that there is a lot of questions coming from the participants. So the lunch hasn't have much of impact in that sense. So keep coming up with questions. And one maybe underlining thing that might be worth noticing over here is that ministry works under certain boundary conditions, right? So they themselves can't be the industry. So industry players have to look for the various things that are related to the business aspects, and they can just facilitate that business to kind of go ahead. So on those note, maybe we can move on to our next speaker. We have got Dr. Anil Kumar, Director, Sprayry. So we will also hear it out from him. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Dr. Anil Kumar Dubey, from Sprayry Bioenergy. My talk has been kept in a session where policies like National Bioenergy Program for successful on-ground implementation of bioenergy. Previous speaker and morning session, lot of things have been told, and I fully agree that Mr. Meena has really talked from his own heart, not from the slides as what usually people talk about it. Thank you, sir, for implementation of the National Bioenergy Program, especially from the Biogas. I will only say for the implementation of the policies. I started my career in 1979 from Rajasthan, Banswara district. And those days, nobody imagines that cost of the solar energy for electricity generation from the solar energy will come to such a level that it will compete every electricity producers. So nobody knows. It is how it has happened. It has happened because of the government policies and because of the money input into that system. So my only say to the policies that how the money has been put into the policy, along with the policies, how favorable policies are there and how the money is being played to that. Then technology will definitely emerge. Of course, the bioenergy has a different dimensions. If I talk, because we will be discussing in the morning, briquettes, pellets, gasification, biochar, etc. If you see the single feedstock, rice straw, right from eastern region, West Bengal to the north, Punjab, the characteristics of feedstock is different. Their silica content, their alkali contents, their other contents are there. Only what we are talking about the quantity what has been generated, and mostly based on the reverse calculations. Reverse calculations means we only know the grain output, and based on that normally people, of course I have seen few studies that they have some, statistically they have measured certain data and then they have extrapolated those things. So in this direction, for better implementation of the bioenergy generation program, the characterization of the feedstock is equally important, because the same feedstock with the regional specific regions, they are changing. So this is what I have to say only in this. Now I have my presentation especially that fits into the next coming session. We have actually the spreading. What we are doing, and we are basically the technology providers, technology generators. We are also working on the demonstration level also, successful demonstration level, but basically we are the technology providers and we take a demonstration. So we don't have any a very wise view. Suppose if I am a businessman, I may have a different views for my own technologies. But only we are the technology developers. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. The expiry, I think some of you may be knowing the expiry, but I want to explain what the expiry is. And Dr. Gaurav Mishra is before to MNI, he is with us. SPRADI is an R&D organization recognized in the country and outside for its contribution in the field of renewable energy. We have solar energy divisions, biochemical conversion division, where we work for the biogas, ethanol, green hydrogen. Then we have a thermochemical conversion division. We work on the gasification to convert for the heat application, steam generation. What we have in the morning session, how we can generate the green steam or green heat. Then of course we have a small technology transfer division where we take up to the technology for the dissemination to create the awareness program. Next. This organization is not like normal NGOs, it is little different NGOs. It is being founded by late Dr. H.M. Patel, government Home Minister, Government of India, and late Mr. Nanu Bhai Amin sir. I think Gujarati people know their contributions. And this founded in 1979. We have a strength of a qualified multidisciplinary research team. We have a rich experience in field installations, laboratories, high quality equipment, pilot level testing we do it, laboratories from the pilot level. Then we have in-house fabrication facilities. We have a lot of linkages with the government organizations. This organization have been supported mostly by the government, ICR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, DVT, DST, MNRE, Tata Trust Mumbai, Government of Gujarat, GEDA, so many if you see. And of course we are also earn from our consultancy projects. That is also one of the source of earning. We work it in a very different mode. We have been recognized, this institution has been recognized as a scientific institution. And we have also been recognized by BIS, NABL, MRE, MNRE for testing of gadgets, renewable energy gadgets. What we can offer it, actually we do it, but we can offer it. This is just maybe one more slide is there. Now then we will come to the technology for conversion technology. We can collaborate and do the contact research. We do the surveys. We develop the technologies, commissioning of renewable energy systems, promotion and demonstration, evaluation and testing. So all the work which we feel it in the domain of the renewable energy, we do it at our SPRADI. Now comes to the technologies. We have a successful biogas technologies. I will be restricting my talk to only technologies. We have a solar energy technology that can fit into the green steam generation, green. We have a thermochemical technology also where we have gasifiers. We work on the gasifier from 20 kg per hour to 500 kg per hour. We do the consultancy to the industries. In the biogas system, as our friend Meena Sahab from MNRE is saying that why we have a small utilization of cow dung, 5%. So only the small technologies can also play a big role apart from the giga. I fully agree, sir, with you that these technologies can be promoted by the MNRE at a smaller cost with a higher subsidies, can play a catalytic role in use of enhancement of the use of processing of the cow dung for the energy as well as the compost, which can have a better impact on the organic farming, soil health, environmental health, everything. As what Meena sir is telling, that 1 crore investment can get a 67 crores of health, other benefits, indirect benefits, direct and indirect benefits. So we have a kitchen dining hall residue based technologies, fruit and vegetable residue based, mandi based technologies. We work on agro-industrial waste, dairy effluent, other agro-industries effluents, water hyacinth, crop residues. We are very much focusing on the paddy straw, how to generate the methane from the paddy straw. Of course, organic fractions of the municipal solid waste that we are. And we have some kind of a biogas liquid food, especially the dairy and potato processing and few more industries where you have a low organic rates, low organic content in the effluents that can be converted into gas. We have a technology, a conventional technology, where we take around 35 to 45, 55 days of retention time, HRT, to generate the biogas. And also we have a technology we are working on 2 days technology, but we have a mature technology of 3 days retention time. We have a patented technology, we can have a 3 days HRT retention time, and that is working on the field. That why we are saying that our technologies has a special benefits, because we are not a profit motive organization. So we have a reduction, we reduces the carbon footprint, environment coefficient, methane rich gas, good quality organic fertilizer manure, reduce the demand for chemical fertilizer, soil biofuels we are also working on a circular economy mode, which is a very common terminology which is now being used. We should work on the technology which is in a circular economy mode. So there should not be any waste. So we are all the waste produced from one end, we will take into the another technology so that no waste is being generated. And of course, the payback period is most of the technologies is less than 5. Maybe some technology we have a 3 year terms, especially which requires especially the regions, because water is also one of the scarcity. So conventional biogas plant needs a lot of water, so we can have a less water consuming power plant that we can at a domestic level we do it at high site consumption. Then we have a crop residue treatment plant. This also generates the biogas. We have a 20 days retention time in this thermophilic ring system. We get around, in this case we are getting around 200, more than 200 to 230 liters per TS, per kg TS we are getting the biogas in this, which is normally people are counting 150 or so. We have this installation kitchen-based treatment plants for bioenergy generation, 10 kV. I think we have more than 100 plants we have installed in the state of Gujarat and other places. This is another plant. It is installed in the Anand Irma Institute. This is a waste is come from milk industries, because you get both scum as well as effluent. So from scum you can also generate the biogas, which is, I think we get it around 300 to 310 liters per year. But recently, the recent figures, because we are continuously R&D, so we are recently getting around 450 liters per kg of TS from the dairy scum, that much of. So we are every time we are improving our technologies. Of course, this toileting, this also we promoted, as the government suggested sometimes. Water hyacinth. This is from water hyacinth. This program we worked on a circular economy mode. There we get biogas as well as the residue from the what we are getting. We are making a pellets which can be used for the burning, or as well as what we have suggested, that waste can go for the pellets and briquettes production. We have a biphasic system, 3 tons per day, which we install municipal solid waste. This is conventional technology. Biomechanism from potato waste. We are getting good amount of yield biomechanism from dairy fluents. Now, which areas to focus? We have 3 recently patented technology, which is we are handling a order-free technology, which I will be focusing in my presentation nowadays, and 2 are under consideration. This is under patenting process. Most of the things I think we have through it, only the award is left out. Here we have used 3 days retention time for especially the crop residues, and we are getting the yield, I think 350 liters per kg of TS. So 3 days of retention time, this we are patenting it, this we are going to patent it. 350 liters of per kg of TS with a crop residues in 3 days retention time. This kind of technology we have. So this is patented technology which, next one is, this is the patent, why we are going for the patented technology, because if you see 40 to 45 HRTs there. Of course, we have, if you have some kind of a raw material variation, then pH shocks are always there. Then biphasic, if we go for the biphasic, then we have some kind of a order. So all these problems we have solved in our patent technology. This is the patent, we got it for orderless. So it is basically our technology have 3 days, this also have a 3 days retention time. We get less capital investment, is around 30% less. Water requirement is also 50% as compared to existing conventional technology. And this runs on the, it can adopt any kind of waste, household waste, food, factory waste, mandi waste. So this all we can use these waste and feed to the plant. Of course, these are the benefits. We get employment generations also. This technology, what we have worked in this technology, the most important that we have created a awareness and biomass collections. We have made models how to collect the biomass, which normally people install the systems, but we have not done that way. We have created the model, we have created the awareness how to segregate the things, we have created the supply chain, we collect the biomass, we get it, we have changed the mindset of 200 commercial establishments. So around the 20 kilometer vicinity, we are getting the supply, and we are producing 3.5 tons. We have installed biomethanation system, which is producing around 200 meter cube of gas, which is used for the, we have installed in the near the hospital. So they have a college, they have a hospital canteen. So all the canteens is being used by these gases, and also we have a plan to the surplus gases to go to the residence of the people who are living in the premises of the campus. So this, I think, we crush the material, we screw press, then we get solid residue which can go for compost, or we can go for pelleting. The lead kits will go for our hybrid anaerobic hydrate filters, and the 50% of water, this effluent water, again we recycle to the for repressing the screw press, and we are for the leachate we are adding 1:4 water also. We get okay. This gives some better idea. Same thing. So this 2.5 ton substrate, pH inlet pH is 5.3, 6.9 outlet. These are the COD variations. We get biogas generation from this much of 1.99 meter cube per day. We have a COD removal, I think more than 80%. 80% COD removal. We get methane content 63.5. This goes up to 65, more than 65%. So average we are getting 64, 65%. This is a specific one. Observations are there. Okay. So cost benefit, we can develop the technology up to 200 tons per day. We have established 3.5 ton per day, but we can establish up to 200 tons per day. This technology has a scope. Beyond that, we have not designed it, but we have designed up to 200 tons per day. So if 5 tons per day, this is the investment cost, and you can get expenditure. So I think payback period, if you consider it, I think it's 3.5 years if you consider the fertilizers. We have also made a provisions of selling of the fertilizers. We are estimated 1 rupees 50 paisa per kg. Now we have an agreement of 1 rupees. We are selling 1 rupees per kg of the slurry, what we are getting from the plant. Yeah, this is, I think, okay, these are the few pictures. I think I have done my presentations. Only you can see the awareness we have created. We have a vehicle, we have with us, we have 2 segregation parts. We get it from different organizations. This is the images of segregated wet waste. This is you can see the waste which has come to the site, at plant site. Yeah, this is how we do it. This is the view of this two-phase material. It finally can go for a briquetting or it can go for a compost. Both way we are doing. This is the view of it. This is the plant view. Some controllers, measurements. These are the feed screw, we have a screw, and finally the leachate is going to the tank. This is the canteen, one of the canteen, our gases are being used. We are monitoring the pressures inside the kitchen as well as outside the plant. If any variations are there, we take necessary corrective measures. This we have a 1.5 minutes video. If time permits, we can just show you the video. It's a 1.5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you have any questions, welcome. If you can show that video, yeah, this link time. You have to see it. Thank you. Okay, okay, now. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Kumar. So it was really good to learn about the various offerings that the institute has, right? And it's the underlying message from that could be that we may look forward for industry-institute partnership. We may look forward to lever upon the offerings or services that they have on offer, right? So anyways, you may connect with Dr. Kumar and then take it forward from there. So let's build upon the momentum that we already have in CVG industry with the kind of offerings that the institute has on offer. Right, so time to get into the next session, right? So the next session is going to be really interesting and I believe it will keep you charged up. So we are going to learn about the success stories of biogas plants in the yesteryears. So maybe to begin with that session, maybe I can present some of the old adage. The old adage goes that failures are the pillar to success, right? So in every learning that we have from our yesteryears or the previous experiences that we have, that makes us robust to kind of develop a very strengthened future. So that's what we can see from such kind of learnings. So with those words, maybe it's time to get straight away with the presentations. So to begin with, we have got Mr. Bhim Shankar Setkar, CEO of NDDB Mrida with us. So we'll hear out from him about his experience. Please.
Good afternoon all. So, NDDB, I think most of us know about Dairy Board, National Dairy Development Board. Since 2018, apart from milk value chain which is created across the country, Dairy Board started working on creating manure value chain also. So when I'm saying manure value chain, our focus was mainly on the dung part, which is there across all the dairy farms. So what to do about this dung? And obviously the first choice was going with the biogas, and then biogas is nothing new, but then there were a lot of startups coming, and there were a lot of technologies which were coming in terms of prefabricated biogas plants. So we started working on biogas plant as first part, and the second part was of slurry management. So I think we were the first one to go ahead and create these clusters where we were processing these slurry coming from these household biogas plants also. Now going ahead, under such a lot of big biogas plants came and everybody started talking about slurry management or making fertilizers out of slurry. But even before that, we were working on collection of slurry from these small household biogas plants also. So that is how we started in 2018. And going forward in 2022, the name which you are seeing right now, NDDB Mrida Limited, has been established in the year 2022 for to take forward the initiative of this manure value chain across the country in a sustainable and in a commercial manner. So this is a subsidiary of Dairy Board. Is it working? So in 2022, NDDB Mrida Limited has been established with the objective of smallholder biogas plant, installation of small biogas plants as well as the big biogas plants. But the mandate is to work basically on the dung as a feedstock for all these biogas plants. And also focus research and development on manure management. And the third mandate which we have is generate the carbon revenue models out of all these experiments or the concepts which you are trying to do. So this is the latest subsidiary of Dairy Board for this purpose. Now the first model which I just started with was installation of small biogas plants and creating cluster. Cluster means concentrating, there are 2 or 3 villages which are nearby or 5 radius of 10 to 20 kilometers with as many number of possible as small biogas plants, and then providing the post installation services as well as the procurement of slurry and then converting into value added fertilizers. So that just like milk, the slurry is purchased and money goes to the farmers. So at the end of the day, whatever activities are being done, the objective is to enhance the farmer's income also. So this is one model on which we are working, and with different partners. There is one session after this session also wherein the Eco Fuel System Biogas, they are also going to participate. With these kind of startups and partners, we were able to reach out nearly 17,000 farmers in last couple of years for this kind of model. Then the next model is, here we are yet to initiate at a scale. Here we are talking about biogas plants of size 100 cubic meter or 200 cubic meter for a small village. And in that particular village, we laying the pipeline for supplying the biogas. So that is one kind of model, and one such experiment we have already done in Uttar Pradesh, wherein 140 households are supplied with the biogas, and the metering is done, and based on the metering, the payment is done to the biogas owner. The third model, which I will be talking as part of this session, basically is steam generation from the biogas for the dairy processing plant, which is operational since almost now March 2023, and we are operating this plant in Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. So here, the capacity of this plant is around 100 metric ton per day feeding capacity and 4,000 cubic meter in terms of biogas production. Every day, whatever biogas is produced, that is supplied to the boiler of a dairy plant where the milk is processed. So per day, around 2 lakh liters of milk is processed. And on an average, we are procuring around 80 tons of dung as of now since last 7-8 months. And as a backup, what we have there is genset also, wherein in any case where, because the boiler, it is a modified boiler from the single fuel that was earlier used, that is light diesel oil. So when we have done the modifications, there are some issues while operating this kind of, because these are all new concepts in terms of using the raw biogas to operate this kind of biogas boiler. So we thought if there is any breakdown while operating the boiler, what to do with the gas. So that's why we have given the backup for the power generation also, so that we don't have to flare. So we can proudly say that in last almost like 8 months of operation, we haven't flared even a single cubic meter of biogas as of now. So we are able to use 100% biogas produced from this plant. This is for the steam generated is used for pasteurization of the milk. The most important thing which everybody talks is that it is really difficult to get the dung to run the biogas plant because feedstock availability and procurement itself is a big task. So in this particular biogas plant, what we have done is some name you can say like Gobar Sarthi is a word we have used for the dung aggregators. So what these dung aggregators are doing, the first condition is that the aggregators should be dairy farmers, and they should have their own dung and dairy farm. Apart from that, they can collect substantial amount of dung from other farmers also. So they become aggregator for us, and we pay them on the landing price basis to these aggregators. So we are calling them Gobar Sarthi. So for last 9 months, we haven't faced any situation wherein we are not getting dung on a day-to-day basis. So for us, it has become like operating like tap water. When we want 120 tons per day, we are getting 120 tons. When we don't want that much, when we are requiring 70 tons, we are getting 70 tons. So that much capacity we are able to build for the dung, as a feedstock also. So that is the biggest learning for us. When we started, everybody was apprehensive when in December when we were doing the commissioning. Most of the contractors of the biogas plant, or even those who are involved in the plant setting up the plant, were apprehensive that we will not get the dung for the seeding also in that much quantity. So we are talking about 35 lakh kg of dung and all these numbers. So, but we were able to do that. So that's the biggest learning, that it is not difficult to set up this kind of operations wherein we can buy the dung and run the plant. And we are able to do it. We are able to get the dung within the radius of maximum 10 kilometers, and we are able to survey like for 20 kilometers as a backup. But within the 10 kilometer radius, we are getting the dung now. So this is from the feedstock availability for this particular plant. As I already told you, these are some numbers for as objective of this particular session. Why it is a success story? Because we were able to reduce the average LDO consumption in a boiler almost 60% since we started in March 2023, and our target is by end of March or April to replace the entire use of LDO in the boiler and run the boiler totally on the biogas itself. So that is what we are able to do. And then most important from the farmer's point of view is that the money which was going outside for the fossil fuel purchase is then now plowed back to the economy of Varanasi through the purchase of this dung. So almost 1 crore rupees of dung has been purchased, and this money has gone back to the farmers. Steam generation, definitely. So we are able to achieve around 6 to 7 kg in this range per cubic meter of biogas utilized for the steam generation. And on an average, we are processing around 2 lakh liters of milk per day using the biogas. So this is it, a small case study what we are doing in our Varanasi biogas plant. Thank you.
Excuse me, question. What is the cost of your steam if you produce your own biogas?
As of now, it is coming around 1 rupees 80 paisa to 2 rupees per kg, not more than that. So we are planning to reduce it further the moment we go for fully operational this one. You have question and answer session?
Maybe at the end.
Okay.
So thanks, Mr. Setkar. So wonderful findings from the slide pack that we saw just now. So one of the things that comes straight away to mind is about the symbiotic relationship that we always emphasize upon. So it's always nice to include or have an inclusive growth. So we talk about the entire value chain from farmers to the mid-level players to the industry and the final downstream players. So always nice to have an inclusive, and that's what we saw in the dairy model, right? So going forward, we have our next speaker, Mr. Viral Patel, who is General Manager at MSA Bioenergy. So let's hear out from Mr. Patel.
Good afternoon, and thank you for providing this opportunity. At MSA Bioenergy Private Limited, we have been executing biogas projects, mid-sized biogas projects, and we have executed more than 70 projects in a decade, in the last 1 decade. We have served dairy farms, milk processing units, IT industries, educational institutes, slaughterhouse, and poultry farms also. As we continued executing projects, we realized that operating the biogas plant is not as easy for the beneficiary as it is for the manufacturer. So we also started providing O&M service. We also provide training for biogas plants, as we see a huge opportunity for skilled manpower. We see that there is a huge requirement of skilled manpower who can operate the biogas plant, as number of plants are coming up in near future. Today, we have more than 15 plants with long-term commitment which are under our O&M contract. After the launch of Subtle, the entire industry focus has shifted to CGD, which is good, which is great. But there is a potential, or there are potential projects where biogas can directly be used for steam and heat generation. So such projects should also be encouraged in parallel. When we talk about MSME, we have to keep in our mind that MSME has a limited resources. So capital-intensive renewable energy projects are not as viable for MSME as for larger industries. Here, I'm presenting 3 case studies where biogas is directly used for heat generation or thermal application or steam production. About our company. You all know Mr. Deepak Gadia. He is our director and chairperson. We have Mr. Manish Kothari as a business advisor and Mr. Uday Dalal as a director. Mr. Pranav Gadia is our vice president and myself, Viral Patel. Technology that we are using for biogas production We have KVIC, we have PA Janta modified technology. We have MUST for high solid content. We have CSTR and Nisarguna technology. Depending upon different feed materials and size of the plant, we use different technologies. For purification, we have water scrubber. We installed India's first commercial purification system based on low pressure water scrubber in Muniseva Ashram, Goa. We also have access to PSA, and we are working with IIT Bombay to develop a low cost, low energy purification system for smaller projects. We have our own technology or our own design for small size biogas plant for 1 to 4 cubic meter capacity. For mid-size plant, it is mostly suitable for institutes. When we talk about cattle dung utilization in gaushalas, we have executed number of projects in gaushalas with state government subsidy and even without subsidy. We have executed projects in educational institutes based on food waste. We also have a gas management system for where the gas is recovered from ETP. We will be presenting 2 case studies on this technology, and we also have executed industrial or commercial biogas projects where the gas is converted into CBG. As I said, we also provide service related to biogas projects. We provide techno-economic feasibility study. Along with that, we have provide O&M and training also. So we are presenting 3 case studies. First is a cattle dung based biogas plant at Bharat Bharati Shiksha Samiti, Betul. It is a 200 cubic meter biogas plant which was inaugurated by Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, our Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas and Steel, in December 2020. Here, the institution is having their own gaushala, producing around 4 to 5 ton of cattle dung every day. The dung is used in biogas plant to produce gas. The gas is, after removing the H-gas, supplied to the kitchen at certain pressure, at desired pressure, and replaces it replaces the LPG. The project was funded by IOCL under CSR scheme. There are some technical specifications. It produces around 200 cubic meter of biogas. Economies of operation. The institute is able to save around 11,000 rupees a day while converting slurry into fertilizers. The process flow. So this plant not just converting waste into energy, but it also reduces the greenhouse gas emission. Reduces around 600 metric ton of greenhouse gas emission on annual basis. This is the construction process and till completion of the process, a small video clip. the fertilizer, the dried fertilizer is sold outside, whereas the liquid, separated liquid is used in institute's own farms. The ETP gas recovery system. This project was installed at Pale, Nimrana. Pale District Factory in Nimrana is having their own anaerobic ETP plant, which is producing around 500 cubic meter of ETP gas, methane-rich ETP gas. At the same time, they have steam requirement. So they were using PNG to produce this steam. So by recovering the gas, although it is not possible to completely replace the PNG, but there is a significant reduction in the PNG expenditure. So monthly saving is around 2 lakh rupees by investment of a small amount. Here the boiler was for the PNG and it was modified to use biogas as well. So it was converted into dual fuel. So this technology is available. It is possible. We have also done projects where the furnace oil based boilers or husk based boilers are converted into dual fuel to use biogas. The Vizag Food Private Limited. It's a slaughterhouse where around 500 animals are slaughtered and they produce the meat which is exported. So there are two aspects. One is waste processing. They have a huge problem of treating the waste. At the same time, their ETP also produces the methane-rich biogas. So here is the furnace where they are used to use briquettes. The briquettes were used to produce the steam. So we executed this project in two phases. In a first phase, the ETP gas was supplied to the furnace and there was a reduction in briquettes, usage of briquettes. In a second phase, we converted the punch manure into biogas. So now they are getting rid of their issue with waste processing or waste disposal and also getting energy, renewable energy in the form of biogas. So here the furnace with supplied with boiler and a CSTR digester which is recently commissioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Patel. So, wonderful insights there as well. So, we learned about 3 case studies, all different from others, right? So, that will give us some say in terms of in the beginning, in the beginning of the post-lunch session, Mr. Meena presented about the mid-sized plants and the subsidy related to it. So, he was quite skeptical about the number of projects coming for those subsidy is quite less, but maybe such kind of projects actually qualify for the mid-sized plants, right? So this is a good example for such kind of projects coming up further. So maybe that's a takeaway. So going forward, maybe we will call upon Mr. P.R. Singh, who is CEO of Atmos Power. So let's hear out from Mr. Singh, please.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Good afternoon. See, I started my company Atmos Power 2010. Initially, we worked for 6 months, green energy, green hydrogen. But at that time, I realized the hydrogen is future but not in present. So then we I think about this biogas. So present is biogas. On these days, biogas, I just go through some website and some example in Germany, there are so many biogas plant. कुछ बायोगैस प्लांट यहाँ पे ऐसी कॉमर्शियल 80 घन मीटर क्यूब और ये सब स्टार्ट हुए थे. Basically, I have experience in PSA, VPSA technology. So we are in pioneer in VPSA technology in gas separation, where oxygen gas generation plant, nitrogen gas generation plant, hydrogen purification, and the same VPSA technology based biogas upgradation system. Recently, we developed syngas to pure hydrogen. We are getting 96% nitrogen. The balance is argon, so we are suffering in separate out the argon. But we achieved oxygen, nitrogen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide free. But remaining is argon. This is challenge. But around 4 to 5% argon is coming. Our trial is going on in our R&D facility near to Savli. This is very long journey. 2010, 2011, we start some R&D with the PSA technology. Then realize we start this VPSA technology. We procure one small syntax biogas plant. I just fabricate a small size PSA technology. This start this separation, and we achieve around 88 to 90% methane content. Meanwhile, we got inquiry from Bangalore. There is a first bio-CBG project, digester mounted by Mehlam. And at that time, subsidy was around 50%. And this plant looking this gas upgradation, gas purification system, I got this inquiry. During this communication, I give guarantee I can achieve 90%, but I don't have any running plant. But you have to believe me. So he realized, he gave me order, and we execute in 3 months, and we achieved 91% at that time. So we start this. Then after 10-12 project, we realized in the VPSA technology also there is a methane slippage is less greater than 15% or sometime 20%. So then we start thinking this R&D. So we develop second research system, and one day we achieve less than 2%, and we file patent. Now our gas upgradation 2-stage system is patented, and I think so many clients are already aware. We are doing with this Thermax number of project ever in my home. Reliance Jamnagar already started. So this is the journey. Now today my aim to explain is biogas. Meena Saab told cow dung is only utilized 5%. What is the issue? The issue is gas yield, I think. So the per ton gas yield is the challenge. वो commercially viable नहीं हो रहा है. Then thinking about this, and 2 years back, हमने एक partner देखे. My partner is behind this. In the one project is a small 20 TPD cow dung based, this old technology based biogas plant. At that time, we were looking some gas upgradation. Initially, they installed water scrubbing technology, but the father started. At that time, this Amar Patel staying in USA. So unfortunately, the father expired in heart attack. He came back in India. I realized I take care of this all. We have big land and the farming. I start this. So he came in contact. Then we realized we can join hand. So हमने 50% take over, and we start R&D and all. During this the cow dung 20 ton, at least some 10-12 ton he feed कर पा रहे थे. There is no agitator inside. So then think about कि कुछ और ऐड करना पड़ेगा. Then start this dairy farming. See, small, I realized below 1 ton of CBG project,
cannot be viable significantly. It's very difficult. Very difficult. There are so many input cost, capital cost, and there is overhead cost, maintenance cost. तो उसमें 1 टन से नीचे वाइबिलिटी नहीं आ रही है. So many plants, so many biogas plant, 20 TPD, 1000 cubic meter per day, raw biogas generation is suffering. Almost कोई चल रहा है तो चल रहा है 50%. I think they all are closed. So we start this now. The concept is, my big project is we are working on since last 1.5 years. The rise of rural India, government, smart village, renewable energy and organic business park. Can we start 3-4 businesses based on rural economy in the same premises, in the same overheads, in the same supplier and buyer. So we start this dairy farming. Fortunately, in Baroda, there is our own dairy product outlet launched last year. Grow Value इस होटल से 1.5 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस पे है. अपना ही एक आउटलेट स्टार्ट किया Grow Value नाम से. We are producing 7 milk products. गाय, देसी घी, पनीर, buttermilk, curd, and the silk honey. I will share with some photograph. And 3 other outlet जो पहले किसी और का डेयरी जैसे अमूल डेयरी का और मिल्क ये सब यूज करते थे, we are supplying to them and they are selling this. Our aim to increase this very soon after this March and next year we launch these outlets in some places in Ahmedabad also, and this is our basically trial model to supply really organic food products. See this picture, this whole biogas plant, including the solar system. I will share you the cost and all. These are tabelas. We will operate dairy farming. Dairy farming के ऊपर solar shed होगा. In the solar capacity, in the rural, still in Gujarat we are facing electricity cut problem, right? क्यों ना हमारे पास स्पेस है, बिल्डिंग है, we install the solar. Biogas plant 200 cattle से at least around 10 टन हम cow dung इन हाउस ही कलेक्ट करेंगे और बायोगैस प्लांट पर डालेंगे. The remaining 20 ton is napier grass. The big challenge is nowadays, what about this liquid fertilizer? There is no big market. बहुत challenge है. It will come. Government का बहुत सारा initiative है. ये सब आएगा but it take time. Initially when you start this plant, when digester fill, immediate per day basis 2,000, 20,000 or 30,000 whatever feed you feed, this liquid come out. उसको आपको use करना है. So we start this napier grass farming. Already 15 acre land में napier grass हमने crops किया है. उसके trials चालू हैं. But initially we are consuming our liquid fertilizer on daily basis in this napier grass farming, right? So this is basically closed loop economy system. Liquid का बहुत बड़ा challenge है. So many big plant वो they are thinking about क्या करेंगे. Even though MNRE many times पूछा है कि what is the reason this 50% or 30% or 40% पे plant चल रहे हैं. Big main reason is liquid fertilizer dispose of. Bharat Biogas Energy Limited is this 140 TPD plant never run. We tried to run 50 to 60 ton only. The main reason liquid fertilizer को कहाँ लेके जाए. 10 टैंकर 20 टैंकर लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर निकलेगा, कहाँ डिस्पोज ऑफ करें. सॉलिड फर्टिलाइजर भारत बायोगैस इज ए ब्रांड नाउअडेज. वो अमूल डेयरी उसका मार्केटिंग कर रहा है ऑल ओवर इंडिया एंड दे आर एक्सपोर्टिंग. आई थिंक दिस इज द नंबर 1 ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर यूनिट जिनके पास बिग लैब है, दे हैव इन्वेस्ट लॉट ऑफ मनी, वो फर्टिलाइजर बना रहे हैं। सॉलिड फर्टिलाइजर से स्टिल लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर का बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। लास्ट 1 year से वी आर ऑपरेटिंग दिस फॉर CBG, वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग CBG एंड सप्लाई टू अमूल डेयरी, वी आर प्रिक्योरिंग रॉ मटेरियल एट मॉस्टर इन आवर हैंड। हमारा कुछ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है कि हम रॉ मटेरियल परचेज करेंगे, फर्टिलाइजर आपका वी सेल टू अमूल डेयरी एंड व्हाट एवर प्रॉफिट कम वी विल शेयर। सो विन विन सिचुएशन में वी टेक ओवर। सीजन में दिस फ्रेश मड कम, देन स्टार्ट फीडिंग 30-40 टन, बट वी आर, हम कहाँ अटके हैं कि व्हाट एवर लिक्विड वी एबल टू ड्रेन आउट दैट वी कैन फीड। उसका सॉल्यूशन ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग एंड नेपियर ग्रास एनर्जी क्रॉप्स बेस्ड ऑन दिस। नेपियर ग्रास में द गुड थिंग इज whatever liquid you have you can add। नेपियर ग्रास पानी चाहता है, नेपियर ग्रास जलता नहीं है। whatever liquid कितना भी आप डाल दो, डेली डालो, that cannot burn। अदर ऑर्गेनिक क्रॉप्स जो है ना वो बर्न हो जाता है, नेपियर ग्रास में ऐसा नहीं है। तो we think about this combined 2-3 businesses। See, देखना भाई, so the second slide, this biogas, bio-CNG is the value chain. You see one series, biogas, bio-CNG, CNG factor, Mahindra working, it will come later and soon। वो आएगा कि हमको ट्रैक्टर्स में विलेज लेवल पर इंटरप्रेन्योर डेवलप करना है। सेकंड इज बायो फर्टिलाइजर एंड ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग। सो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, नेपियर ग्रास, आवर ओन यूजेस। सेकंड, व्हाटएवर फर्टिलाइजर क्या किया हमने, वी सप्लाई फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट टू फार्मर्स एंड फार्मर्स इज सप्लाइंग काउडंग। काउडंग का मैकेनिज्म, द सिंपल, इनिशियली द चैलेंज, स्टिल द चैलेंज कि उसको कलेक्शन कैसे करें। वी रिक्वायर्ड मैन पावर कि वो लोड करेगा ट्रैक्टर में, लोडिंग के लिए मैन पावर नहीं है। आइडिया आया, जिस 30 लीटर के प्लास्टिक के ड्रम्स आते हैं, स्मॉल ड्रम्स, वी प्रिक्योर एंड सप्लाई टू फार्मर्स। एक ट्रैक्टर वाला है, उसी को रेट कॉन्टेक्ट किया कि ये ड्रम आप एम्प्टी ड्रम फार्मर के पास रख दो, जब भी वो कैटल डंग को कलेक्ट करता है, सफाई करते हैं, ये फिल दिस। उसका ट्रैक्टर जाता है तो 30 kg को कैन बी लिफ्ट, और उसका मेजरमेंट भी हो गया कि उसके यहाँ से कितना आएगा। तो डायरी मेंटेन होगी कि 30 kg आया कि 60 kg आया, एंड दैट कैन बी, उसको रिम्बर्स करना है, पैसा देना है, फर्टिलाइजर है। दैट मैकेनिज्म रनिंग वेरी वेल। उसमें भी ट्रैक्टर भी हमारा नहीं है। सी, बहुत सारी यूटिलिटी को शेयर किया जा सकता है इन द विलेजेस। दे हैव ट्रैक्टर्स, 1 or 2 वेंडर्स को बोला कि यू कैन कलेक्ट काउडंग, हम फैसिलिटेट करते हैं, कुछ भी एडिशनल रिक्वायरमेंट है, यू कलेक्ट दिस, यू सप्लाई दिस, यू चार्ज। हम उसको 1 रुपये kg सप्लाई दे रहे हैं, वो कलेक्ट करके लाता है, एंड मेजरिंग का कोई इशू नहीं है। 30 ड्रम फुल भरा है, अगर कुछ भी इम्प्योरिटीज है तो उसको बोला है पहले इम्प्योरिटीज है तो ये पैसा फिर तेरा कट जाएगा। तो वहाँ आदमी रहता है, वो खुद ही मिक्सिंग टाइम पर अनलोड करता है, और चेक करके वापस जाता है। दिस मैकेनिज्म रनिंग है। अदरवाइज दूसरे मैकेनिज्म सोचे थे कि एवरी टाइम वो मेजर करो, ये करो, दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। तो यूजर फ्रेंडली वो सिस्टम डेवलप किया। थर्ड इज ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग। तो उसमें ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग भी स्टार्ट है टू सप्लाई दिस लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर। उस रीजन में एक फार्मर ने भिंडी पैदा किया, भिंडी। Then we talk कि certain 1-2 एकड़ जो भी है, we supply to free of cost. You don't put any chemical or pesticide, please. तो उसने रियलाइज किया कि ठीक है, उसका डबल से ज़्यादा क्रॉप्स की वेट पर एकड़ आया। Then we think about this, मैंने बोला अमर को कि एक काम करो, उसको बोलो कि वी प्रिक्योर दिस पिंडी और यू स्टार्ट योर आउटलेट और नियर बाई, जिस होटल को हम मिल्क प्रोडक्ट सप्लाई कर रहे हैं यू स्टार्ट सप्लाइंग दिस एंड लेटर ऑन वी हम लेंगे लाइसेंसिंग ऑर्गेनिक एंड यू सप्लाई ऑर्गेनिक। द थीम इज व्हाट एवर फर्टिलाइजर हम सराउंडिंग में वो एक गांव के एरिया में ही सप्लाई करेंगे, ऑर्गेनिक खेती कराएंगे, उसका कलेक्शन करेंगे और उसको सप्लाई करेंगे एंड विद दिस टेस्टिंग एंड इन द फ्यूचर टेस्टिंग एंड ब्रांडिंग दिस ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स। So the third is solar rooftop. Solar is everywhere. उसमें इनिशियली इन्वेस्टमेंट देयर इज ए कि स्मॉल प्लांट है, सपोज 1 TPD का प्लांट, देयर इज ए कॉस्ट 7-8 CR, तो उसमें सोलर डालेंगे तो 2-3 करोड़ का सोलर होगा, तो दैट कैन बी थिंक। देयर इज ए PPP मॉडल, आपको केवल लैंड देना है, यू कैन गेट 4 रुपीज और 5 रुपीज पर यूनिट, दे विल इन्वेस्ट दिस। So many models are running in the market. So the fourth one is aid to milk dairy activities. See this organic, जब surrounding जो भी vicinity है, this around 2, 3, 4 किलोमीटर और 5 किलोमीटर, उसमें ऑर्गेनिक धीरे धीरे करना है। तो दिस एनर्जी क्रॉप्स वट एवर फीड कैटल को देना है वो भी ऑर्गेनिक आएगा। देन वी स्टार्ट ऑर्गेनिक मिल्किंग एंड ऑल। अपना डेयरी फार्म भी चलाना है और फार्मर्स को भी देना है, तो देन स्टार्ट दिस ऑर्गेनिक। वो डे 1 से नहीं होगा, 1 साल 2 साल लगेगा, बट दिस कैन बी implemented. Next, this. So this गौ आधारित ग्रीन विलेज बिजनेस पार्क का जो कॉन्सेप्ट, दिस you can see this back side. इसमें there are so many factors to consider initially start this project or put anywhere. You have to select a suitable land, roadside. The thing is, we have in the Gujarat, I think more than 50% vehicle running on CNG, right? So we can start our own outlet. In the Germany, farmers are putting our own small, without big investment, simple a dispenser unit है और उन्होंने रोड के किनारे लगाया है और वहां से CBG फिल कर रहे हैं। This model already started near to Savli GIDC. There is a place Dante जहाँ पर हमारा R&D center है। Amar Patel is full time looking after this. We started this CBG around truly 100 to 150 kg per day CBG we are filling in auto rickshaw and Maruti Omni जो आता है उस रीजन में वो है। हमारे साथ एक चैलेंज है कि वहाँ बिग टाउन नहीं है। सावली इज 15 किलोमीटर, इवन दो 15 किलोमीटर से फिल कराने आते हैं। हमने 5 रुपीज का मार्जिन रखा है कि जो भी वट एवर मार्केट रेट उससे 5 रुपीज हम कम दे रहे हैं। सो दिस मॉडल यू कैन सी बैक साइड इज कैटल फार्मिंग जो ऑलरेडी उस साइड पे है। रियल फोटो में आगे दिखाता हूँ। बायोगैस डाइजेस्टर, गैसिफिकेशन सिस्टम, ऑफिस बिल्डिंग इज कॉमन फॉर ऑल एक्टिविटीज, CBG आउटलेट। दिस रोड किनारे वी स्टार्ट दिस आउटलेट कम कलेक्शन सेंटर जहां ऑर्गेनिक जो भी वेजिटेबल है फार्मर्स इस रीजन में इन द बड़ौदा विसिनिटी अप टू द आनंद बेल्ट बहुत फार्मर्स वेजिटेबल करते हैं। रिलायंस फ्रेश वाला वहां आपके ट्रक खड़ा करता है, अपना लोड करके लेके जाता है, राइट। बट जो रोड किनारे इन द आउटर में उन फार्मर्स को बड़ा चैलेंज है कि वहां तक सप्लाई करने का। When you put this type, you can start collection here. Whatever waste you have, you can feed biogas plant. Whatever dairy waste है, food waste है, and we start this all activities. So outlet organic fertilizer, organic products, dairy 7-8 products and the same product required energy. We have gas, we are burning this, उसी से प्रोसेस चल रहा है, and there is no additional cost. Around 20 lakh rupees में हमने डेयरी का सारा अदर इक्विपमेंट ले लिया. We don't require any additional building, additional office, additional manpower. एक आदमी, अमर पटेल इज ओनर, वो खुद देख रहे हैं, एक आदमी है जो वो प्रोसेसिंग का देखता है बस, सिंगल मैन पावर डेडिकेटेड टू डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स, जिसमें हम 7 प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं. ऑलरेडी मार्केट FSSAI लाइसेंस वो सब है, ऑलरेडी मार्केट में लॉन्च है. दिस मॉडल कैन बी रिप्लिकेटेड इन एवरी विलेज. सुटेबल, you have to select the road side, right? एक प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, डॉक्टर कमल टावरी is 75-year-old retired IAS. वो उनका है ब्लॉक एडॉप्शन प्रोग्राम. तो एवरी ब्लॉक में इस तरह के यूनिट, ब्लॉक का इकोनॉमी ब्लॉक में ही इन्वेस्ट होना चाहिए. एक GDA एक स्कीम होती है कि वहाँ का रेवेन्यू वहीं लगना चाहिए, बट होता नहीं है. रेवेन्यू सिटी में जाता है क्योंकि वहीं फैसिलिटी है, वहीं इंडस्ट्री है, वो विलेजेस में नहीं हो पाता है. तो इस तरह का इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क वी कैन स्टार्ट. बहुत सालों से बातें कर रहे थे, थिंक अबाउट इट एंड स्टार्ट दिस, इन्वेस्ट दिस. One project is already running and second project under installation in NCR near Palwal, district Palwal है, होटल के पास. There is a village. वृंदावन के एक संत हैं, वो came in contact and discussed with me. Basically, I personally belongs to Vrindavan. So कह रहे यार तुम यहाँ के लिए कुछ करो. Then start this thinking. So PPP मॉडल पे we are doing this. वहाँ उन्होंने 100 एकड़ लैंड प्रोक्योर किया रेंटल बेसिस, लीज बेस. 40-50 एकड़ में नीचे ग्रास ऑलरेडी क्रॉप्स हो गया है, 2 कटिंग हो चुका है. Then start this selling to dairy and and biogas plant is under construction. Very soon we start. So the same, this replicate. We are thinking as a Atmos Power, we can work together around 25% stake, 20% stake or 50% stake with good investor. And the selection is important actually. The owner must be work full time in the plant, which is belongs to their area or place, one of them. जब तक owner plant में नहीं है, nowadays the labor handling is very difficult, right? In the Germany, you see big size plant also. They are operating only 2 to 3%, and they all are owner. खुद ही वो चला रहे हैं. Whenever service needed, they called. There is a good example in Gujarat, in Morbi. There are so many industry, big size industry, more than 600 ceramic industry. They all are PPP model. There are 20 partner, 10 partner, 5 partner. I work in Morbi 3-4 years to some oxygen generation plant. So वहाँ culture देखा, number of partners, and all partner they have own responsibility. They all are employee. वो केवल यूपी, बिहार या MP की लेबर है उधर, जो डेली बेसिस पे वैसे काम करती है. But the store, raw material handling, उसका टेक केयर करना है. And all are mostly non-technical. They all are businessmen, but they are non-technical. When they face the problem, वहाँ there are so many agencies, like a panel agency, a printing machine है, अलग-अलग उन्होंने वहाँ अपनी मैन पावर करके सर्विस प्रोवाइडिंग कंपनी इंस्टॉल कर रखी है. And they are sitting in the office. Whenever problem come, just call. Within 10 minutes वो person पहुँच जाता है और वो problem solve कर देता है. Start. Full time कोई employee नहीं है. Same concept I discussed so many times, but see, when you adopt a district, every village there is a potential you can put 1 ton or 2 ton plant. टेक्निकल मैन पावर देयर इज ए चैलेंज, बायोगैस में बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है। व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट द सीबीजी, सीबीजी में जाओगे तो देयर आर सो मेनी चैलेंजेस, हाई प्रेशर कंप्रेसर, ये सो वी थिंक अबाउट कि अगर 4-5 भी प्लांट है, देन वी पुट ए ऑफिस deputing 4-5 इंजीनियर विद बाइक्स। बायोगैस का प्लांट ओनर ही रन करेगा फुल टाइम। अभी ऑटोमाइजेशन है, सब अच्छा चलता है। व्हेनेवर प्रॉब्लम कम दे कॉल इमीडिएट, हाफ एन आवर में वहां पे जाएगा, वहां स्पेयर रखेगा। देयर इज ए बिग चैलेंज। सी प्लांट ऑपरेट करने में बहुत सारे चैलेंज है कि ये टूटा है, आज ये नहीं चल रहा है, वो नहीं चल रहा है। यू कैन नॉट लाइक ए प्रोसेस इंडस्ट्री और एनी बिग प्रोडक्शन इंडस्ट्री, यू कैन नॉट पुट a staff for every department like instrumentation, mechanical, welder, fitter. We cannot afford. So we think about this in the district, in the big town, we put some manpower, we can. But before that, we are thinking to PPP model, some percentage. See, GAIL. Day before yesterday, I received LOI from GAIL. They start this all PUC company PPP model, 50% their stake and 50% any good technology partner, or they can have 3 partners also, one any financial or technical or any. You can make a SPV model. You can up to 3 partners and separate 50% GAIL. So on that basis, we can think this type of business. Becoming this, यहाँ additionally the nursery organic farming also. We have fertilizer, we have water, we have land. So nursery can be done in the same premises, in the same. See this is the plant actually, this is small plant, typical old type of balloon, fixed dome type. We are operating this, we are filling this auto rickshaw with this. You can see this open side, this dairy, Gir Gai one side and this buffalo also. इकोनॉमी में जाना है, बफेलो को भी आप नेग्लेक्ट नहीं करोगे। गाय ठीक है, गाय है, सेवा करनी है, वो भी रखना है, बट यू कैन सेपरेट दिस। सी मिल्क डिमांड है अभी नाउ डेज इज शॉर्टेज इन द मिल्क इन द विंटर सीजन। तो काव के साथ ये है। देन वी स्टार्ट, यू कैन सी दिस ग्रो वेलो, दिस आउटलेट हार्डली 1.5 किलोमीटर फ्रॉम दिस होटल। These are the products. Upper one is Srikhand, lassi, this curd, bottom is paneer and ghee. Overall benefit for village through the biogas plant in Govardhan Business Park, right? So fuel generation through biogas, promotion and usage CBG tractors vehicle, it will come definitely, right? 4-wheelers already available. Promotion of organic farming through organic fertilizer manufacturing, business activity through selling and trading of organic fertilizer, enrichment of soil and healthy food option for villagers through usage of organic fertilizer. Biocoal का भी parallelly करना है. This fertilizer, see, bio fertilizer is good, पर कहीं ना कहीं this carbon is less than 14%. वो थोड़ा ऐड करना है. Carbon content in soil is reducing. It will prevent pollution, this blah blah. A2 milk, farmer training. See, there is in this plant, I show you, in this building there is a big hall. You can say this training hall, you can utilize as a government officer, you can. Then I think about one this Vrindavan said some जो मिले, he will start some activities also with this. तो मैंने कहा महाराज जी हॉल बनाते हैं, उसमें एक्टिविटीज कैन स्टार्ट। सो सी योगा एक्टिविटीज को भी फोकस किया है सुबह शाम, जो भी आना चाहे। फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। वहाँ पे जो भी मैनेजर होगा, योगा कोई ऐसा है नहीं, लेकिन देर इज नो प्लेस। सिटीज में अवेयरनेस है बिकॉज सिटीज में दे आर सफरिंग ए लॉट। गांव में वो चल रहा है, ठीक है, डेली डेली के जो भी उनके पास चैलेंजेस हैं बस उसी में उलझ के रह जाते हैं। देर इज नो तो चिल्ड्रन लाइक 5-6 के बाद दे थिंक अबाउट दिस। अगर उनको कुछ फैसिलिटी मिलती है, योगा, मेडिटेशन टू इम्प्रूव देयर मेमोरी, देयर शार्पनेस, देयर एक्टिविटी। सी पहले अपने कंट्री में आश्रम्स थे, गुरुकुल थे, गुरुकुल का कॉन्सेप्ट खत्म हो गया। पहला जो कॉन्सेप्ट था वो सब रिपीट हो रहा है, आज नहीं तो कल। नहीं तो फिर कैंसर जो है वो, देयर इज ए बिग चैलेंज, कैंसर एंड डिप्रेशन। डिप्रेशन एक ऐसी बीमारी है कि जिसका पता ही नहीं। 80% पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर कि ये डिप्रेशन है कि नहीं है। वो ठीक है, डलनेस हो रही है, मन नहीं लग रहा है, ये हो रहा है। ये जो सेंटर्स ये ब्लेजेस में भी हो रहा है, कैंसर भी और डिप्रेशन भी। तो ये जो ओवरऑल जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, मीटिंग रूम एंड ऑल, जस्ट कम आउट। Power generation through solar system, already explained. It can generate huge employment, most importantly, money save. Now, come to this 1 TPD, what raw material required. So, around 20 TPD nickel gas and 10 ton cow dung. That can be very, sometime you have more cow dung, you can add more cow dung. But in this 1 TPD biogas comfortably it can achieve 1000 kg CBG. Third one, in this concept, there is 10 shed for each shed having 20 cows. The concept is, we require investors, right? Most of people are working in cities. सभी को कहीं ना कहीं रिटायरमेंट के आसपास लगता है कि गांव में कुछ करने को हो सकता है, बट देयर इज नो अपॉर्चुनिटी कि क्या करें। काउ होस्टलिंग एक कॉन्सेप्ट था, ऐसे ही द सेम, इफ देयर इज ए फैसिलिटी दे कैन इन्वेस्ट। एक 20 बफेलो काउ के लिए एक इन्वेस्टमेंट दे सकता है, कोई टेक केयर करे और उसका वो रेवेन्यू ले सकता है, राइट? ओके, तो मैं उसको फास्ट करता हूँ। दैट कैन बी स्टार्ट। और ये सोलर इज 250 किलोवाट एंड 250 किलोवाट वी कैन ऑपरेट आवर ओन प्लांट और 250 किलोवाट। वी रिक्वायर ग्रेट पावर in the night time when we require some energy we have to consume, but in the same premises we can put this 250 kilowatt solar power and then that can be utilized. This all economy, the cost of this around biogas plant 1 TPD 7 to 8 CR, and this next the community hall civil workforce said around 30 lakh. 250 किलोवाट सोलर पैनल की कॉस्ट मैंने नहीं डाली, दिस इज पीपीपी मॉडल। कैटल 200 कैटल अराउंड 150 लाख, द टोटल कॉस्ट 2.3 CR। तो दिस होल प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट कम्स टू अराउंड 10 CR। When you this payback is 3 to 4 years comfortably, if you able to run 100% capacity, definitely the breakdown comes in 3 years, 80%, 70% depend upon this, तो 4 year भी हो सकता है। ये कॉन्सेप्ट एक तो हमको इन्वेस्टर्स को निकालना होगा कि 3 साल का जो पेबैक है, ये इंडियन कॉन्सेप्ट है। आप कहीं अदर कंट्री में देखो, जर्मनी में बात करो 7 ईयर से नीचे बात नहीं करते, 3 ईयर। ये जो 3 ईयर का डोंट माइंड, ये जो मारवाड़ी दिमाग है इसको भी निकाल देना चाहिए, स्पेशली इन द रिन्यूअल। 5 ईयर, 4 to 5 ईयर कंफर्टेबली यू वर्क ऑन दिस, उसी के हिसाब से प्लानिंग करो। 1 ईयर तो आपका प्लांट इस्टेब्लिश में लग जाता है, 1 to 2 ईयर आपको प्लांट को फुल स्विंग में लाने में रॉ मटेरियल प्रिक्योरमेंट है, सेल है, वो स्ट्रीमलाइन करने में लगेगा। तो द पे बैक इज you have to consider 4 to 5 years. So this all, बाकी का सब all are aware this problems, teething problem, but we try to merge these 2-3 business: organic farming, organic products collection, selling to the market, bridge between farmers and this milk product can be very low cost can be produce this, right? I think overall. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Singh, for sharing your rich experience with us. So, before proceeding with any further, a small announcement we made. So, you might have received a feedback form, right? So, we want you to kind of fill up with very candid response onto that feedback form. That will help us to kind of improve ourselves in our next offering whenever we conduct a workshop in the next go. And in that feedback form, before question number 7, so we want the feedback to be anonymous. You did not write your name, so you can be as candid as you can be. And only for the last question, we want you to tear that portion off, the 7th question, wherein we are looking forward to your inputs for the field visit that we probably will carry out tomorrow. So just wanted to seek your inputs on that how flexible you are with your timings tomorrow. So most probably that field visit will happen in the first half. So by 2 o'clock, in every likelihood, you will be free. So for that particular portion, you enter your phone number and your name, in case you are willing to go ahead with the field visit tomorrow. Yeah, and you can clear that portion off and then submit it separately. But for the rest of the form, you can be anonymous and give your candid reviews. So that was on the feedback part. So looking forward to your candid responses. And then going forward, I think we have got 2 sessions still remaining, quite interesting ones, right? But before that, I believe all of you will agree that we deserve a tea break actually, right? So maybe a 10 minutes tea break to kind of charge ourselves and then get back quickly, maybe within 10 minutes time, right? So we set our clock here. So we are at, say, 4:30. Let's meet at 4:45, 15 minutes, right? Thank you.
क्या कह रहे हो?
उसको स्टेज पे बुला लें। ये तुझे ये वाला चाहिए, नया वाला एजेंडा चाहिए क्या?
एजेंडा मैंने सब कटा कुटी कर लिया जो भी है।
यानी ये तीनों है, ये ही ऑल्सो देयर। हाँ मैं अब यहाँ गया, ये 500 का आप बुला लो। हाँ मैं बड़ा थैंक दूंगा तो मैं सबको बुला रहा हूँ।
कुछ थोड़ा सा हिल गया क्या? ठीक है, हो जाएगी। इधर हल्का सा उधर रोटेट हो जाएगा।
कराए क्या तुमने तेरे?
नहीं नहीं,
फिर क्यों कर रहे हो? छोड़ दो। आवाज़ जा रही है तुम्हारी नहीं।
फोटो थोड़ा दिखेगा।
ठीक है,
हल्का सा कर
ना ना
चालू है दीदी कि पॉज किया?
चालू है
नहीं, देखना भी चालू रहता है। चलो
Hi, welcome back. So, request all of you to kindly get seated. Yeah, please settle down. Request all to kindly get seated and please settle down as quick as possible. We'll start with the session immediately. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thanks once again to all for regathering, yeah, and maintaining the time there. So we have a very interesting session coming up, which is on the household biogas fertilizer plants, the challenges and opportunities. So there was a important question that was put up by Mr. Meena from MNRE, that why not more proposals are being received in the mid-sized biogas plant, right? So hopefully we'll have some answer to the question when we hear from the technology providers who are providing the supplies for the mid-sized and the small-scale projects. So we'll do a bit of time constraint. We'll maintain a bit of constraint of time for as far as this session is concerned. So I will call upon the speakers one by one, so they can come to the dais, come and take the seat on the stage first. So first of all, I would like to call upon Mr. Atul Mittal, Director Commercial Systema Bio. A round of applause for Mr. Atul, please. Then we have Mr. Aditya Vardhan, Technical Manager India, Home Biogas. Please, if you can come up to the stage. as you said. And then in this session, we will be also joined by Mr. Sanjay Patel, who is CEO SP Ecofuels. If you can come up to the stage as well. Thanks. So we have a powerful lineup of speakers here. So I would just request the speakers that if you can just maintain a time frame of around 10 minutes, right? So we're in first 8 minutes for just presenting your core ideas, yeah? And then we can have a final 2 minutes each of question and answer round if any questions comes up from the participants. So firstly, I would like to call upon Mr. Atul, right? And then will be followed by Mr. Aditya and Mr. Sanjay in that chronological order. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Atul. We will try and follow the time guidelines so that we are able to do the last session very well. Thank you so much. My name is Atul. I work for a company called Systema Bio. Systema Bio is a American company into making and manufacturing and installing biogas plants. We opened up India office back in 2017, and then about 2-3 years it took us to acclimatize the products which were born in Mexico, and then from 2019 onwards we started installing and trying out selling these products. Our products were made of flexible material called as LLDPE. I'll show you some pictures. And then the COVID struck, and then from 2021 onwards, we are trying to scale up and we're trying to see that how flexi biogas plants, which are now approved by MNRE, can make a path in the Indian rural landscape. How can they benefit and serve the farmers? So today I'll speak about our challenges and our opportunities. So first part I'll take the opportunities and then I'll take the challenges. And please, since morning we've been talking about large biogas plants and compressed biogas and green heat. Now we'll only talk about small farms, small farmers, which constitute 80% of India. And वही पूरा की पूरा हिंदुस्तान का जीवन चलाते हैं. हम उन्हीं के बारे में बात करेंगे और उन्हीं के रिलेटेड प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बात करेंगे. So हमारी सिस्टमा बायो के पास जितनी भी लर्निंग्स हैं, वो लर्निंग्स कुछ 65,000 बायोगैस प्लांट्स हमने लास्ट 3 साल में लगाए हैं पूरे इंडिया में. आप इंडिया का मैप देखेंगे, आपको अलग अलग फुटप्रिंट दिखेगा. तो वी बीन लकी कि हमको किसानों ने बहुत अच्छे से एक्सेप्ट किया. वी बीन लकी कि हमको बहुत अच्छे पार्टनर्स मिले, जैसे NDDB मृदा और बहुत सारी गवर्नमेंट एंड प्राइवेट डेयरीज. तो उनके सहयोग से हम लोगों ने पूरे इंडिया में प्लांट्स लगाए. इनसे हमें जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली, जो लर्निंग मिली, उसी को मैं आज आपको चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की तरह से बताऊंगा कि इंडिया में स्मॉल बायोगैस को लेके, जो कि नया नहीं है, पिछले 50-60 साल से स्मॉल बायोगैस पे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, डिफरेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स कोशिश कर रही है. एंड और उसके लिए क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं. कैसे जब मीना जी बोलते हैं कि 5% ही गोबर यूज़ हो रहा है, NDDB बोलता है कि इंडिया में 7 करोड़ किसान हैं और उन 7 करोड़ में से कम 5 करोड़ किसान ऐसे हैं जो बायोगैस प्लांट लगा सकते हैं. तो 5 करोड़ किसानों तक पहुंचने के लिए हमको वाकई बहुत ज़ोर से भागना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज 5 करोड़ नंबर छोटा नहीं होता है. एंड ज़ोर से भागना पड़ेगा बिकॉज वो इतने सारे लोग इतना गलत तरीके से काउडंग को ट्रीट कर रहे हैं. वो इन्वायरमेंट को नुकसान पहुँचा रहे हैं, अपने आप को नुकसान पहुँचा रहे हैं. तो उस सेंस में जो भी लर्निंग्स हैं, जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं, मैं आपको पहले अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बताता हूँ. सबसे देख लो एक बार. So, सबसे बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी है, जैसे मैंने बोला, इंडिया में 35 मिलियन कैटल्स हैं. इस डेटा पब्लिश्ड है. इंडिया में 7 करोड़ फार्मर्स हैं. एंड ये फार्मर्स डेयरी फार्मर्स हैं, स्मॉल फार्मर्स हैं, बड़े फार्मर्स हैं, मीडियम फार्मर्स हैं. ये बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी इनको सर्व करने की. तो छोटी बायोगैस प्लांट्स के लिए इतना बड़ा बेस है कि सिस्टमा बायो, डॉक्टर संजय पटेल जी, होम बायोगैस, ऐसी और 10 कंपनियां आ जाएं, तब भी हम शायद छोटा सा आसमान छू पाएंगे. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है छोटी बायोगैस प्लांट के लिए. सेकेंड बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी मैंने कहा कि हमारा गांव मॉडर्न हो रहा है। वो लोग अब पुराने ज़माने में गोबर को अच्छे से ट्रीट करते थे, यूज़ करते थे। अब जितनी नई जनरेशन आ रही है, एक तो वो गांव में रुकना नहीं चाहती, और जो रुक रही है उनको गोबर मैनेज करना ढंग से नहीं आता। उनके लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि ये वेस्ट की तरह है, इसको कैसे ट्रीट कर सकते हैं। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देता है कि स्मॉल बायोगैस सेक्टर कितना आगे जा सकता है, कितना बड़ा बन सकता है। रिसेंटली अभी एक वर्ल्ड बायोगैस एसोसिएशन का रिपोर्ट आया है जिसमें उन्होंने एस्टिमेट किया है कि नेक्स्ट 10 साल में बायोगैस प्लांट्स कितने सारे लग सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने एक बहुत ही बड़ा नंबर बताया है जिसमें इन्होंने पोटेंशियल बताया इंडिया के अंदर, और हम सब उस पर एग्री करते हैं कि हाँ, अगर सब लोग मिलके और अच्छा सा इकोसिस्टम बना के करेंगे तो बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल। नेक्स्ट बड़ा पोटेंशियल है एनर्जी। मतलब जैसे जैसे नई जनरेशन जितनी पढ़ी लिखी आ रही है, जितना वो अवेयर है, वो सब सेल्फ रिलायंट बनना चाहते हैं। उनको चाहिए कि सारी चीज़ें मेरे कंट्रोल में हों। तो उसके लिए भी एक फार्म बायोगैस, एक छोटा बायोगैस इतना बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी हम देखते हैं इसको। सिस्टमा बायो उसको एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी देखता है कि कैसे हम यंग फार्मर्स के हाथ में एक ऐसा इक्विपमेंट दें जो बहुत लंबा चले, बहुत सालों तक उसकी सर्विस हो, और वो कॉन्टिन्यूसली उनका फ्यूल रिप्लेसमेंट बन जाए, फर्टिलाइजर रिप्लेसमेंट बन जाए। फर्टिलाइजर से नेक्स्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी पे आती है केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स की। कोई भी यूज़ नहीं करना चाहता केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर। सबको मालूम है कि डीएपी के लिए कितना मुश्किल होता है, सबको मालूम है कि केमिकल्स सॉइल को कितना नुकसान करते हैं, बट अच्छे ऑल्टरनेट्स नहीं है। बाजार में कम से कम 1000 ब्रांड्स हैं बायो फर्टिलाइजर के। सब लोग जानते हैं उसके अंदर क्या है, किस तरह से वो प्राइस हैं, इनके अंदर क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है। तो अचानक से ये ऑर्गेनिक चीज़ क्यों ज़्यादा चल रही है? बिकॉज फार्मर्स को उस पर बिलीव है, एंड वो बायोगैस को एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स, जब मैंने आपको बताया कि 65,000 बायोगैस प्लांट्स हमने लगाए 3 साल में, तो अबाउट 70-75% किसान का फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस है कि उनको बायो फर्टिलाइजर मिल रहा है, ना कि उनका फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस है उनको कुकिंग गैस मिल रही है। उनको लगता है कि कुकिंग गैस को मैं बाजार से भी खरीद सकता हूँ, लेकिन जिस क्वालिटी का बायो फर्टिलाइजर मिलता है, ये चीज़ हमें मृदा ने सिखाई बहुत अच्छे से। एनडीडी में मृदा ने बताई कि इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस कितनी ज़्यादा है। तो वो उस पर्सपेक्टिव से बायोगैस का बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। नेक्स्ट बड़ा स्कोप है कि अभी मॉडर्न बायोगैस प्लांट्स आ रहे हैं, मतलब आगे संजय जी बताएंगे एंड होम बायोगैस के लोग बताएंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत इंप्रूव हो गई है, इतने अच्छे अच्छे फ्लेक्सिबल बायोगैस प्लांट्स आ रहे हैं कि वो किसान को हर तरह से फेवर कर रहे हैं। बहुत सिंपल है, मेंटेनेंस ज़्यादा नहीं लगता, उनकी लाइफ बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो ये चीज़ पहले नहीं थी जो अब आ गई है, जो कि बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी बन के आई है। नेक्स्ट बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है फिनेंसिंग के मैकेनिज्म। हम लोगों ने सुबह से बैंक सुन रहे थे, बट स्मॉल बायोगैस प्लांट्स में बहुत तरह के फिनेंसिंग मैकेनिज्म्स आ गए। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की CFA है, सेंट्रल फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस है, जिसमें किसान पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है। ये मैं एक स्लाइड आगे चला गया। फिर बहुत CSR का मनी बहुत अच्छे से इवॉल्व हो रहा है। बहुत सारी हमारे पास बहुत सारे CSR क्लाइंट्स हैं जो बायोगैस प्लांट्स लगाते हैं और जो आगे इच्छा भी रखते हैं लगाने के लिए, तो उससे फार्मर को बहुत सपोर्ट मिलता है। डोनेशंस एंड ग्रांट्स अलग अलग तरह की हमारे पास आती हैं, जो पहले इतना एक्सेस नहीं था, उससे हम बायोगैस प्लांट्स लगा सकते हैं। सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर अब कार्बन फंडिंग का आ गया है कि क्योंकि ये बायोगैस प्लांट्स कार्बन फंड्स जनरेट करते हैं, तो उससे किसानों को बहुत अच्छा फायदा होता है। हम लोगों ने इस साल 2023 में कार्बन फंड से करीब 40,000 यूनिट्स लगाए, और हम लोग किसानों को वो एक बायोगैस प्लांट जो 30-35 हज़ार रुपये का आता था, उसको हमने 6,000 रुपये का किसान को दिया। तो हर किसान को 6,000 रुपये का बायोगैस प्लांट कार्बन मनी से मिला। ये सब अपॉर्चुनिटी इतनी बड़ी है कि ये आगे भी चलेगी होपफुली, एंड आगे भी बहुत अलग अलग तरह के कार्बन फंड्स आएंगे। और मेरे पास नहीं, मतलब सब अच्छे प्लेयर्स के पास आएंगे, वो सब भी सिमिलर टेक्नोलॉजीज को, सिमिलर फंडिंग को प्रेजेंट करेंगे, जिससे ये मार्केट बहुत बड़ा उठेगा। नेक्स्ट इज गवर्नमेंट MNRE ने फ्लेक्सी बायोगैस कैटेगरी को अप्रूवल दिया है, जिसमें अच्छे अच्छे सारे प्लेयर्स को सब सेंट्रल फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस मिल रहा है और सपोर्ट मिल रहा है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से। ये जो पुश कर रही है MNRE, ये बहुत ही अच्छा पुश है, और इस पुश से बहुत अच्छे अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। तो ओवरऑल जो मैंने आपको पूरा स्ट्रक्चर बताया, मार्केट अच्छा बन गया है, फंडिंग का बहुत अच्छा ऑप्शंस हैं, प्रोडक्ट की टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी हो गई है, कंपनीज कमिटेड आ रही हैं, जो मतलब प्राइवेट कंपनीज हैं, मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज हैं, जो पूरी दुनिया में हर कंट्री में ऐसे बायोगैस प्लांट लगा रही है जो इंडिया में लगाते हैं। तो उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, इस वजह से उनकी जवाबदारी बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो वो बड़ी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटीज आ रही हैं। इस वजह से मुझे लगता है कि हाँ, जैसे सिस्टमा बायो ने अभी 65,000 कर लिए, हम लोग नेक्स्ट 3-4 साल में करीबन 4-5 लाख प्लांट्स कर लेंगे। तो वो ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटी हमको दिख रही है इस मार्केट में, वो एक्सेप्टेंस दिख रही है, वो अच्छी अच्छी पार्टनरशिप्स दिख रही हैं, वो किसानों का रिस्पॉन्स दिख रहा है, जिससे हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हैं। और आप सब लोगों को भी स्मॉल बायोगैस को लेके बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट होना चाहिए, बिकॉज दोबारा से ये वेव आनी शुरू हुई है। इसमें बहुत बड़ा रोल एनडीडीबी का है, लेकिन इस बार ये वेव इतनी बड़ी है कि ये बहुत सारे किसानों को फायदा करेगी। थोड़े बहुत चैलेंजेस हमको नजर आते हैं, मैं वो चैलेंजेस भी आपके सामने बताऊंगा। बहुत ज़्यादा स्टैगरिंग नहीं है, बिकॉज मैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा देख रहा हूँ और चैलेंजेस अब इतने ज़्यादा नहीं देख रहा। तो एक चैलेंज जो अभी भी है वो है ट्रस्ट का। किसानों को अभी भी, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, कंपनीज को अभी भी ऐसा है कि हाँ आई नो बायोगैस, बट वो क्या भरोसेमंद सोल्यूशन है, वो थोड़ा टाइम ले रहे हैं समझने में। हमको भी अभी 3 साल हुआ है इसको लगाते हुए, एंड 3 साल से हमने विश्वास जितना शुरू किया, बट 50 साल का बैकलॉग, 3 साल का परफॉर्मेंस, उसमें थोड़ा सा टाइम और लगेगा। तो वो ट्रस्ट बिल्डिंग में थोड़ा सा टाइम लग रहा है, वो एक चैलेंज आ रहा है। वो चैलेंज एबिलिटी का है, वो चैलेंज थोड़ा सा अवेयरनेस का है, वो चैलेंज मिक्स है, जिससे किसान और फर्म्स थोड़ा सा टाइम ले रही हैं। और वो चैलेंज ऐसा नहीं है कि उसको दूर नहीं कर सकते। शायद मैं नेक्स्ट ईयर इसी मीटिंग में खड़ा होऊंगा तो मैं बोलूँगा कि ये बहुत कम हो गया, बिकॉज एज वी पास ऑन टाइम हम बहुत सारे लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस जीत रहे हैं। हम सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स बहुत सारे लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस जीत रहे हैं। एंड आप देखिएगा कि अभी मैंने ये एक नंबर दिया है, नेक्स्ट ईयर और बहुत सारे लोग इतने बड़े नंबर शो करेंगे। नेक्स्ट चैलेंज जो अभी मिस्टर सिंह ने बोला था एटमॉस से, लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर अभी भी छोटे किसानों के लिए भी चैलेंज है। हमारे पास भी सिस्टम ऑफ बायो जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा एडवांस है बायो फर्टिलाइजर एप्लीकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में, हमारे पास भी ऐसा कोई रॉक सॉलिड सोल्यूशन नहीं है जो मैं किसान को बोल सकूं कि ये ले 12 महीने का पैकेज, जून में ऐसे करना, जुलाई में ऐसे करना, मार्च में ऐसे करना बायो फर्टिलाइजर के साथ। तो वो थोड़ा सा डेवलपमेंट का एरिया है, उसमें हम मृदा के साथ, एनडीडीबी मृदा के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हम उनके साथ उनके आइडियाज़ ले रहे हैं, हम बैफ के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, एक टाटा ट्रस्ट की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है सस्टेन प्लस, उनके साथ काम कर रहे हैं, और भी बहुत सारी संस्थाओं के साथ काम कर रहे हैं कि कैसे एक बायो फर्टिलाइजर का फुल प्रूफ सोल्यूशन दें, जिससे किसान को ये तो मालूम है बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है, लेकिन वो कई बार फंस जाता है कि अब बारिश आ गई, अब मैं क्या करूँ, मेरी क्रॉप फ्लावरिंग पे आ गई, अब मैं क्या करूँ इसका। तो वो थोड़े से मैनेजमेंट के सोल्यूशंस अगर हम अच्छे से निकाल के दे देंगे तो वो एक चैलेंज दूर करने से और भी कॉन्फिडेंस इंक्रीज होगा। एक चैलेंज और है वो यस श्योर आफ्टर सेल सर्विस। ये अभी भी क्वेश्चन है कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के कि मतलब तुम क्या रियली 10 साल तक रहोगे, मतलब हम लोग 10 साल की वारंटी देते हैं अपने प्रोडक्ट पे, तो सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि 10 साल की वारंटी दे दी, बट क्या आप 10 साल तक वहाँ रहोगे। तो वो चीज़ थोड़ा सा भरोसा दिलाने के लिए, वो चीज़ सब्सटैंशियली बताने के लिए सारी नई लेवल जितनी भी नई कंपनीज एमएनआरई ने अप्रूव की हैं सब बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं इसके अंदर, लेकिन ये एक एरिया है जिसमें अभी भी थोड़ा सा डाउट है कि मतलब 10 साल बहुत बड़ा टाइम होता है। मैं किसानों को मजाक में बोलता हूँ कि 10 साल में आपके 3 बच्चे हो जाएंगे, इतना बड़ा टाइम होता है। तो वो समझाने के लिए, वो भरोसा दिलाने के लिए थोड़ा सा ये चैलेंज है कि हाँ आफ्टर सेल्स मॉडल को हमें और रोबस्ट करना पड़ेगा। एनडीडीबी हमें कॉन्टिन्यूसली ये बोलता है कि लगाना आसान है, उनको मेंटेन करना बहुत मुश्किल है, तो हम उन्हीं के एडवाइसेस पे चलेंगे और हमने बहुत ही ज़्यादा रोबस्ट एक सिस्टम बनाया है। हमारे पास आज इंडिया में 700 लोगों की टीम है जो 65,000 बायोगैस प्लांट्स को देखने के लिए खड़े हैं, और वहीं इसी टीम को और स्ट्रेंथन करते रहेंगे। हम आईटी के टूल्स लाएंगे जिससे किसान के हाथ में मोबाइल है, जिससे वो मोबाइल के थ्रू हमको डायरेक्टली कॉन्टैक्ट कर सके, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो कि ये चीज़ करने के लिए हमारी हेल्प करेंगी। तो आखिरी चीज़ है जो बोल रहे थे कि जो बड़े बायोगैस प्लांट्स हैं जिनमें जनरेशन की सुविधा है, मतलब बड़े बायोगैस प्लांट का मतलब 50 गाय वाले किसान, 60-70 गाय वाले किसान, उनके पास अभी भी ये चैलेंज है कि इतनी एक्स्ट्रा गैस का करे क्या, बिकॉज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेशन इतना फ्रीक्वेंट एंड नॉन ट्रबलसम नहीं हुआ है, ये भी टाइम ले रहा है इतना। बायोगैस से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बनाना कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है, सब लोग जानते हैं बनती है, लेकिन एक ऐसा इक्विपमेंट देना उसको जो 12 महीने में उसको बिल्कुल प्रॉब्लम नहीं दे और कॉन्टिन्यूसली हर दिन 4-5 घंटे चले, वो एक टेक्नोलॉजी धीमे धीमे इम्प्रूव हो रही है। थर्मल एप्लीकेशंस धीमे धीमे इम्प्रूव हो रही है कि कैसे बहुत बड़े बड़े बर्नर्स यूज़ कर सकें, कैसे हम बायोगैस के और यूज़ कर सकें। तो जो थोड़े बहुत बड़े साइज के फार्मर्स हैं उनके पास एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन रहता है कि मेरे पास तो 50 गाय हैं, मेरे पास तकरीबन 10-15 क्यूबिक मीटर 20 क्यूबिक मीटर गैस बनेगी, मैं कुकिंग में तो केवल 4-5 क्यूबिक मीटर यूज़ कर पाऊंगा, बाकी गैस का क्या करूँगा। वो थोड़ा सा हमें चैलेंज लगता है हमारे एक्सपीरियंस से। हम उसको धीमे धीमे इसको कवर करेंगे एंड देखेंगे कैसे चीज़ें इंप्रूव हो सकती हैं। सो दिस इज ऑल आई वांट टू से, थैंक यू सो मच। अगर एक आध क्वेश्चन है तो बताइए, बस 1 मिनट का टाइम है मेरे पास, 1 मिनट का टाइम है। ठीक है, यस प्लीज।
एक टेक्नोलॉजी के, मेरा नाम आशीष वैष्णव है, मैं भी पुणे से हूँ
जी।
एक चैलेंज आया है बायोगैस इंडस्ट्री में, स्पेशली अभी आप CS तैयार कर रहे हो बड़े लेवल, इज द टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल।
यस,
भारत में भी आप देखेंगे ये नंबर्स देना कोई नॉट अ बिग प्रॉब्लम, बट जो वेदर कंडीशंस है आपने 12 महीने की, वो सब यूनिफॉर्म नहीं है।
करेक्ट करेक्ट सर, करेक्ट।
तो आप इस मामले में फिर
So,
क्या करते हैं, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी एंड कॉस्ट बोथ कम एट अ
एग्जैक्टली। सो हमने ये समझा कि सर टेक्नोलॉजी से थोड़ा बहुत चेंज इंप्रूवमेंट नीड्स में आ सकता है, लेकिन वो बहुत ज़्यादा कॉस्टली होती है। तो हमने फार्मर एक्सपेक्टेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग को ज़्यादा सहारा दिया। हमारे सारे फार्मर्स ये जानते हैं कि अगर हम 2 क्यूबिक मीटर बायोगैस प्लांट में 2 क्यूबिक मीटर बोलते हैं तो वो केवल उनको मार्च से लेके अक्टूबर तक ही मिलेगा। नवंबर से लेके फरवरी तक वो 2 क्यूबिक मीटर रिड्यूस होकर 1 क्यूबिक मीटर भी हो सकता है, आधा क्यूबिक मीटर भी हो सकता है। अगर आप पहाड़ों के एरिया में जा रहे हैं तो आधा हो जाएगा। हमारे बायोगैस प्लांट्स अरुणाचल में भी लगे हुए हैं, आसाम में भी हैं, पंजाब में भी हैं। तो वहाँ पे फिर उनको हम आवर्स ऑफ कुकिंग में बताते हैं कि गर्मी में आपको 3-3.5 घंटे गैस मिलेगी और सर्दी में आपको 1-1.5 घंटा गैस मिलेगी। वैसा सेटअप करके चल रहे हैं, अभी तक चीज़ें ठीक चल रही हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास भी आज इतनी कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव नहीं है कि जो बायोगैस की यील्ड्स को बढ़ा सके। किसी के पास भी होगी तो प्लीज़ ज़रूर कॉन्टैक्ट कीजिए मुझसे। थैंक यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Good evening, everyone. Myself Aditya Vardhan from Home Biogas as a technical manager. So, I've covered all the challenges and opportunities, so I will make it very precise. So, I will go first through the small video.
Communities. Communities. Being part of a community makes me feel as if I'm part of something greater than myself. We are all connected. I can feel it, and the feeling of belonging is so powerful. It creates a sense of responsibility for my friends, my family, and the environment. Our actions echo and influence one another, and only through mutual contribution do we grow and prosper. Our home biogas system had changed our lives. We are now putting our waste to use by turning it into renewable energy. We get clean cooking gas and quality organic fertilizer. No more smoke. No need to cut down trees and collect firewood. And thanks to the abundance of free organic fertilizer, we can reduce the use of heavy chemicals and even share it with our neighbors. Together, we are nourishing the soil, growing better food for the entire community. Following Mother Nature's footsteps makes our mothers happy too.
कि ये लगती है कि धुआं नहीं लगता है हाथ में, मकान नहीं काला होता है और गैस पर खाना बनाना अच्छा।
হোম বায়োগেছ লোৱাৰ পৰা মোৰ আৰ্থিক মই উপকৃত হৈছোঁ। 1 নম্বৰতে মোৰ যিটো হোম বায়োগেছৰ পৰা লিকুইড যিটো সাৰ ওলাইছে সেইটো মোৰ চব্জি আনকি বাগানত মোৰ সাৰ কিনাৰ পৰা মই ৰেহাই হৈছোঁ, আৰ্থিক সেইটো ৰেহাই হৈছে।
এতিয়া যিখিনি ধন আমি লাভ কৰিব পাৰিছোঁ সেই ধনখিনি মোৰ ল'ৰাকেইটাক ইংলিছ মিডিয়ামত পঢ়াব পাৰিছোঁ।
হোম বেবী
গেছৰ পৰা যেনিবা যিখিনি পইচা বাচিছে সেইখিনি মুৰ্গী ছাগলী তাৰপিছত গৰুৰ দানা আনিছোঁ সোনকালে হয় ভাত বনাই মই চাৱাক স্কুলত পঠাই দিওঁ স্কুলত পঠাই দি চাৱাৰ লগত অলপ সময় মিলাব পাৰোঁ তাৰপিছত খেতি কৰিব পাৰোঁ পাচলি অন্যান্য কিবা কাম কৰি থাকিব পাৰোঁ
This unique initiative in collaboration with Home Biogas has brought in some really good impact on these rural households. This is a very empowering initiative. Women are really empowered, they are speaking about this initiative.
We have got a very good partner like Home Biogas, where they have developed a fantastic model.
So every company खूप ground to earth છે દરેક લાભાર્થીને ત્યાં જઈ એમને બરાબર સમજ આવી અને ઇન્સ્ટોલ કરવામાં આવે છે.
Overall, Home Biogas has been a very impactful thing in the rural life. Home Biogas has given us an alternative to support women at the household level with access to clean fuel.
જો વસ્તુને આપણે જોડીએ આ તમામ ઓબ્જેક્ટિવ્સને આપણે જોઈન કરીએ તો એટલું જ કહીશ કે હોમ બાયોગેસની ઇમ્પેક્ટ જે આપણે કન્સિડર કરી હતી એના કરતાં પણ ઘણી સારી છે.
So basically, Home Biogas is an Israeli-based company, and we have presence in India, and we are doing the manufacturing here. So our Next. So we are present in the 6 continents and 100 plus countries, and we have more than 30,000 customers. We have a certified as a B Corporation, and we hold ISO certification. Apart from we have international product liability insurance. Out of 17, we comply 13 sustainable development goals of UN. So these are the some impacts of our ESG 2020 report. So as we all know that the biogas is a complete is a best example for the circular economy. So basically our product is made of polypropylene, and it's a robust material, and the good thing is that about the biodigester is that it can be easy to install in 2 to 3 hours, and it's a completely off-grid system. Some of environmental, social and economic impacts, like using the biogas, it can remove the heap of the pile of that cow dung that nowadays means farmers are very much aware about using that the bio slurry apart from that chemical fertilizers. These are some customers from our Mundra, Gujarat. This is our farmer system, and very soon we are going to deploy 7,000 system in Satara, Maharashtra. It's a carbon project. And the good thing is that if we talk about the challenges, we all know about that the upfront cost of the biogas system is quite high if we take for the rural perspective. So we try to make a collaborative project with CSR, some carbon finance, beneficiaries, contribution, and MNRE also supporting to us. So this will be like a win-win situation for everyone. And apart from the biogas, we have a bio toilets also, which can be plug and play with our biosystem to make a sanitation. These are some 3 stages how that our system can be effective with bio toilets. The good thing is that that system can reduce 6 tons of carbon emission per unit yearly, and it has a pressure pump technology, so it can only uses a 1.2 liter per flush and save up to 40,000 liters of water per unit. And it's a high-end ceramic toilet, easy to clean. Thank you.
Myself संजय पटेल। आज एक बहुत बड़ा दिन है और भगवत गीता की आज जयंती है, तो गीता जयंती के मौके पर आप सबको शुभकामनाएं। जो हेरिटेज हमको मिला है, जो एसेट हमारे देशवासियों को मिला है नॉलेज का, वो 5000 साल तक जो है आज भी जीवंत है, और वही सिद्धांत पर कृतनिश्चयी होके जो हम काम कर रहे हैं। और इसीलिए एक बड़ी चैलेंज जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की जो है देश में, जिसके लिए हमारे देश में रूरल सैनिटेशंस को जो है लोग इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर इतना जो है रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं करते हैं, एक बड़ा चैलेंज, उसको आज हम एक इजी अफोर्डेबल सॉल्यूशंस देके सॉल्यूशंस के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। सो I work in renewable energy sector since last 26 years. I developed my flexi biogas plant in 2012. It's a PVC coated fabrics. Next slide, please. And we understand the nature, and nature provide the systems in animals. Animals have a 4 partition in the stomach. And our base at Anand, and we understand the dairies and National Dairy Development Board also around us, Amul, all prestigious organizations are there. I have a lot of veterinary friends. They guide me how the digestion systems is much efficient than the human systems in animal. ताकि वो अगर systems को अगर हम adopt करते हैं, the biochemical process is whatever feedstock we going to digest, it pass through a 4 chambers. First is hydrolysis, second is acidification, acidogenesis, then later on methanogenesis. So हमने वही concept को adopt किया। हमारे PVC coated fabrics में रिटेंशन टाइम पीरियड्स को कम से कम करने के लिए हमने बायोफेजिक रिएक्टर्स एक बना दिया, जो कहलाता है एमबीडेस HRAR टेक्नोलॉजी, मूविंग बेड हाई रेट एनारोबिक रिएक्टर। तो मूविंग बेड हाई रेट एनारोबिक रिएक्टर्स में जो रिटेंशन टाइम पीरियड है, दैट लैबोरेटरीज एंड ऑल एनालाइज के इंस्टेड ऑफ 45 days, दिस 4 biphasic reactor gives retention within 18 to 22 days for cow dung.
तो ये जो नेचर ने दिया है वही हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी में हमने अडॉप्ट किया, और उससे क्या होता है कि कम से कम एरिया में हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा गैस प्रोडक्शन करने का एक यूनिट लगा सकते हैं। जो विंटर या कोल्ड क्लाइमेट में जो भी प्रश्न आते हैं गैस प्रोडक्शन रिडक्शन के, तो उसके लिए सिंपल सा एक सॉल्यूशन हमने सोचा कि हमारे बायोगैस प्लांट को एयर से कम एक्सपोजर मिले, कम से कम एरिया उसका एयर एक्सपोज रहे, और हम जितना हो सके ऐसे थर्मल इंसुलेशन जो मदर अर्थ हमारी जो दे रही है, तो हम डिप में जाए ताकि ऑल वेदर में हम गैस प्रोडक्शन कर पाए, और उससे हमको सफलता भी मिली। हमने पिछली अमरनाथ यात्रा में बालताल में बायोगैस प्लांट फूड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए कश्मीर में हमने लगाए, जो लंगर खाने के लिए अच्छी तरह चले, और कई सारे और क्लाइमेट में 23 स्टेट्स में हम काम कर रहे हैं कि गैस प्रोडक्शन मैं मानता हूं कम ज़्यादा होता है, लेकिन उनकी ज़रूरत जितना गैस उनको मिल जाता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। We installed till date more than 10,000 numbers of biogas plant in almost 23 states and 9 countries. Mostly we installed after getting MNRE approval in 2021. In last 3 years, we installed more than 7,600 biogas plant. In Gujarat, we installed 7,600 biogas plant in every districts under Govardhan Yojana. Within 8 months last year, we executed this project and we enhance our capability and competency to execute even 10 times more capacities. We have our production base in Anand districts at Bursar. There we have modern facilities nowadays with automatic biogas production unit, and there we have capacity to produce even 200 biogas plant in a day. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this biogas plant, 1/3 above the ground and 2/3 below the ground. Above the ground, the circular, the dimensions is holding gas, and below the ground is the digester. So it's protected with the heat and all that, and it looks good. Next. Easy to install. Within 1 hour, plant is installed. Customers prepare dig, pits and all that, and we go for installations. They need to arrange water and power, and within 1 hour we install our biogas unit. Next. In India, we notice the biogas plant is installed far from the home. Someone install even 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, and they want consistent gas pressure in the kitchen. So without booster pump, it is not possible to transport gas consistently and flow rate maintenance. So first time in India invented this biogas boosters pump, and we manufacture 100% components, parts in-house in our factory, and I got patent in India for this technology. So today we have a huge capacity to produce biogas booster pump. This first invention is 20 watt. Nowadays, we also invented 80 watt biogas booster pump for medium sized biogas plant. Next. 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 And 2 cubic meter to 250 cubic meters. We try and now test in Amul facility at Sarsa to install 250 meter cube flexi biogas plant, to take trial to run their 50 kilowatt biogas generator. This plant is under installation and commissioning, and we are going to test and trial further and further capacity enhancement also. Next. We can also generate power through biogas plant. Now I want to show the impact. हाउ कैसे क्या इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट हुई, ये पूरा जो काम हमने किया बायोगैस, जैसे आगे बताया आपको कि एक खराब स्थिति में था एक सेक्टर, लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा था कि ये चलेगा नहीं चलेगा, कितने देर चलेगा। तो ये सारी जो है वो प्रोबेबिलिटीज हम कुछ कम कर पाए हैं। जो काम करके हमने जो दिखाया है उसमें हमने खुद आत्मविश्वास पाया है कि ये हो सकता है और ट्रबल फ्री ऑपरेशंस हम कंज्यूमर को दे सकते हैं। तो एक इम्पैक्ट छोटी सी आपको दिखाता हूँ छोटे से वीडियो से, तो आपको एक ज्यादा उस पर भरोसा होगा। वीडियो छोटी एंटरप्राइज लोग क्रिएट कर रहे हैं अभी।
पिछले 8 सालों से स्वच्छ भारत का जगमगाता हुआ सूरज भारत के हर गांव और शहर को रोशन कर रहा है। अब दूसरे चरण में संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के विचार को केंद्र में रखकर साल 2024-25 तक हर गांव को स्वच्छ और सुंदर बनाने का संकल्प किया गया है। भारत में अंदाजित 30 करोड़ जितने पशुओं द्वारा हर रोज लगभग 30 टन गोबर प्राप्त होता है। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में गोबर की बड़ी मात्रा के कारण उसमें से आय और ऊर्जा प्राप्त कर बड़ा लाभ हो सकता है। इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार के जल शक्ति मंत्रालय और पेयजल और स्वच्छता विभाग द्वारा गोबर योजना शुरू की गई।
देश के गांवों में भी हजारों की संख्या में गोवर्धन बायोगैस प्लांट लगाए जा रहे हैं। इनसे हमारे पशुपालकों को गोबर से भी अतिरिक्त आय मिलनी शुरू हुई है। गोवर्धन योजना यानी कचरे से कंचन बनाने के हमारे अभियान का जो असर हो रहा है उसकी जानकारी जितनी ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को मिले वो उतना ही अच्छा है।
गोवर्धन योजना अंतर्गत पशुओं के गोबर को बायोगैस में परिवर्तित किया जा रहा है। इस योजना के मुख्य उद्देश्य गांव को स्वच्छ बनाना और पशुओं के गोबर से आमदनी और ऊर्जा उत्पन्न करना है। गुजरात सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल, ग्राम विकास मंत्री श्री राघव जी पटेल और राज्य मंत्री श्री कुंवर जी हरपति के मार्गदर्शन और ग्राम विकास विभाग के अधिकारियों और कर्मचारियों की मेहनत से गुजरात राज्य में गोवर्धन योजना अंतर्गत बेहद सुंदर काम हो रहा है। इस योजना के अनेक लाभों को समझकर गुजरात के लोगों ने इसमें सहभागी बन एक जन आंदोलन के रूप में इस योजना को राज्य के कोने कोने में अपना लिया है।
ગામમાં બાયોગેસ આવવાથી જે ગંદકી ફેલાતી હતી એ બંધ થઈ ગઈ છે અને જે ઉખેડા હતા એ પણ ઓછા થઈ ગયા છે અને સ્વચ્છતા જળવાઈ રહી છે।
गोवर्धन योजना अंतर्गत गुजरात के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में बसे नागरिकों के लिए क्लस्टर स्तर पर गोबर गैस प्लांट शुरू किए गए हैं। व्यक्तिगत बायोगैस प्राप्त करने के लिए लाभार्थी के पास 2 से अधिक पशु होने अनिवार्य है। इस प्लांट को लगाने के लिए जगह का चयन, उसके लिए जरूरी साधन, उसका इंस्टॉलेशन जैसे सभी मामलों में जिला प्रशासन ने लाभार्थी के साथ निरंतर रहकर वित्तीय और तकनीकी सहायता की है। गांव-गांव जाकर योजना के लाभ समझाने के लिए जरूरी मीटिंग का आयोजन कर लोगों को बायोगैस अपनाने के लिए तैयार किया गया है। गुजरात के लाखों दूध उत्पादकों के स्वामित्व की विश्वविख्यात सहकारी संस्था यानी अमूल और उसके साथ जुड़ी हर जिले में कार्यरत डेयरियां, राज्य की अमूल डेयरी, दूधसागर, बनास और साबर डेयरी एवं अन्य संस्थाओं ने गोवर्धन योजना में अमलीकरण एजेंसी के तौर पर बहुत ही सुंदर काम किया है। ग्रामीण भारत में डेयरी के व्यवसाय को फायदेमंद बनाकर लाखों दूध उत्पादकों के जीवन स्तर को सुधारने वाला राष्ट्रीय डेयरी विकास बोर्ड यानी NDDB भी अमलीकरण में सहयोगी बना है। गुजरात के हर एक जिले के पशुपालकों ने अपने हित की बात को स्वीकार कर बायोगैस प्लांट लगाने की शुरुआत की। राज्य सरकार का निरंतर मॉनिटरिंग और प्रशासन तंत्र की मेहनत रंग लाई। आज गुजरात के हर एक जिले में तय किए गए लक्ष्यांक के मुताबिक कार्य पूरा होने की कगार पर है। ग्रामीण पशुपालक अब गोबर को कचरे में डालने की जगह हर रोज इकट्ठे किए गए गोबर को इस तरह पानी में घोलकर गोबर गैस यूनिट में डालकर उसमें से उत्पन्न होते गैस का रसोई घर में उपयोग कर रहे हैं।
અમાર ઘેર ગોબર ગેસ આવવાથી પહેલા પ્રથમ સાણા લાકડા દૂર લેવા જવું પડતું હતું, એ જવું પડતું નથી.
બાટલો ભરાવા પહેલા જતા હતા પણ હવે નથી જવું પડતું. પહેલા 1000 રૂપિયાનો ખર્ચો થતો હતો.
આ ગોબર ગેસ મળ્યો ત્યારથી અમને ઘણો જ લાભ થયો છે અને ચૂલોને એવું સળગાવવાની જરૂર પડતી નથી. ચૂલો સળગાવી ત્યારે બહુ જ તકલીફ પડતી હતી, આંખને તકલીફ પડતી હતી, ધુમાડાને એવું બહુ થતું હતું. ચોમાસું હતું ત્યારે ઘણી જ તકલીફ પડતી હતી, અત્યારે એવું કશી તકલીફ પડતી નહીં.
અમારો ઘણો બધો સમય બચે છે અને છોકરાઓ પાછળ અમે ઘણો સમય પણ ફાળવી શકીએ અને સામાજિક પ્રસંગોમાં અમે જઈ શકીએ છીએ.
पसंद किए गए क्लस्टर में बायोगैस लगाने के लिए हर जिले को 50 लाख रुपए स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण योजना के तहत दिए जाते हैं। दक्षिण गुजरात के आदिवासी जिले वलसाड से लेकर उत्तर गुजरात, मध्य गुजरात, सौराष्ट्र इस तरह चारों ओर गोबर धन से गोबर गैस का बढ़ता हुआ व्याप दिखाई दे रहा है।
आ योजना में तो हमारा तो साहब 5000 रुपया खाली भर्या है, बाकी अमे कई भर्યું નથી. બીજું સરકારમાંથી જે આવ્યું હોય અમારે ખાલી કમ્પ્લીટ 5000 માં આ તૈયાર થઈ ગયો છે.
આ બાયોગેસ પ્લાન્ટને લીધે વાતાવરણમાં ધુમાડાનું પ્રમાણ ઓછું થયું છે અને પર્યાવરણની જાળવણી પણ થાય છે.
दूध उत्पादन के व्यवसाय में अग्रसर रही गुजरात की दूध मंडलियों की तरह अब गुजरात में जैविक खाद के उत्पादन और बिक्री करती सहकारी मंडलियां भी कार्यरत होगी। वो वक्त अब दूर नहीं जब जैविक खाद से प्राकृतिक कृषि का विकास होगा और जमीन के उपजाऊपन में बढ़ावा होगा।
અને આ ખાતર છે તો અમે ખેતીમાં નાખતા થયા અને ખેતીમાં અમારી આવક વધારી થયો.
ग्रामीण महिलाओं और किसानों के लिए तो ये योजना स्वास्थ्य की सुरक्षा और आर्थिक समृद्धि प्रदान करने वाली साबित हुई है। हर एक के चेहरे पर खुशी दिख रही है क्योंकि यह तो उनके फायदे की बात है ना। ऐसी उपयोगी योजना के लिए हर नागरिक प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी और मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता है। अब कचरे से कंचन बनाएंगे हम, अब पूरे राज्य का भविष्य निखारेंगे हम। स्वच्छता, आरोग्य और आर्थिक समृद्धि का त्रिवेणी संगम यानी गोबर धन योजना।
तो सभी के सहयोग से ये माइलस्टोन अचीव करने में बहुत हमको मदद मिली और आज देश के कई राज्यों में, गांवों में हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी को हम ले जा पाए। कई सारी उपलब्धियां भी कंपनी को, टेक्नोलॉजी को मिली जो 2017 में नीति आयोग और प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने टॉप सोशल इनोवेशन ऑफ द कंट्री का अवार्ड दिया। इस टेक्नोलॉजी को रवांडा देश में प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने डिप्लॉय किया और वहाँ अफ्रीकन प्रोग्राम भी बायोगैस का इससे चला। गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के नए सीएम भूपेंद्र पटेल साहब ने ये आपने देखा है गोबरधन योजना इम्प्लीमेंट की। आज हम आज के दिन तेलंगाना में काम कर रहे हैं, 100 प्लांट वहाँ लग रहे हैं। पिछले वीक हमने वाराणसी में 100 प्लांट लगाए। अभी आज का कुरुक्षेत्र में आज के दिन ही हम 100 प्लांट हमने डिस्पैच किए आज के स्पेशल ओकेजन पर और वहाँ एनडीडीबी ब्रीडा के ऑर्डर्स के हिसाब से हम काम करते हैं। काफ़ी कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर्स हमको CSR फंड भी हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी को दे रहा है। तो आज ये जो जर्नी हमने अचीव की उसके पीछे काफ़ी सालों की मेहनत है। 10-12 साल लगातार हमने कोशिश की। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पहले उनके जो रिजर्वेशन थे नई टेक्नोलॉजी के एडॉप्शन के, वो सारे रिजर्वेशन 8 साल के उन्होंने ट्रायल टेस्टिंग के दौरान उन्होंने जो रिजल्ट्स लिए तो उनको भी एक एनकरेजमेंट मिला के ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी को आगे प्रोत्साहन मिलना चाहिए, वैलिडेशन मिलना चाहिए और आज ये माइलस्टोन अचीव करके आज सब मिल के काम कर सकते हैं, ऐसा एक भरोसा है। आप सभी का आभार।
Thanks, everyone, Mr. Mittal, Mr. Vardhan, as well as Mr. Patel. Unfortunately, we don't have time left because we need to leave this venue in another 10 to 15 minutes time. But then, yeah, we are moving on to the next session, and I would request that from the capacity building in the bioenergy sector. So it's an important discussion as well. So quickly, I would like to have on board with us Dr. Vanita Prasad, who is founder and director, Ravi Environmental Solutions. Right. So, ma'am, if you can just deliver the key messages that you want to, right? That will be really helpful. Okay.
Yeah. So, thank you, Gaurav ji, and everybody who has given me this opportunity to talk to all of you. I am standing here because my mission is to make Mother Earth greener. Or I have started this company with the vision of this particular thing, that we wanted to make our Mother Earth greener. And this I have envisioned when I was a young girl of just become an adult of 22 years. So from there I have started this journey to make Earth greener. So we are trying to develop some of the innovative technologies which everybody has talked about. That is the low cost technology. We need to have those kind of technologies. So why we want to need this, all of these things is needed because we are having very limited resources and a huge population. We are having the biggest population in the world now. So resources are still limited and we have to use every resource is very useful. And that's what's the basic principle of sustainability. Everybody is talking about sustainability and I'm also focused on all the progress which I am trying to do is onto this particular step because we need to have a sustainable development and only one Mother Earth we have, so we have to share it with everybody and every living being. That's what we wanted to use. So that's where the 5 principles and other principles are coming in. I am not going into the detail of this right now. So we know that we have already created this particular problem of CO2 emission. Everybody talked about this. And as we know, but first thing is that still we are maximally populated, but we are still contributing only 5%. And we can reduce it much, much more as everybody in this room is doing their own part. We will be reducing a lot of CO2 emissions. So this is what actually is a man-made disaster which we have created called climate change, and we only have to mitigate it as fast as we can. So the systemic thinking is the approach which has come up. We have to think what we want to do, and one of the things is biofuels. If we really go around and see the technology, then biofuel comes as a choice. And everybody talked about circular economy. This is the basis of the bioeconomy. Government is also looking progress in this particular field. So why I am talking about this particular thing, because a lot of thing we have talked about, everything boils down to the life cycle assessment of everything. Now we don't have to think only economically. We have to put that thing, social justice, environment onto the top. So that's what we are working on. Basically biofuels, when we talk about biofuels, I talk about biomethane as well as biohydrogen. And that can be done in any of the setting. It is possible in any of the setting. We have to keep considering about this particular thing. Everybody else has talked about that. This is very crucial factor. Then the pathway, which is very similar, and you have to know what is your pre-treatment thing, and that's what even sir during the financial thing has been taken into account. So anaerobic digester comes as a heart of circular economy. We can create a lot of product from it, not only the biofuels, many other value-added products like jet fuels can be extracted from it, even bioethanol can be extracted. So this particular reactor is a very important digester, and the basic thing inside this is microbes. If you change the microbe consortia inside this reactor, you will be having different products, and that's where we are focused on. this I can skip. Solution is this, and these are the some of the facts we can show you with any of the waste material. This is what Meena ji was talking about. We have this kind of thing. We have this much of manure available, and this much of greenhouse gas mitigation can be possible. And all the players before me has working towards that to make it possible. And we are looking for the biofuel economy very fast, and that's what has been created, and we have to work for that. So what I actually mentioned, that what I am focused about is the microbes inside the reactor. That is the main part of this. I always say other thing is the hardware, and this is like Windows. If we don't have an upgraded window, we can't run the reactor efficiently. So this is the process, as sir has mentioned. I will not go into the detail. He has mentioned that. So every step has been done by different kind of species of microorganisms. What we have created is a right kind of consortia containing each and every microorganisms. That's what we have created. And our approach is to have a integrated kind of model where we have to understand the metabolism of this particular black box called anaerobic digester. And on that we can build on. That's what we are trying to do. And on this background, we have created this particular product, a microbial consortia, a health tonic. Basically, these are balancing things which is required. Since we are working with living organisms, they have their own nutritional requirements which need to be fulfilled. And along with that, we provide an app service. Whosoever is considering our products, along with this app, we monitor, as Srinivas sir has mentioned, real-time monitoring of your plant. Every day, the operator will be in touch with the microbiologist in our team and the biotechnologist in our team, and we will be supporting them for their process operations, and that's what we have called as an AMC for operation and maintenance, which is a very different kind of business model which we have created. This is required by the small biogas plant people also and the large biogas plant people also. And that's what I think sir was mentioning, that even an app service can help farmers to really work with. Yeah, so we have revived few of the plants, as I mentioned. I will not go into the detail, but we have done various validations. We actually wanted to revive any of the plant or existing plant. They should run 10 years. If sometimes we are getting ill, we get a medicine and we work. So we need not to worry about the health of these microbes. So that's where the monitoring part of anaerobic digester comes. This is very important, which is little bit lacking in our biogas industry at present. So this is the importance of your monitoring and control. There are a lot of problems which are coming up. There are scum formations happening in the reactor. There are foam formation happening in the reactor. There is a low biogas percentage in the reactor. All these can be really monitored. If really monitored, can be saved a lot of operational costs. So these are some of the early indicators. Everybody knows this, and but till now in the small biogas plants we are not monitoring at all. In big plants we are monitoring little bit of these parameters, but these are very, very important parameters. If we can monitor this, we can have basic early indication that the plant is getting to be disbalanced. So these are some of the minimum monitoring, standard monitoring and advanced monitoring which has been given by the World Biogas Association and other people to really run those plants efficiently, and we are trying to provide these kind of services. So this is what the future of monitoring is like. So that is where the biogas industry has to go. Other part is the hydrogen, which is very close to my heart from my adulthood. And as we know, biomass or the biohydrogen production is still at TRL 2 or 3. We are not considering this particular technology as an upfront, but this can be a game changer if we can come to this particular technology rather than electrolysis or thermolysis, because we know heavy metals are not available in India, as well as water is not available. So electrolysis is something which we really have to think over. So we are working on to both the pathways, that is dark fermentation and light photo fermentation. With the dark fermentation, the problem is what to do with the slurry. So we have come up with one of the model where we are trying to produce bioethane. So the impact till now we have created is this much, and we can help any of these particular schemes which are going on, and these are some of the awards and accolades which we could able to get. And this is particular the plant setup which we have created. This is our R&D building from where we are trying to monitor the microbial health. We can say this is like an hospital for these microbes. We can sit there and remotely monitor the health of the plants with the help of the app. And that's what we are trying to do, and we are trying to train the trainers or the chemists so that they can execute it at their plant site. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So let's work for the sustainability. It's not a buzzword. We really have to work hard for that.
Hi, thanks everyone. I think we need to wrap it up. I didn't know that we have to vacate this place. But thanks again for being here till the end. That itself shows a lot. In fact, tomorrow we are visiting Muni Seva Ashram. We gave you this form. So we'll be calling you or we'll be texting you about the logistic and all other things. So just keep an eye on your mobile. And let's see each other tomorrow. Nevertheless, we'll be in touch. We'll be sending you all the PPTs, whatsoever we have. We'll put it in one drive and you'll get the link. So don't worry about it. So I wanted to thank everyone, especially starting with Jagdali ji and Dr. Mishra, Meena ji, all the speakers. Incredible, lot of knowledge. I'm still trying to grasp a lot of things. Not easy, but definitely it's worthwhile. A lot of knowledge in one day. But once again, thanks for being a part of it. And the only thing I know all the time as far as bioenergy is concerned, that will make it happen. That's it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.